Wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, so I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, so I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dose?
never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had a doubt until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. escape and start again when no one can get us. Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know you'll never walk out. We just wanna try some more. The higher that we let it fall, the harder we will fall. The longer that we sing it out, the more we wanna know. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know you'll never walk out. We just wanna try some more. It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's
into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the reg, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. All I want is
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tune. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying to catch a feeling. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer Give me the summer feel. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome to Las Vegas and the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We're here at the spectacular Wynn, and for the first time, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour comes to the United States. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 5 days, we're getting ready for a world-class competition with the best players, the best content creators, and of course, the best commentators the world has to offer.
The stakes, sky high. The city, Sin City. This isn't just about chess. It is a showdown between the best players on the planet. And it's happening right here in Vegas. This is Chess Unfiltered, a spectacular test of courage, speed, and ultimately, raw skill.
From rapid-fire moves to strategic brilliance, freestyle chess showcases every aspect of the game. The rules are exciting, the tension is real, and only one will rise as champion. Watching these elite grandmasters compete under pressure is truly unique in the world of chess.
Freestyle chess isn't just a tournament.
It's a revolution in the world of chess.
And Las Vegas is the perfect stage for it.
Ready for 5 days of drama, brilliance, and a prize pool of $750,000. Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Vegas.
Baby.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the penultimate day of the Las Vegas Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. I'm your host, James Dash, and as always, I am joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Howe to bring you all of our exciting chess action. But it's an interesting switch up today, Tanya, because it is all about the lower bracket. While yesterday we did find out who our grand finalists would be in Hans Niemann up against Levon Aronian, they get the day off. They're hitting the stage tomorrow, so we turn our attention all the way down to those who are still fighting for all the way up to third place.
It's bizarre and it's glorious at the same time. I mean, the star power at the stage today is going to be through the roof. You've got the biggest names of the chess world here, the heavy hitters, the holy trinity of the chess world, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana. We're going to see them all in a fight. And the crazy part, it's all for third place.
Right, David? Yeah, I think if I had plopped any even moderate chess fan into the middle of this tournament and threw the names up on the screen that we were going to see today and asked them, what are they playing for? They would have said, oh, this has got to be semifinals, finals. And yet, here we see some of these biggest names the chess world has to offer, and they've been knocked down to a third place battle.
It is a stellar cast. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Pragg. Yeah, they're playing for high stakes still. Obviously, everyone here is disappointed, but they just have to reset. It's still a lot of money on the line, a lot of tour points on the line. Come the end of the year, that is going to be vital.
I think it can be easy to forget, as you said, how much is still into play for. Third place is $100,000. Eighth place, $20,000. So that's, no small amount of money, but that's an $80K differential, and all 6 of the players who'll be taking to the stage can finish anywhere from that $20K mark up to $100K. Of course, tournament points is going to come into play as well. We're having our eyes set on South Africa. There's a number of people who are already maybe sitting pretty, the likes of Magnus Carlsen, in the tour standings for a bid into South Africa, but for others, it's not so certain, Tanya.
100K is a very cool check to take back today, and I think more than that, it's also pride. These are giants that have fallen in freestyle chess. I mean, they're pretty much the faces of freestyle chess, so it's also about redemption. Let's remind everyone, Magnus Carlsen on tour points sits at 65. He's leading the tour leaderboard right now. Fabiano Caruana right behind him in second place, so he's got everything to play for. If Hikaru wants a shot to be the first ever freestyle Grand Slam champion, he's got to get that third place.
In particular because he missed out on that Grenke leg, right? So while he still is in solid position based on his solid performances through Weisenhaus and, of course, his second place finish in Paris, I think, David, considering as well his start to the tournament, maybe feeling like this was a chance that he let slip by, at least for that very top spot, but again, still fighting for third, a podium finish.
Still fighting for third, 100K as well. That's a good night on the tables out here in Las Vegas. So, yeah, I mean, for Hikaru, I think we saw it yesterday a little bit. There was this frustration, this anger that he wanted to get out. He played very convincingly yesterday after the kind of disappointment of the day before. Magnus has been kind of coasting back to his best after the disappointment of not making it through after the round robins on day one. So, yeah, we'll see some motivated players, some fun games hopefully as well.
The only thing more dangerous than Magnus Carlsen is a wounded Magnus Carlsen. I think that's what we're going to see in action, and that's what we've been seeing on the lower bracket so far.
That's exactly what we've been seeing on the lower bracket so far, going through Vachier-Lagrave in that first, round of the lower bracket and dispatched him rather quickly, and now he seems to be kind of scooting along in classic Magnus fashion. With that, though, we have a format change again in terms of the time controls, and I know we keep throwing curveballs at you all at home when it comes to that, but today it will be 10-10 games. There are no 30-30 games in play. Part of the reason is because we have, of course, our first 2 matchups, Hikaru Nakamura up against Wesley So, Pragg versus Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru had the option to choose his opponent after being knocked down from the upper bracket because he was the higher ranked player.
pre-tournament. That's how we ended up determining that. Now, after these two matchups play out, we have Fabi and Arjun waiting in the wings, second half of the day. They will then be choosing their opponents to play yet another round of 10-10. So we've got a lot of chess to play today, and all of these players, depending on how far they move through, will qualify into a 7th, 8th position, will qualify into a 5th, 6th position, or that 3rd place matchup.
Yeah, more games, faster. We saw it on day one with these 10-minute games. Anything can happen there. It tends to be very dramatic. And for the likes, especially, I'm going to say, Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi, the disappointment yesterday, especially Fabiano, how close he came. It's going to be fascinating to see how he bounces back. I know he was recovering at the poker table with you yesterday, James.
Yes, he was. His second came away with the biggest winnings. So I don't know if that's going to bode well for his chances, because Fabi definitely tossed away some of his money last night. Either way, we had a good time. It's always amazing to see what an event at Freestyle Chess has to offer in terms of not just the competition, but all of the social elements as well, bringing each and every one of us a little bit closer together and providing a lot of unique and special experiences, tailored to the city that we're in as well.
And I think that's the best part of it, because at the end of it, how much can you prepare for the games that are coming up here? The best thing to do is to stay fresh, to be in a good mood, and I think Freestyle Chess just makes that possible for the players. For Fabi, after a tough loss yesterday going down, he did have a marathon win against Pragg, and then losing out to Hans in the manner that it all happened, I think being on that poker table could be the best prep that he could get in before the fight today. I mean, we might be getting a Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana.
There are so many incredible matchups that we can get. We already have two, slated, and then depending on how they choose to draw their opponents in the following round, there's some, again, really marquee matchups, ones that you would consider to be a final in any other circumstance if we weren't here on the Vegas stage. We're going to put a magnifying glass on those matchups in just a moment, but as we've now said goodbye to half of our total field of competitors, with 8 being officially eliminated, I just want to reflect. We're 3 days in. There's been so much chess played on this stage. I'll go to you first, David. How a favorite moment, a top game, a player that surprised you, anything?
Oof, where to start? I mean, our 2 finalists. First off, it's going to be an American champion here in Las Vegas. It's going to be Levon Aronian. It's going to be Hans Niemann, one of the 2. Both of them have been a bit of a surprise package, I'm going to say. Hans, for just the confidence, just the power play that he showed here. His first real big event of this magnitude, and he's really crushing it. Levon, rolling back the years, people have been saying, okay, he's a creative genius, but it's hard to compete at these faster time controls against the younger generation. Levon, he's just been phenomenal, though. And I'm going to pick his playoff against Magnus Carlsen as the highlight so far.
It's really hard to choose. I mean, Levon, the oldest player in the field, he's playing one of the young kids here, Hans Niemann, but he came with an agenda, Hans did. He's brash, he's ruthless, he's fearless. His commentary in our broadcast has been so entertaining. He's entertaining on the board as well. Levon, just beautiful creative play. I mean, that's a final that's going to be absolutely epic, Vegas style. That's coming up tomorrow, I think. Yes to that, but for me, it's got to be Fabiano versus Praggnanandhaa. I mean, that matchup, I think it was one of the most epic days of chess that I've ever witnessed. 7 games back-to-back, the endurance that was required. Eventually, Fabi coming on top. He had to bounce back. He had to give back those punches so many times in the match. Pragg had to do it. He did it. Back and forth. That was a boxing bout right there. And eventually, we've got both these players now fighting out today in the lower bracket.
I have such incredible respect for those 2 guys. I mean, and they weren't the only ones who had to go deep into that day. Obviously, they had to go one step further than everybody else with that Armageddon. I cannot imagine what it takes to put 10 hours of absolute top-level chess out onto a stage in front of a live crowd with that much pressure and that much writing on the moment.
Yeah, and to still kind of play such high-quality games. I'm pretty sure I was hallucinating in the commentary booth 10, 11 hours. Imagine how tiring that was for the players. And yeah, that was an incredible day, marathon day, longest day of chess I've ever seen.
Okay, so now let's reframe a little bit towards what we can look towards today. We've got Hikaru up against Wesley So again. He got to call his shot on this one. I don't think it'll surprise too many people that he elected to avoid Magnus Carlsen, at least for now, because the reality, too, is they still have opportunities to meet in future matchups, depending on how their results go today. So Hikaru, Wesley, 2 guys on home soil, got to be pretty familiar with each other. Wesley, so we've talked about it plenty. We have high expectations for him in this tournament only because of what he's done in the past in this kind of a format. The first ever World Fisher Random Champion, but Hikaru, I think when it comes to, U.S. players, is probably always seen as being just a step above.
I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, the last official Fisher Random World Champion. So we've got two formers colliding right here. It's an all-American collision. And regardless of what form Magnus Carlsen is, nobody's picking him for a battle if you can help it. I think Hikaru choosing Wesley makes a lot of sense. Wesley, it's been a bit of an up and down for him. His form here, his shape here. Hikaru as well, I think it'll come down to so much of his mindset after his loss, being so close to actually defeating Levon and going on in that field, but he wasn't able to do it at the end. We saw the way, I don't know if any of you remember, but just the way he got up from that table, had that handshake, you could see the disappointment, the frustration on Hikaru, how motivated he is. I think the answer to that is very much, because he wants that fight, he wants that podium finish right here. Him picking Wesley, no surprises, and I think he is a favorite going into this one.
He'd be considered a favorite, and that's largely because of his performance throughout this tournament so far. You're getting a look at some of those player cards, and this one being a head-to-head matchup between, of course, Hikaru and Wesley that David has so kindly made for us there. I think the numbers kind of reflect exactly what Tanya was saying, but within maybe the breakdown of each of those players, where would then be the avenue for a player like Wesley So to actually overcome Hikaru Nakamura?
Yeah, it's difficult for Wesley because their skill sets somewhat overlap. Wesley's not necessarily the biggest attacker in the world. He doesn't like to play kind of all guns blazing, high-risk chess. That's possibly the kind of only way you can beat Hikaru, or at least the best bet. Hikaru is a fantastic defender anyway, but yeah, both very positional players, both like their endgames, their long grinds. I have a feeling we're going to see quite attritional battles, and Hikaru, it's hard to bet against him in that one.
Hard to bet against him, hard to bet against the guy who had the best performance really from the start of the tournament. Again, 6 out of 7 in the group stage. And yes, while he did just stumble a little bit to fall into the lower bracket, we're going to reflect on yesterday's games, how they played out, how we ended up with a few of the matchups that we have, and who's still left to play for third place and better. Take a look.
Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann are set for the All-American Grand Final in Las Vegas.
The full-point victory here for Levon Aronian, up to 2-0 over Arjun Erigaisi. The magic continues here for Levon Aronian.
And what a path he's had, right? Taking down the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, taking down the world #2 Hikaru Nakamura, and a win against the world #5, the Iceman of the chess world. And he didn't even need tie breaks. Gets the first win in a completely controlled performance in Game 2. Levon Aronian is our first finalist in Vegas.
Intense days for Fabiano Caruana. Once again, the American Grandmaster was pushed to his limits. It was a mental and physical battle that left him drained. There was no rest, and once again, it went to the tie breaks. This time, his opponent was the ever unpredictable Hans Niemann.
That's it. You hit the bishop. You're coming in with a checkmating idea, and Hans has seen it all the way through. And that's it, handshakes.
There it is. Hans Niemann on his first time here live on the stage. He's been calling his shots the entire way through from the group stage, surprising so many. And then, of course, to fight through the upper bracket time and time again, he takes down top opponents. And Fabiano Caruana, as strong as he may be, could not take down the likes of Hans Niemann.
Just incredible stuff. Hans Niemann beat the world #3 on the biggest stage of his life. He's bold, he's fearless, and he's through to the finals. Sets up an epic Vegas showdown. It's going to be Levon Aronian versus Hans Niemann.
Meanwhile, the lower bracket brought its own share of high-stakes drama. Magnus Carlsen held firm against Sindarov. Wesley So survived 2 tense tie breaks to eliminate Abdusattorov. Vincent Keimer had to concede. Pragg moves on. And Hikaru Nakamura outplayed Dominguez in both classical games. Get ready. It's time for a day packed with action in the lower bracket, while our finalists enjoy a well-earned day of rest. Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann can sit back and watch as the battle for third place heats up. The fight isn't over for the rest. The stage is set and the pressure is on. Pragg versus Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura. 4 players remain in the race for a shot at the third place match. Who will advance to face Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi in the lower bracket semifinal? A brief moment to catch our breath before it all resumes on Sunday. The day of decisions is coming.
That's how things broke down yesterday. And while quite obviously here at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, the primary focus is the players who put it all on the line here on the stage for our enjoyment, this entire endeavor is also about bringing the chess world a little bit closer together and spotlighting a lot of the brilliant personalities that we have, one of which has been on this stage all week long. But we've been remiss not to get a word from her ourselves. So we're going to welcome to the stage Fiona Steele-Anthony.
Thank you, James. Good morning, David, Tanya, James. Pleasure to see you. Hello to our lovely audience.
Pleasure to see you as well. Normally, we're tucked away back there while you're the one in charge of delivering us these brilliant chess positions, along with a number of our freestyle chess ambassadors. But what we didn't or don't get to hear from you too often is how you reflect on the event, your opinions of the matchups that we have ahead of us. And so we're bringing you in as we put our focus entirely onto the lower bracket. Of course, the two matchups that will kick things off with Hikaru and Wesley, Pragg and Carlsen. I know that you're mighty familiar with all these players, but perhaps Hikaru more than anybody else. So I want to start with that matchup. How do you reflect on or evaluate his performance through this tournament so far, and maybe an unfortunate dip into the lower bracket after such a hot start?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting matchup. You guys already discussed both of them, well, a reigning and a former freestyler, Fischer and champion. I think both of them will be unhappy to be playing in that bracket. I've got to say, I see Hikaru as a small favorite, but I think it's going to be a very close matchup between two incredibly experienced and strong freestyle players.
Well, from there, let me flip the script then over to Magnus Carlsen versus Pragg. Pragg topping his group. Magnus Carlsen not having an easy road here at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. You had an interview with him earlier in the tournament. You asked him a little bit cheekily, did he have a pick for who might win it? He said, I literally don't care. But to that end, he's still one of the most competitive people I've ever met. And so I wonder just the sense you get from him stepping into a matchup like this, whether or not at the end of the day, he's really going to bring it to Pragg and test the young man.
I think for sure. I mean, that interview you referenced was after he beat Vidit to nil quite convincingly. And for me, the main takeaway was he said he's still having fun. You know, it's not because he didn't make the matches for the championship that he's going to lose his motivation. So I think Pragg is in for a tough day ahead.
All right, Pragg's in for a tough day. I'm going to just put all three of you on the spot. Let's get some predictions going. Normally, you're the one who's doing it to us in the studio, so I'm turning it back on you, and I'll start with you, Tanya. Between our two matchups, Hikaru and Wesley, Pragg, Carlsen, who's moving on to face the likes of Fabiano and Arjun Erigaisi later today?
That's a tough one, but I will say it's hard to bet against the world #1 and the world #2. I think Hikaru, Magnus a favorite on paper, but I just want to add one thing. I mean, Pragg topped that table. Magnus did not get into that top 4 on that group stage. Pragg was also the player who beat Magnus in the round robin, sort of starting that, that streak of losses, the 2 losses that Magnus had back-to-back with Pragg and Wesley. It's going to be a tough one. There's a lot of history for Pragg. It's a story of when your idols become your rivals.
Okay, but even still, you're going for the #1
I am.
and the #2.
It's true.
Fiona, are we going to get any surprises?
Yeah, well, I picked Hikaru already, and I'm going to go with the underdog. I'm going to go with Pragg.
Okay, we got the Pragg call out here. David?
I'll copy Tanya. Magnus and Hikaru, I think everyone wants to see them face off at some point, and the collision course for tomorrow might just well be there.
Okay, if everybody wants to see them face off, they do have to get it done here. Then they're either going to have to get it done against Fabi and Arjun, or if they both get eliminated there down into the 5th place matchup, we would still have a pretty solid and scary matchup between Hikaru and Magnus Carlsen. When it comes to Fabi and Arjun, I think the question of recovery from yesterday, we ask this question every time, David, somebody falls from the upper to the lower bracket. Looking at those two guys, do you feel like anyone's going to be worse for wear after falling down in what was, again, open road to a possible top spot without some of the other contenders?
On paper, they should be disappointed. It must be hard to pick themselves up, but Fabiano, Mr. Consistent, and Arjun always determined. I don't think they'll have any issues with that.
Well, of course, they have the benefit of sitting and watching the first half of the day before they step back on this Las Vegas stage to do battle. We're soon off to the position lottery, but first, we have to meet the players who are going to be stepping on stage for a little bit of freestyle chess action here in Las Vegas. The players strolling on stage and about to take their seats. It's up to Fiona and I now to pick the position for the first game of the day. And normally you're the one
I'm
who's
the one
inviting
pulling the
somebody
table
else.
out.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going back here. It's your responsibility to grab the ball. And man, I hope I don't screw this up because you do it so well.
With
every
one
time.
hand.
Here we go.
You're
I
very
mean, I got
a
the mic
braver
in
man
the
than
other.
I am.
All right, pressure's off of me and on to you.
And we have position 414.
4-1-4 will be the starting position for the day. We'll add it up here to the running tally of all of the starting positions our players have worked through so far. Thank you for the draw, Fiona.
Thank you, Jay.
To the remaining competitors, please take your 10 minutes to discuss, to strategize. We'll see you out there on the boards in just a moment. We're going to head back to the studio where we'll be breaking down all the action for you over the course of the day. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
C6, maybe. E5. I don't think it's... No, I don't like solution.
Maybe you just have to activate the forcing line. In the forcing line, then you don't.
D4 maybe.
Yeah,
And then something else. 3 and then E4. Queen on B8 should be fine, no?
D5.
Yeah.
More but this one.
This is C5. Oh wait, there's also knight B3.
Right now.
But E5 maybe. Huh? Oh yeah, that's a lot.
Maybe can retreat to B2.
E6, that's it. And B3 is also tempo. Yeah, this looks nice.
Queen B2. I guess we need to activate that queen. What? Come here.
Bishop C5
Take.
takes and D4.
Yeah, D4 coming. And if you go here, we're okay. Just go here. E4.
Yeah, this should be
E4 next turn. Maybe. Yeah, probably. E4 looks good. And then he has to reply E5 or C5 because it's here just B4. So C5 B4.
okay, E4, E5. C3 we want to.
Yeah, C3.
C3.
C3, yeah?
Bringing point here.
Yeah.
F6. Take 6 D5. We should be happy somehow. Nice C3 or something.
Oh, nice C3.
Or like takes and 93.
No, nice C3.
Oh, that is should be
So
fine.
that bishop is back.
wait. Trying to do some quick development. I'm not sure about this. Ah. There you go, F3. Bishop F7. Why shouldn't we start F3? Is that threatening, like,
With just about 5 minutes to game time, we've returned to the studio to evaluate position 4-1-4 for our two bouts here in the lower bracket. And David, I turn to you. The first thing I notice, of course, the king there quite centralized. He's got his pair of bishops on one side, a pair of knights on the other, queens and rooks shoved to the edges of the board. I don't think this feels familiar to a majority of positions that we've had throughout the tournament.
Yeah, very interesting, especially the bishops on one side, the knights on the other. As you say, 4 pieces start in the normal squares, the white king here, the light squared bishop and the rooks, but 4 on very alien squares. 14 is my lucky number, so good job pulling 4-1-4 here.
You got Fiona to thank for that.
But either way, interesting to see Hikaru sit at the board on his own. Trying to mull things over here. He was looking at some very modest pawn pushes for black, not really fighting for any central tension yet. Although now he's gone for something a bit more, a bit more kind of principled. It looks like a Queen's Gambit that he's analyzing on his board. Very interesting stuff. It does feel like the central fight will begin at some point, but yeah, it's all about the minor pieces, knights and bishops.
And he's definitely entertaining the idea of that central fight early on. Incredible to me, the approach of a number of these players here in evaluating the freestyle chess positions, and going to be one of the more interesting things to track event over event, year over year, right? The evolution of approach to evaluating these positions. Okay, taking a peek over to see how the other guys are faring on the couches. Hikaru playing from the black side of the board. Magnus Carlsen will also be playing from the black side of the board, and that means Pragg and Wesley So have the white pieces. I did see them huddled together on the couch, so they are at least still trying their very hardest to work together up against the world number 1 and the world number 2.
Yeah, it's a pity though. I think we all wanted to see Magnus and Hikaru discuss this position together. They have done throughout the tour. They've been very kind of inserted into those conversations, those starting position discussions, but there we go. Hikaru goes maybe to seek some refreshments before the game start. And yeah, maybe we can see what Wesley and Pragg are up to on the white side. They have very different styles. Pragg is maybe more direct in the opening. He likes his end games as well, very positional player, but in the opening he's very ambitious. Wesley prefers to just get a position and play.
Hikaru is sitting by himself analyzing. I will tell you why though, and if you got that on our screen, Magnus Carlsen, the last player to arrive in the playing arena. He wasn't even sure what the time control was, how many games were there today. And while I was leaving, Magnus is getting his breakfast in right now. Well, so, you know, you got to fuel yourself while Hikaru getting fueled up over the board.
I mean, what have we said? You know, pre-show after pre-show after pre-show. What's the best way to prepare? I mean, obviously, once you learn the position, maybe it's to evaluate the position. But before that, it's to make sure you had a good night's rest, to be totally fueled up for what could be marathon days. Just, you know, get your body and your mind right. And at least it looks like that's Magnus's priority before he even begins to evaluate the position. Of course, he has the monitors backstage as well, so he would have seen it, had some time to think about it, and now he steps onto the stage. Of course, to an ovation from the crowd, and a much deserved one, as an ambassador of chess and the world's best.
So Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura will start with the black pieces.
That's exactly right.
He always goes his own way. It goes against conventional wisdom to eat just before a game, because you might start feeling a bit full, a bit drowsy, especially since the games happen so fast. It's a very risky strategy not to analyze your opening too much as well. You need to start fast. Pragg has had 10 minutes to mull things over, to discuss things. Magnus, let's see how he gets on reacting to Pragg's moves.
I mean, straight to business is Magnus. After greeting the crowd, into his seat, headphones on, he's ready to go.
But this guy doesn't care about conventions, right? How many times we've actually seen him even munching, fueling up during the game, let alone right before. Magnus Carlsen always carving his own path, a minute to go before the first moves are on. And this is a matchup that we saw in the round-robin stage. It was Praggnanandhaa after an up-and-down roller coaster of a game who came on on top in that one, giving Magnus Carlsen his first defeat of the tournament. Pragg went on to top the table. Magnus finishing below top 4 in that one, which is why he is here today. And this is our second matchup. Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So. What's going on here? Some exchanges, and they're off the board.
An exchange of smiles as well. Both guys in good humor and good spirits. The countdown has begun to the clock start and the first moves being made on each of our 2 spotlit chessboards.
You know, Magnus obviously wants to finish third. There's no question about it. He wants that podium finish after everything that's happened, given the tour standings, the money on the line, most importantly for him, the pride on the line. Do you think it's also a grudge match for Magnus?
Possibly. I think especially there's a lot of mutual respect, Magnus and Praggnanandhaa, but especially because Magnus did take the loss earlier in the week. And here we see Fiona about to sound the gong, and the games will begin.
Yeah, we know Magnus, a guy who really only spends his time thinking about first place and not much less. But if anything, you don't want to be drawing the ire of the guy for being the reason why he's not even fighting for that top spot. Off we go onto the chessboard. Praggnanandhaa with the first move to make, and he goes for that E-pawn push in front of the king, 2 squares towards the center. So kind of mirroring what we saw Hikaru considering. A lot of fight for the center very early on in this position.
I do feel that this position could go into standard chess very quickly, and the reason I say that is notice where the kings and the rooks are placed. So I can imagine a structure, a setup where white takes out those bishops, you know, again puts them on active squares, simply castles, gets the knight towards the center of the board, and black might end up sort of trying to mirror the same plan with their own king and the pawns moving forward. So let's say bishop to the c4 spot, the f-pawn moves 2 steps forward, the other bishop comes out, and we can just have the arrows to point it at. White goes castling on the right side of the board. And David, to me, this is pretty close to a 5-1-8.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the next few moves, the pawn structure, how that clarifies itself, will tell us a lot. Normally in the starting chess position for traditional chess, this is the Caro-Kann defense. And white tries to occupy the center, but it's hard to occupy the center immediately. The black queen had some designs on coming out early, maybe hitting some pawns. So a very modest pawn push by Pragg himself, keeping his minor pieces flexible, but he wants to protect his own pawn with his queen. We saw some trapped queens yesterday, and it's up to Magnus whether to strike in the center now. It feels like one of these pawns needs to be pushed in order to liberate his minor pieces, but decision time for the world number 1.
A nod to the Caro-Kann. Levy's a happy man somewhere at home watching this event unfold. But let's pull out. Let's go to the 2 board. As we just have 2 boards in play, we can kind of track both of them simultaneously and see the way that the early games have developed. And it looks a little bit different over here on the other side. Wesley choosing to develop the right side of his board, at least with those early pawn pushes, as opposed to the approach of Carlsen.
Maybe we jump to that board because some big decisions have been made already. It looks like Wesley has the center. Hikaru gets up from his seat, though. He's ready to challenge on the next move. It looks like he's just biding his time before striking out himself. Wesley is going to be the first to castle in that encounter.
Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So here fighting it out in the bottom bracket, vying for an opportunity to challenge either Fabiano Caruana or Arjun in the next round. And as we zoom in on that board, we will see the pawn pushed in front of that black knight there on the left-hand side of the board. That was the first move that Carlsen had to make, but we've already had a trade of pawns towards the center, and yet again, Wesley strikes for more center control.
I like this move. You know, it takes patterns from standard 5-1-8, what we call a Maroczy setup. And the idea is that you want to stop black from gaining control or striking for the second time in the center with a D pawn moving 2 steps forward. We often talk about knights behind pawns. Also, this gives the option for the bishop to at some point fall behind that pawn that's just moved ahead and sort of find itself on a safe spot. White's knight beautifully poised to jump to the D3 square and the E3 square. David, to me, the approach of Hikaru, moving that F-pawn 1 step ahead and the C-pawn 1 step ahead, I wonder if that could also potentially create long-term weaknesses on the right side of the board.
Yeah, shout out to Grandmaster Ben Feingold, who says never play F6. It's very weakening long-term. Of course, it's slightly tongue-in-cheek, but it does tend to come back to haunt you if you cannot find full safety for your king. Hikaru, in the meantime, I expect him to either try to trade pieces quickly, because black is a bit cramped, struggling for squares, or to break out in the center. I don't think black is quite ready to strike in the middle due to that Maroxy bind Tanya mentioned, but Hikaru will be looking at that move in the next few turns.
I'd say it's a tiny opening success for white, or do you think it's still too soon to call that out? And I'm just basing that on a more active bishop, a powerful control on the center, you know, making Hikaru really think if he can get the D break in, and it feels like the piece flow will be a lot easier for white.
Yeah, I think unless Hikaru comes up with something special over the next 2 or 3 moves, which he might have to, then big opening success for Wesley So, potentially.
Position for white feels good, and it almost feels like Hikaru agrees already, spending a lot of time here early on, move 5, to craft a response here towards Wesley So. Let's go back over to Magnus Carlsen's board, because it's quite picturesque, if I do say so myself. Take a look at this. Pragg up against Magnus Carlsen. Pragg, he already got a victory over Magnus here in this event. We'll see if he can do it again today. We've got an identical pawn structure on either side of the board. The only difference being, of course, which minor pieces have chosen to get involved so far in the game.
Wow, we did need a new name here. Is it the Big X? Is it the...
I like that. Yeah, that's not bad.
It's yeah, a very unique pawn structure. Normally someone blinks, though, sooner or later. It's just too perfect. You don't want to look at this structure
Double
forever.
helix. If you look at it sideways, it kind of looks like DNA.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
I see that too.
Yeah.
What do people at home think? Let us know. Whose pawn structure do you prefer more?
Leave your mark on the world of chess. This is a chess history moment.
Yeah, this never happens in 5-1-8 in normal chess. And there we go. Someone had to blink. The pawns were looking at each other. Magnus says, I will take you. And the thing is, he might not want to take the second pawn. You do leave white with what we call hanging pawns in chess. I'll just very quickly put this on the board while Magnus thinks. These are hanging pawns, but they're also potentially just very, very powerful pawns. And unless you can get rid of them in the near future, they control the whole center of the board. And black will be suffocated a bit later.
And to your point, you could see how much the computer even loves this situation. If this were to be how the next couple moves played out, things would look mighty good for Pragg very early on. So as you say, not expecting Magnus Carlsen to take again here in the center. Begs the question, though, what would be his next? Well, there it is. He answers it before I can ask the question, centralizing yet another bishop.
And this matchup, the storyline of it, just has so much significance in the chess world. You know, Magnus having dominated for more than a decade as the world #1 5-time world classical champion. And then we talk about this new wave of chess player, the new generation that came on about 3 years ago. And they came in a big wave, you know, and now they are the elite of chess. And one of them has been Pragg. And Pragg was just 16 years old when he beat Magnus for the first time. It was at the Champions Chess Tour 2022. And I remember that so clearly, because we were calling the action, but not just that. That news blew up in India, simply because just how much it meant to these players. These are the guys who've grown up idolizing Magnus Carlsen. He's been the big inspiration. He's been the god of chess for them. But since then, there have been so many up and down battles. It was in 2024 at Norway Chess that Pragg scored his first classical win against Magnus. Magnus has praised Pragg so much as well along the way for the way he's improved as a chess player, taken his setbacks as well. Magnus, of course, as the #1, the dominant player, always a favorite, has had some of his own vintage wins against Pragg. But slowly and surely, David, I think for players like Pragg, Nordebek, Alireza, Gukesh, you know, the more wins you get against Magnus, it feels like you can do it. You can be up there and you can fight and hold your own even against the absolute beast.
Yeah, they know they can do it. They met in the World Cup final as well, of course, in 2023. But Magnus, he was the one, he said, Pragg, out of all the Indian prodigies, this is before Gukesh became world champion, he said Pragg was probably the one he was most impressed by. And yeah, that's often those types of predictions come back to haunt you as an older player.
Now, so far, this game is developing quickly, but also very much in the way that you kind of predicted, Tanya. It feels standard-like in so many ways, with a bunch of the minor pieces now centralized and working in concert with each other. We already have one king committed to castling here. That would be the white king down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Magnus still yet to make a decision of where he wants to slide his king for safety reasons. There is an X on the board for the most recent move. David, if I try to justify it, though, it's just preempting that knight jump
to the f5 square that we talk about so often. So should we read into this the engine evaluation as much as it thinks we should?
Well, I was going to say no until this last move landed on the board. This is by far the strongest move for white in this position, what Pragg has just done, and it's super ambitious. He's now established 3 pawns in the center. If you give white one more move, those pawns are just going to steamroller you. They're going to both march forward and hit some pieces in the process. The reason this doesn't look very positionally sound is because black might try and trade off in the center. But this comes with a cost as well, a cost of tempo. Hitting the bishop, and Pragg, once this bishop retreats, will continue advancing, kicking all of the black minor pieces back. And suddenly, white's pieces super active. Looks a bit scary for Magnus.
Well, this is a good time then for me to be welcoming our guest into the studio. It's Vincent Keimer. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. But I do almost immediately want to involve you in our conversation around the games that we see developing on the screen. The position, as we saw it, looked like one that could very quickly go the way of a standard-looking game of chess. And in so doing, Pragg has already garnered a 1 point or more advantage. Are you surprised to see Magnus's approach and for it to kind of be slipping already towards the white pieces?
Yeah, I mean, usually Magnus is quite good when it comes to the freestyle opening, so it is a certain little surprise that his position seems to be quite unpleasant and also bad. But yeah, I mean, the games are quite quick, so I still expect many things to happen, but for now, certainly it's very pleasant for Pragg.
And you know, Vincent, when the position draw happened, we had a feeling in the studio that we'll see a sort of a standard opening develop. You know, it was easy to get your king to castle, the pieces at the center of the board, control the pawn center as well. When, as a player, you see the draw of a position, are you guys relieved to see familiar patterns, the potential of that emerge, or do you want absolute chaos and a very freestyle position to happen?
It depends. I mean, also on which color you have. Usually as black, you like to have the ones where it's mostly symmetrical and quite straightforward. As white, of course, you like the positions where it's a bit more, there's more potential for adventures, I would say. Because those are usually also the ones which are objectively better for white, but also that gives you more opportunity to create like problems for your opponent.
Well, it's white who has a small advantage here. Let's go to the other board, Hikaru Nakamura versus Wesley So, because it's an opposite story on this end of the spectrum.
Oh, wow.
Here we have Hikaru, who's kind of miraculously found a solid advantage early. David, maybe you could walk it back, because last time we left it, it was in an even position. What happened?
Yeah, just 5 moves have passed since we were last here. I'll rewind, a quick action replay. We saw here Wesley So go for this Maroczy bind type of structure that Tanya mentioned. White trying to clamp down on any pawn breaks that black might try. Hikaru here very creatively brought his bishop out. There's a bishop and queen battery hitting a pawn. Wesley reacted to this very naturally by pushing a pawn forward. And this was a signal for Hikaru to try push his h-pawn as a battering ram to create some weaknesses. Wesley said, okay, you're pushing forward, I'll push forward in the center meanwhile. But this tension, the black rook kind of getting active very quickly, made Wesley feel uncomfortable. And the white knight coming across, this was given a question mark by the computer because a check now persuaded the white king to move. And no more castling for Wesley. This does look like black might be able to create some immediate threats. The black queen coming out, the black knight coming out to hit the white bishop. So it's definitely momentum Hikaru, but if he doesn't find anything concrete in the next few moves, maybe it won't be so bad for Wesley So.
That feels bad, though, having to move the king just a square as opposed to having the option to castle and now forfeiting that option for the remainder of the game.
What do you think, Vincent?
I think there's something direct, like queen d6, queen d3, followed by c5, and bishop takes c4 might win a pawn. So
on the board.
I'm not sure whether there's anything Wesley can do about it. I mean, generally his approach is, I don't think not being able to castle is that bad. Like, he had a huge advantage in development, nice space advantage also, so if there's nothing direct it would be fine, but I think this is just quite unpleasant. Although the line continues, but like a3, but then we can go bishop f1 and knight c4. So
Nice.
yeah, I think it should be good for black, but rather for direct reasons than long-term problems with castling.
This might be the moment for Hikaru to find something. Okay, he actually retreats, which is very surprising to my eyes. And given a question mark again by the computer, probably because he needed to jump on the momentum As Vincent pointed out, that did win a pawn for black. He could have won a pawn by force.
So saw a small breath of life for Wesley, but just as quickly as it's given to him, the computer continues to dislike a number of the developing moves here on the white side of the board, but bringing the queen out to c2, just trying to get her a little bit more involved in the game. If I could just step back from the games for a moment, Vincent, this tournament's kind of thrown all expectation to the wind when it comes to freestyle chess. I'm going to include you in that list of people that had, expectations of maybe a top finish, being a previous winner. Magnus Carlsen, of course, would be the next name in that conversation. But Hikaru, second place in Paris. Now Fabiano dropping out after being such a consistent top performer. What do you make of it? What do you make of some of the guys who are now, defining themselves in the upper bracket, like Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann, in the freestyle chess world?
Yeah, I think the change of format also changed the tournament significantly. I mean, basically now it's more rapid tournament, while before we had a classical time control. Also that we have only one day, both for the round robin and the matches, changes a lot because you don't really have time to come back. It's all very sudden. So every mistake is punished incredibly, which basically means you kind of really come back. I mean, you can only come back with huge help, but also it gives away a certain amount of control. Like I think the reason why I had such good results, for example, in Weissenhaus, was because I was able to control the games. And with this time control, it's incredibly difficult to do so, or near impossible. So you have to be a bit more used to chaos and do well there. And yeah, I think in this tournament, I just didn't manage to fully get into this time control, the format. And of course, opposition is incredibly strong, but I think that's already something we're used to here in freestyle. So that's not really something that changed, but yeah, the format is something I will need to get used to.
Yeah, that unforgiving, nature of the group stage that you're talking about was on full display because it was a rough start for you. But I have to remind people what you did in the second half of the day, but unfortunately just barely not enough to inch into the top. And it kind of just, again, illustrates your point of the demands, to perform at the absolute top level from the outset of the day. I'm seeing action, a flurry of action over here on Magnus's board. So we can hop back over there because it's going from bad to worse for the world number one against Pragg, and more pieces continue to fly off the board. We get in there now, David. I mean, maybe not the best time to roll it back if they're going to keep blitzing out moves, but just like that, queens are off. I see a queen off the board.
Yeah, Magnus, he loves sacrificing queens. We've seen that already this week, but this one, I'm not sure whether it was a sacrifice or out of necessity. Let's just roll it back very, very quickly as Pragg goes on the attack, attacking a pawn now. This might just be an early knockout for Pragg. We left it here, Pragg going on the offensive, some quick exchanges, and now the white pawns, just these steamrollers, the pawn avalanche here, costing black material. The black queen tried to stem the tide, but it was in this position. Magnus blundered, and Pragg jumped on the opportunity by pushing the pawn forward anyway. This square looked like it was covered, but at the very end, a knight capture persuaded Magnus to part with the queen. Maybe he could have kept it on the board, but this looks scary anyway. White with a big attack, and Magnus giving up queen for pieces. He's used to it, but this is only two minor pieces he's got in return. He's only got a bishop and knight. Surely shouldn't be enough for him.
Surely shouldn't be enough for him, but if we go to the live position, which is one ahead of this, I believe. Ooh. Yeah, Pragg slides his queen back, and just like that, a double question mark.
He thought the rook is hanging and just blundered the piece for nothing. He thought he's attacking the rook, but it's just...
He forgot there's a knight there. He's just giving up that bishop. And look at Magnus's face. He knows this. He knows this. This is his second lease at life in this game, and Pragg cannot believe it. He was about to pick up the rook with a check, but he can't anymore.
Wow.
And Magnus in disbelief as well.
That is stunning.
That's a miracle.
Stunning.
That's a gift.
An absolute gift. I mean, Vincent, we say all the time, you get one shot against Magnus in a game, you almost rarely get a second shot. Did Pragg just give away his one shot?
But look at the way he's done it, right, Vincent? It's got three pieces now. Is Magnus going to be the one who's going to try to push this? Or is the king safety still a point?
King is still a problem. I mean, without king safety, he would be just cruising and enjoying, but the king is still... I mean, I would still pick white here if I had the choice, I think. So that just goes to show how bad the position was before, I think. But of course, also, like, opening the e-file is quite a big thing for white.
But Magnus is back in the game.
Yeah, of course.
This
now
is far from over.
It's a three-result game. Yeah.
I will point out, though, there's a threat. The queen was going to slide over in front of the knight and the bishop and really tie down that pinned E-line. So Magnus sidesteps it. He could not have gone for a castle because the bishop was hanging. Vincent, the boss says, Pragg still better, but what do you think? If you had to predict, where do you think this game is headed?
Okay, next few moves will show for sure. I mean, long term, the pieces will be dominating, but I don't know. I still feel that white has more than enough play to compensate for the pieces. So I think Pragg still has decent chances here. Might sound weird, but yeah.
I agree. I think it's all about the king's safety. And I will say one thing. I mean, if we could get a replay on the expressions of the players when that move was played, and maybe, David, you could just show that big blunder by Pragg one more time. I think more than the board, it was the faces that was doing the talking.
Yeah, and Pragg didn't even realize until Magnus captured his bishop, which was the sad part of it. Here, just moving the bishop away to any safe square would give white a decisive advantage. Instead, he thought he would counterattack. Pragg loves counterattacking. We talked about that in the past. He rarely backs down. If he can counter, he will. Thinking this rook was under fire, but unfortunately, after the bishop is captured, you cannot take this rook in the corner as the black knight protects that square and would capture the white queen. And not the first backward knight move. We should mention that Pragg has blundered. He blundered a rook for free against Caruana earlier in the event as well.
And so as we just watched the replay on the board, now let's watch the replay of the faces that Tanya requested, because it really was, I think, a shock and a surprise to both players, that moment of realization.
I think actually Pragg realized immediately after playing Queen B2, but he didn't want to show it because, I mean, he had some minor hope that maybe Magnus wouldn't see it, but...
Magnus does. And how about this? I see another X. I'm always tempted to disbelieve the computer when it reacts so strongly to a move like this. Has some sense to me. It still keeps pressure on the pawn 2 squares above it, and now adds some pressure to the pawn 2 squares to the left of it.
Yeah, very logical move. Maybe bringing the white knight forward was slightly more accurate, but it wasn't anything concrete, game-changing necessarily.
So with incredible material imbalance like this, Vincent, just in terms of like the actual pieces you have to work with, right? More minor pieces on one side, more, more heavy pieces on the other. Obviously, the queen for white. How does that change the approach on either side of the board? So first, I'll put you in Pragg's shoes. Like, what are the pieces I'm looking to attack? How am I trying to coordinate those pieces, knowing that I have fewer of them, but they are generally more powerful in each of the punches they pack?
Yeah, I think here it's not so much about coordinating, but simply trying to not let black coordinate the pieces, because 3 pieces, it's like more pieces are usually more difficult to coordinate. So I think once black gets a safe king and the coordination, the pieces will be stronger than the queen. So for now, the advantage is that the pieces are still a bit tied up, and mainly the king. So for example, now rook f3 I actually think was an attacking move, because he was planning on going knight h5, rook g8, and having the option of playing rook g3 to trade that last defensive piece, which I'm not sure is great here, but like generally I think that's an important idea to mention. And yeah, I think so far it's going quite well for him. I mean,
he's gone for it.
Yeah, that idea's on the board.
Knight h5 he played, but I'm not sure rook g3 will do anything. Maybe it's time to pick up that pawn. Although he needs to be a bit careful with ideas like knight c4, because bishop c5 check could be following and so on. But I think rook d3 could be, if it works, it's a decent move. But yeah, again, it's getting very tricky. I mean, also black could start attacking suddenly out of nowhere with moves like knight e4, bishop c5 check. So you see, you really have to be very careful with those pieces. And yeah, once Magnus gets to activate them, it will be difficult.
Pragg's going for Magnus's king. He has to go. He has to try to get rid of the defender and combine the knight and queen for an attack. So rook g3, trying to get that rook out of the way. I think it's super dangerous for Magnus now to trade the rooks. You really need that to defend the g7 pawn. You might just lose on the spot after rook takes rook.
Yeah, no, he will have to move something to g5, I think.
Let's show that one time, and there's just no good way to defend checkmate in one.
I think bishop g5 should be the move. Like knight g5 maybe works, but it feels very dangerous.
So either way, someone has to...
like knight g5, there's knight f6, and I really dislike giving that bishop as black.
I'll just put that on the board. If the white knight jumps in, black has to pretty much take this knight. And okay, you survive, but yeah, no dark squared control anymore.
Yeah, this is just, again, pretty one-sided game, I would say here. I mean, there's decent chances for black to survive, but it's certainly not going to be fun.
So you need the bishop pair. Magnus thinking, though.
Yeah, but bishop g5 could also lose on the spot, so that's...
It's interesting to me that you lean towards bishop g5. I have the benefit of the engine right here. The engine prefers knight g5 by over 0.8
Then the position is just bad. That's
Okay, yeah, so that's indicative of how tough a
that's the
position
problem.
it
Like
is.
knight g5 is a move that Magnus knows he will be worse, so that's why he doesn't want to play it.
Gotcha.
Bishop g5 is the move you want to play, but if it doesn't work, of course, it's a problem.
And how difficult is this position with almost just 2 minutes on the clock for both these players? The one who's defending for Magnus, it's definitely harder, no?
Yeah, I think after knight g5, knight f6, white will have a rather easy life. But after bishop g5, it will be, I mean, okay, Engine says it's bad for black, but I don't exactly see why. It's just going to be a mess.
So from a human perspective, you think bishop g5 is the move that a grandmaster would want to make at this point?
For sure, yeah, he wants to make it. Maybe there's like a very good reason not to, but if it works, he will surely want to play that.
Bishop g5, it's calling for a rook, takes e8 check.
Yeah, knight e8. And,
Magnus, he's about to take his decision. It's between the bishop and the knight. Which one will Magnus choose?
Well, yeah, and he has to make a decision down below 2 minutes. They're only playing with 10 seconds of increment.
I have a feeling Magnus missed this whole idea with bringing the rook across to g3. He could have stopped this by parking his own pawn on h5 with the rook on h8, keeping the white knight stuck on the g3 square. But okay, he does block with the bishop. The move you pointed out there, Vincent, as being more desirable, but Pragg quickly trades for rooks. We'll see this whole variation play out. He takes with the bishop instead.
Just want to get rid of that d pawn that Magnus has. It's so scary, especially now that it's threatening to move on to d2. Does white have time to pick it up?
Probably has to before it moves one square further.
yeah, I think you have to, but yeah, it's crazy that the pieces don't really get active. I mean, this knight on h5 is such a good piece.
And it's funny, right? Knight on one side of the board and the queen on the other, but the attacks are combined.
Yeah, and the bishop on g5 is the problem. Like, it has to defend. That's the bishop black would need to create counterplay and some attack. So, yeah, even, like, I'm thinking in my mind that moves like d6 could start to be interesting just to open everything up, and there might be big threats coming on the board.
Well, so Pragg playing well then into his win conditions here. After giving Magnus Carlsen maybe that one ray of hope, he's now looking to shut out all the light.
Yeah, but it will be a tough game. I think it's far from clear or over.
Yeah. Magnus is so good with pieces. Like, he loves giving up his queens. There's been so many occasions. It's been queen for 3 pieces, queen for a rook and a piece, and he maneuvers it in his direction. So next few moves might be critical.
And he's reaching for his rook, puts it in front of the queen. He wants to infiltrate on the 7th or the 8th rank, really putting trouble for Magnus there. The king completely exposed. I want to ask you, Vincent, Pragg, he won against Magnus in the round robin. He's the one pushing for the win here right now. What do you think he's being able to do better? Because Magnus, on paper, always a favorite.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would say that, while Magnus still is playing well in this tournament, for his standards, it's a quite poor performance, which doesn't mean that he's playing bad. It's just in comparison to his usual level. I mean, still, nearly everyone on the planet would be glad to play at that level, but I think for his standards, it's not what he's used to. And yeah, I think Pragg, he's creating more chaos. I mean, Magnus usually is incredible when it comes to these technical parts of the game and when he has a little bit of, calmness in everything. But here it's just getting so messy all the time that it's difficult for him to use his big strength. I think that's what works out quite well for Pragg.
The good news for Pragg as well is by this point he's probably forgotten the fact that he blundered a piece earlier, that he just hung a bishop. He feels like he's locked back in, and it looked like Magnus was about to make a move. Was he touching his king?
Yep.
He
And
did?
there it goes. It slides up a square.
But he changed his mind because he put the king on a different square first.
He was going to put it on e7. I'll just put this on the board. Magnus was going to put his king in the center, but then he realized that the white queen swoops in with the check, and this is just devastating. This is almost game over on the spot. So he had to move his king, not to the square he wanted. But still looks pretty scary, that black king out in the open.
I don't know, like queen e5 still is an interesting move, but then there's knight d2, but probably there's just nothing if the king moves to, let's say, e1.
Few checks here.
I think queen e5. Also, the problem is that, Magnus is great with pieces, but so far he can't really move them, so he doesn't really get to that. Yeah, he played queen e5.
Well, with some life still in this game, let's take our audience back over to Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, because Wesley So, as well as the underdog in the matchup, looks like he might be in a position to deliver a knockout blow to Hikaru. As I say that, the eval bar drops right back to zeros. But David, if we go back 1 or 2 moves, I think there was an opening for Wesley.
Now, this is the live position. It's going to be level material in a moment after Hikaru recaptures this pawn on b5. But if we just take it back one moment, it was here. Wesley So, at least according to the computer, could have established a big advantage if he had taken the bishops off the board. He didn't want to allow this pin, but this position apparently is just winning for white with the very strong pawns marching down the board. So Wesley missing this opportunity, reluctant to take risk and imbalance things. And if we go back to the live position, it does look like Wesley is the only one who can win. He's got the better bishop, some targets, but Hikaru should probably be able to defend.
Okay, so expecting this one to end with half a point apiece. Let's go back over to the one where the world #1 is absolutely on the ropes, just trying to absorb haymaker blows here from Pragg.
Yeah, I think that's... Also, it's so much more difficult for black to play at this point.
And 35 seconds on the clock. Huge threat, that pawn hanging with a check. No good way to defend it. You can't move the rook sideways because there's a checkmate on g7. Actually, Magnus can't hold that pawn. You're about to lose it.
This just looks over. Like, how do you defend? You've been fully infiltrated here. The white queen, white rook have conquered black's lines. And look at the clock as well. How do you hold this with 15 seconds? You need a miracle.
Oh, I was thinking come back with the knight, but he comes back with the bishop. He's allowing it.
Yeah, he will block with his own bishop if the white queen takes a pawn with check. But we were talking about the importance of the dark squared bishop. White can take that bishop off the board in that variation and keep the attack going.
Even some moves like just rook a8 next. I mean, you have time. It's like, once the bishop is pinned, there's not even real threats against the king. I think you can just go queen h7, bishop g7, and let's say rook a8. Just try to bring that rook to the 7th rank as well, and then...
That's just sadistic, Vincent.
It's just black feels so paralyzed in this position. No good options. And there you can see it. Queen snaps up the pawn, bishop will drop back to defend the king, but to no avail. The minor pieces are traded off.
Okay, if the Pragg can't finish it off directly, at least there's the game's gonna go on. Of course, position is winning for white, but...
Maybe some checks. Later, the white h-pawn might become very powerful. But Magnus surviving for now.
Yeah, I thought maybe rook a8 was kind of pretty annoying for black, but...
Rabbit comes in with a threat, a check on e6, and start marching the h-pawn. Magnus surviving, but Pragg gaining on the advantage move by move as well.
Yeah, I think rook g6. Maybe he has to go.
Get some time on the clock, repeat once.
I don't think you'll repeat. I think his idea is to go queen h8, because then rook g8, there's queen e5, and we get to that square again.
After winning a pawn.
No, bishop e5, sorry. Ooh. Okay, maybe here it's actually fine, but I blundered that one nevertheless.
Yeah.
So he's trying to be safe. But this will be work. This is not... I mean, it's winning, and it's also quite safe, because, you know, now the dark square bishop is gone. There are not that many threats, but it will be still some work left to do.
Nice geometry there by the queen, you know, from one side, targeting a pawn on the other side, winning pawns with checks.
Magnus down to 8 seconds.
Oof, make a move. About to lose on time, 4. Oh, make a move.
1 second on the clock. Just slides the rook back up to 12 seconds. Pragg, though, not too much time to his name either. And this is where, under time trouble, you could make a slip up. We've seen one-move blunders in the tournament so far.
Pragg has stolen another pawn. He now has 4 pawns versus just 1. So the queen and the kind of knights and bishop, the 3 pieces, they balance each other out, but the 3 pawns could decide this game later. The white king very safe on dark squares, now that the dark squared bishop for black has gone. Yeah, very hard to imagine black holding this. Like, the knights will never move the rest of the game, right? They just have to protect each other. Magnus moves his king.
Some queen checks. Yep. All of them looking tempting from the center of the board, from the other side. And then you just got to find the time to start marching up the board with your pawns.
Might do it now. You might start pushing one pawn up.
You can also go for somebody like rook b6, trying to win material. Might also be working. I think he has just, as long as he doesn't blunder anything huge, like either the queen with a fork or some mating attack, there's no way he's not winning this.
Magnus needs a blunder in one almost to win this. It's a miracle that's going to save black. But we've seen miracles happen before in Vegas.
That's exactly right. That's what I said. We've seen the one-move blunders. Everything's a possibility here on the Las Vegas stage, especially when you're working with only 10 seconds to your name.
Yeah, but also Pragg has become really good with increment, like playing only on increments. So
Ooh, watch out. Checkmate in 1, threatened.
But I think h3 is a move he's going to manage to find.
Yeah, it's a trick on the board, but there's mate and 3 on the board.
Whoa.
White.
Okay.
Magnus is getting mated. He's going to offer his hand. Black King is going to be caught on the edge of the board, and there we go. Pragg takes the win.
Wow. Can you believe it? I mean, you better believe it, because he already did this once in the group stage, and now he's doing it again against Magnus Carlsen in the first game of the day. Pragg, after getting knocked down to the lower bracket, he goes up 1-0 against the world number 1.
Beating Magnus Carlsen in your career once is a highlight for a player. Pragg here has done it twice in the same tournament. Definitely something to be very proud of. And also the quality of play by Pragg here. Vincent, he got that advantage. He blundered once, but then recovered from there. And after that, it almost felt he played flawlessly to finish the game.
Yeah, no, he's playing well. Simply, it's very tricky with this time control. If the opening goes your way, it's like usually if you get the good position out of the opening, your moves there just flowing. Like all the ideas are coming to you, and if you have the more difficult position, everything is difficult. Like nothing is really working, and it's so tough to find into the game. And you know, if you are having easier moves, you can just play quicker, and that also makes a huge difference.
Yeah, but good composure from the young man in Pragg, taking down Magnus. We do have an arbiter being called over as we peek in on Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, looking like possible draw agreed upon as we see the Kings move to the center of the board.
Yeah, it was a repetition of moves in the end. Hikaru, he was on the defensive for most of it, but he did manage to eke out the draw. Wesley had a couple of opportunities in the endgame, but he didn't want to take any risk at all. He didn't want to imbalance things, and maybe a missed opportunity for Wesley there.
And some very different results out there on the Las Vegas stage. The players' typical post-match analysis. They both seem in good spirits. I'm curious for you, Vincent, of all the players, is there somebody that you are always itching for that post-match analysis with? Someone whose insights that you appreciate, you feel has just a very unique approach or way of looking at the game?
Not really, no. I mean, usually everybody is very competent in that way, so I feel like it's quite interesting to compare thoughts here during the game, because if you compare it with an engine, it's going to be so different. Like if you look at it with the engine, it will be a different game. Because sometimes there are lines which engine doesn't show, but they only work or don't work because of one single move down the line, 7, 8 moves. And for us humans, this was like an incredibly important line, and engine didn't even realize it was there, because to them it was like absolutely stupid, which it objectively is, but it still matters a lot during the game. So these kinds of nuances, they are really even interesting to discuss with other players after the game.
Is there anything anyone that you've been particularly impressed by throughout this week?
I mean, Levon had great fighting spirit, yeah. It felt like he was dead so many times, and he always came back. And the match against Hikaru, I mean, basically he was a few moves away from being knocked out. Also, I mean, winning a tiebreak against Magnus is surely something to be proud of. Winning tiebreak against Hikaru, of course, as well. But yeah, I mean, for him, of course, whenever you have such good results, you need a little bit of luck. But he's been really fighting for it, and I'm really looking forward to watching that final.
What do you think? How do you think that final will play out, Hans versus Levon?
Yeah, very interesting. It was weird for me because in my mind, Levon is a great freestyle player, but more in the longer time controls. Like in the first year, Weissenhaus, he did really well. And then in the Rapid, in Weissenhaus, he got knocked out quite easily. And yeah, here things just seemed to work for him. I mean, his openings were mostly unconventional, I would say. Like even when most of us went for like solid approaches, he always had his own way. So that's creating some interest always. But yeah, predictions for that match are incredibly tough.
I love it. That's the kind of final we want.
Yeah, and Levon actually credited yesterday, we had him in the studio, his practice and preparation prior to this event with his performance so far. For you, now 6 months into this 2025 freestyle chess journey, has practicing for the game gotten any easier? Has your approach changed at all from when we were talking to you in Weissenhaus to where you are now?
A little bit, but not much, because I believe if you want to get really deep into freestyle openings, it takes a lot of time. And basically, as long as I still want to play classical chess, that takes time, and I cannot fully focus on freestyle. And I think you would need to if you really want to build like a near repertoire, or at least know most of the motives that play a role in the positions. So of course it makes sense to practice, especially if you have a new time control, but generally I still feel that playing good chess is the key.
That's great advice. Just play good chess. You know, I want to come back to the action that's about to happen. 4 players, one of them in a must-win, and it's world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Now, in this situation, with little turnaround time and the second game, the final game about to start, Vincent, what kind of sort of an opening draw, a position draw is Magnus hoping for? He's going to be playing with the white pieces. What happens in a player's mind right now?
Yeah, of course, you're hoping for something where black cannot go for symmetry. So let's say most positions with the 2 bishops in the corners is quite annoying because like b3, c4 or b6, c5.
So he'd want that, the bishop.
He doesn't want
the bishop.
Because that means it's like symmetry most of the time. He wants something very weird, like where he can attack pawns in the first move. There are some weaknesses and it's just getting quite... I mean, of course, their positions are objectively bad, but even if it's not, he wants something very tricky. Imbalanced, for sure.
Well, you can see it on your screens there. It's Magnus Carlsen down 1-0 against Pragg. Loser of these matchups will drop into a matchup for 7th place. So they're not done with their chess, even if they have a sour day today. They'll step back on stage tomorrow.
Magnus isn't showing up. If he loses today, I think he is done.
Well, we'll see. Then he forfeits the right to 7th place and $30,000. I mean, again, do not forget.
That's a dinner for Magnus Carlsen. What are you talking about, James?
Oh, Lordy. I mean, from here, we're looking at Fabiano and Arjun. What about that for the look of the day? I mean, obviously on group stage day, you had to look at 7 different opponents, and I'm sure that as well has to be somewhat mentally exhausting, just to switch up in styles from player to player to player. But here today, again, talking to the kind of condensed format and how much it demands of you guys as players, whichever of these players is successful coming out of this first round has to go right back at it against a totally new opponent in either Fabiano or Arjun. That can't be easy.
Of course it's not easy, but it's also not easy if it's the first match of the day. So, I mean, the winner at least brings positive energy. And also you can argue that, you know, the other players had time to rest, but you shouldn't forget that being in the fighting mood and already, like, in-game really can help. So they already warmed up. Of course, if they played like an incredibly tiring match that goes till Armageddon, maybe it costs them a lot of nerves and energy. So, of course, winning is main priority, but clearly Pragg will be looking to make it as quick as possible, or also Magnus if he comes back, so that they keep as much energy as possible for the second match.
You mentioned just the word Armageddon, and it brought up a curiosity of mine, because we heard from Fabiano, as one of the only guys who had to play Armageddon in this tournament so far, that he really does feel that black is advantaged, of course, because it gets to play for draw odds. But that seems peculiar to me in freestyle chess because of how decisive results usually are. And so forfeiting almost a minute's worth of time just to have those draw odds feels like a really dangerous gamble, even though it did work out for him.
I understand his point, but I think it really, really depends on the starting position you draw. I mean, the ones he got were fine, and then it's nice for black because you don't. It's a mental thing. Whether you start a game and you want to win or you need to win, it's a big difference. So white has that extra pressure, and basically he always has it in his mind that he shouldn't go for symmetry or something solid because he has to win that game. But on the other side, if you get a difficult position for black, you might just get crushed. So that's a bit of a gamble, but I get the point that for most positions, I feel that black is quite solid, and then it might be easier because you don't have that mental pressure of having to win the game.
Okay.
You know, the one thing I've noticed about the younger generation, Vincent, is that they are pretty fearless when they play against Magnus. Somehow his own colleagues and his, players who've grown up with him, seen his domination, that Magnus effect feels a lot more real. How are you guys able to do it? How does he not live in your head?
Okay, I think we have less trauma. That's the whole point. I mean, I can personally say I lost many games to him, but I think still very few compared to, let's say, Levon and so on, because they've been playing against him for such a long time, and they've seen his domination for such a long time, and they probably felt that they've been basically at the top of chess, but still there was always that one guy taking like the crown or the tournament victory from them. And that's an experience that, of course, we've had, but not as much. And I think that changes something, because at some moment it really gets in your head. If you do this for like 10 years and most of the time he will be in front of you, it sticks to you, I think.
So you've heard about it, but you haven't experienced it as much, the sheer domination that he showed, let's say, from 2010 up until he walked out of the World Championship.
I think also it's fair to say that at least for classical chess, clearly, like, Magnus is not playing as much, and I think also his best level is already not there. I mean, he's not at his peak right now. And the other thing is that mostly when he won all the tournaments, we were not yet really top players, so he couldn't take like any, I don't know, world championship match away from us. This wasn't something that could be taken away. So, yeah, I mean, for Levon, I think he's been, I don't know, number 2 for a very long time. He should be one of the 5 highest rated players of all time. And I think it's fair to say that if it wasn't for Magnus, he would have won far more top tournaments. Yeah.
Well, Pragg right now, the representation of that younger class. He is on the verge of knocking Magnus Carlsen down into a 7th place matchup and earning his right to either challenge Fabiano Caruana once again or Arjun Erigaisi back out to the arena for the position lottery.
Welcome back to Game 2. In the first game, we saw a big win for Pragg against Magnus Carlsen, which means the world #1 player is now in a must-win situation in order to take the match into playoffs. Meanwhile, we saw a draw between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, so everything left to play for there. We're now going to find out the next position the players will play. And in order to help me do the draw, I would like to welcome to the stage the founder of Freestyle Chess. Give it up for Jan-Henrik Brittner.
406.
406, Jan-Henrik, thank you very much. Let me just ask you a quick question. You had this vision for freestyle roughly a couple of years ago. A lot has happened since. Now here we are in Vegas at the stunning win. We have an audience for the first time. How do you reflect on the journey and being in Vegas now?
I'm just incredibly proud of everybody here being involved, especially at this point, Thorsten Hock, who is basically putting everything that is kind of in my mind into reality, the whole setup, everything here. Maybe the audience can give an applause to what he has done with his team here.
And a big applause to themselves as well. It's been great having the audience here. Jan-Henrik, thank you very much for putting this vision into reality. And we're now going to go to the players as they prepare for Game 2. So to the players, good luck, and to our audience, have fun.
D4 takes knight of 6, D5. Knight C3. C4 D5. Yeah, C4 D5 should be fine. Take bishop G5. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, D5. Yeah. Takes. Also directly, I think. Just queen E5. Nice. Queen D6. Queen E5. Should be fine, no? Like we can go 96 instead of... Wait, we have queen E5. Oh yeah. C3. Take 93. Yeah, that should be fine. Huh? Yeah, as long as we don't. But if I do this. Okay. D5. ED, ED. DC for D6, knight C6, yeah?
Yeah. Queen E4, knight H6. Bishop G5.
Yeah, bishop G5. So Queen D6.
Queen D6. Okay. Should be fine. Left up.
Queen D6, Queen E4.
Knight F6.
Takes. No, Queen D4, knight. No, Queen D4, yeah, D5. Bishop F6, Queen F6. Yeah, this should be fine.
You lose bishop D8. You lose a piece.
Oh?
Ah.
I take knight D5, right?
Queen bishop D8. Queen D8, C4.
Ah.
Queen E8.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Queen E8. Queen E4.
Oh yeah, Queen.
But what they played? You got just copy to the
C4.
Yeah, C4. Next turn. No queen.
C5, yeah.
Ah, C5, B4. B6.
Should be fine, right?
Yeah, B6.
Yeah.
What about D4?
Knight E3 and then C4 maybe. But I have
He doesn't, you're not scared then. He just play B5 next.
Queen C1, so it should be fine.
It is a bit slow.
Yeah, it's knight of 64, C6 or something.
Yeah, knight's badly placed.
C3, C6, C4, E5.
Ah. We're back. Yeah, no. Okay, good, yeah. Knight F3, ED.
Wait, knight D? No, okay, that's not.
ED, ED4.
Hikaru rocking the stank face right now as he evaluates his position here as on one of our sideboards. It's position 406, and you can see the heat map thrown up there. A reminder that this is from data scraped from chess.com, but it is a low data set, so I wouldn't read into it too much. But I'll turn to Vincent Keimer here, who's still with us in the studio, because you said just a moment ago off air that you feel like this isn't the position that Magnus wanted or necessarily needed to strike back for a decisive win.
Yeah, I mean, black can go for symmetry against most of the openings, and there's no huge issue. I mean, it's not one of the very dry ones, but still rather on the side that I think black's starting position is really solid.
Yeah, I mean, the pieces themselves right out the gate, essentially symmetrical, right? We've got the rooks in their normal starting positions. We got the bishops in their normal starting positions. The big switch up here is that the knights occupy the normal two squares for the queen and the king. And therefore, the queen and king split to opposite sides.
Did you see what just happened backstage right there?
No, I missed it.
I think that was Magnus just sort of telling the camera guy to leave.
Hey.
That was not a happy Magnus. I think the biggest switch and the biggest flip that's happened on the script is that Magnus is half a point away from going into a situation where he'll be fighting for 7th place. Pragg has him cornered, needs only a draw to advance further. I mean, Vegas is upside down right now.
Yeah, Magnus didn't know the format when he came into today. I'm not sure he's aware that if he loses, he will have to play tomorrow anyway. If you're playing tomorrow anyway, you might as well try to finish as high as possible. But Pragg looks locked in. Wesley looks locked in.
Jan Henrik. Buter looks locked in. Founder of Freestyle Chess. And this event has delivered every step of the way. Pragg, though, one of the guys who's so responsible for the shakeup here in Las Vegas.
Unbelievable. And one guy responsible for the shakeup in the chess world is Jan Buter. What does it mean, Vincent, for youngsters like yourself to have, you know, someone like Jan who pretty much came out of nowhere into the chess world, and then you have this whole Freestyle Grand Slam tour going on, such big opportunities?
Yeah, it has been incredible. I mean, I remember when I got like the invite for the first event to 2024, Vice announced it was during the Grand Swiss in Isle of Man 23, and at that time it was still like very new, very fresh, a little bit of unknown territory. But I think by now we can safely say that it has been a success and also really enjoyable for us players.
And for us fans. I'll speak only from the spectator perspective, but boy, has the chess delivered, and so have you all. Every step of the way. We're midway through our 2025 Grand Slam Tour, trying to figure out who will reign supreme here in Las Vegas, the city of spectacle.
Our brave cameraman, meanwhile, peeking behind the scenes.
Sneaking in slowly.
Oh, is he
Ooh, and he takes a sneak peek. Just making sure Magnus can't see him.
And here we see a Magnus Carlsen.
In the wild.
In his natural habitat.
And that's it. That's all the time the players get.
That's it. 10 minutes. Are you feeling much pressure in that 10 minutes? Does the pressure build in that 10 minutes, or does it dissipate in that 10 minutes?
Usually there's not much pressure unless you're black and there are some real issues to be covered, or you're white and you're in kind of a must-win situation or something like that. Then you have, because you know, with the longer time control, there was the option to sit for like 5 to 10 minutes, or I guess I did an extreme like 20-25.
You took it to the extremes.
There was still some time to figure out where you want to go with the opening, but here with 30 or 10-minute games, you simply cannot afford. Like at that level, these minutes they will hurt you so badly later on, so you just have to make some reasonable choice.
You know, as the time format changed, Magnus was quite happy with the shorter format of 30-30, while Hikaru did not like it at all. He pretty much hated it. He says, you know, Fischer, random freestyle chess, we need those extra minutes on the clock. Are you on Team Hikaru on that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think it produces a much higher level if we get that extra time, and at least for what I consider the spirit of freestyle chess, it lives more up to it.
Okay, 40 seconds on the clock here. We already saw a couple players take their seat. Hikaru the first to his board, Pragg the first to his. Again, he's one game away from moving on to face either Fabiano Caruana or Arjun Erigaisi, vying for a shot of third place. That's $100,000 and a whole bunch of circuit points servicing your trip to South Africa.
Okay, we have 15 seconds. Move predictions. Move one. What are we going to see on the two boards?
I'm going to go with e4. It's the first move that came to my mind. I want the bishop out, I want the castle, I want the standard structure here.
Vincent, you have 5 seconds.
I think Magnus is going to go d4, Hikaru e4.
Nice. I'll go b4.
b4?
On one of the boards, I don't know. Just to be different.
Well,
I like it.
d5, you have any idea, or you just...
just wanted to say something that you hadn't guessed. I don't think it'll be c4, too symmetrical.
So Vincent and I are going for the 2 pawns in front of the knight, moving 2 steps forward, and David with the pawn in front of the queen, opening up a potential diagonal for the bishop to Fianchetto. It's decision time, and none of us got it right.
But I think
c4?
There's a reasonable chance it will transpose to d4 structures. Okay, you were not that wrong on the h4 one.
Thank you very much.
Take a bow, Tanya.
But Vincent, you said it right. Magnus has to create the imbalances as quickly as possible.
But I mean, black has the option to go h5, and we are still to see what the imbalance is going to be.
Yeah, that's kind of the automatic move, right, Vincent? In these positions with the rook starting in the corner, you don't really want to allow your opponent to gain a bit more space. But not just because the white rook can lift later, but also because the black rook then a bit stuck.
I tell you this, though, if we were on the other board, you would have been correct with the e4 call out. If we do kind of zoom out and just take both of our boards side by side, we can see right out the gate a very different look.
Also the knight coming out. I'm just going to say that, you know, I need to go to the casino tonight.
Well, or you just got to go play some more chess.
At least you're allowed to, yeah?
I am allowed to. You know, Vincent isn't allowed.
Yeah.
In the casino.
True.
He's got all eyes on him right now at the win.
Got a bodyguard around you, just...
Before the tournament, we got like a message that there will be like special security guards in place to make like because of us.
Yeah, well, that's the reality of the chess world. Y'all get too good too fast.
So it's yourself, it's Pragg, I guess?
Nodirbek.
And
Vachier.
And Vachier, yeah.
Hans barely made the cut. Didn't he just turn 22?
Yeah, he did when he qualified.
He only needs to be 21.
Ah,
so
21,
yeah. 21's the...
Quite safe.
It's all about the blackjack.
Okay, so we have a very normal-looking position on the right board there between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. Looks like a C3 Sicilian, almost. But the Magnus Carlsen against Pragg board, it's wing play versus central strategy. Very interesting. Vincent, what catches your eye these early stages?
Yeah, I mean, I think Pragg is doing good. Magnus kind of does what he had to do, but as I said, yeah, starting position didn't give him much. So it will be interesting to see how he's trying to get the game here. Like, I mean, taking on e5 is so sad, activating that queen, like, voluntarily. For example, take, knight f3, there's even the option of just going queen f5, trading that queens, and then in the endgame I'm not even so sure that this h5 pawn will be great, like knight f6, bishop g4 coming, and just all black pieces have normal squares to go to, and that's really not something he wants.
You're making me feel very bad about my prediction and my plans here. I mean, the h4 coming in, and I was so excited about it, but turns out it might be a weakness long run for Magnus.
Yeah, those positions, if these pawns get traded, just looks like a bad Caro-Kann for white. Or, I mean, what's the h5 pawn doing there? Pragg has made a great call fighting for the center. Makes you think that maybe Magnus should have pushed for e4 as quickly as he can in this structure. And this is happening.
Look at that. As it's been called, the moves come out onto the board.
There's going to be no escaping the queen trade. I mean, once that queen slides one step over to the right, you've got to get into an endgame.
Yeah, he'll play endgame and he will go like f3, g4 at some point and try to play it. But or maybe
Magnus is the endgame master.
But he needs something to work with. Like, he needs very little, but he needs something, and I'm not sure we have something. So
Pragg's pretty decent in the endgame too. That's the problem.
All these guys are pretty good at everything they do. You know, a concept that y'all have exposed me to quite a bit too is just the idea of, you know, from which side of the board are the moves more simple. And that's something that I heard Vincent say just a moment ago. Just all the moves seem kind of simple and what's the word I'm looking for? Linear, you know, for the black side of the board. It's all pretty easy to kind of understand what the plan is, how we want to get the pieces out and involved into the game, which is probably not the situation that Magnus Carlsen wants to be in. So he launches a pawn forward towards the center, creating a little bit more tension.
Yeah, slightly surprising maybe that Pragg allowed this, but I guess it will just end in symmetry anyway, so nothing too dramatic.
It's certainly not dramatic, but I think it gives a bit more life.
And what do you think was the reason? Because Pragg needs only a draw, and it just feels probably to many of us watching as well that, you know, you get the queens off the board, you steer the end game, you steer towards the end game. What made Pragg decide to keep the queens on the board?
Well, I don't think that endgame is connected to being more close to a draw. I think it's just a matter of how you think you want to approach a game. I mean, often we are told that like, the best way to actually get the draw you need is to play as if you didn't need that draw, because you can get kind of cramped up on that draw, and then that's exactly why you're not going to get it. So maybe he was just trying to, I think he's clearly trying to just make the best moves regardless of the result.
So he believes the best is to keep the queens on the board, and he's gone for it. You know, we've spoken about this earlier to what you said, that the worst way to play for a draw is to play for a draw. But now do you think Magnus's chances of setting up some sort of a kingside attack with the queen sliding over the bishop, eventually landing on f4, trying to hit the black queen, the knight jumping forward? Could there be makings, and the other bishop landing on c4?
It's all very direct. I mean, for example, black has the option to play bishop g4, taking h5, f3, and stopping bishop f4. So, I mean, if white gets everything he wants, sure, there's potential, but I highly doubt that Pragg will allow it. So yeah, I'm expecting either bishop g4 or bishop d6 to happen. Yeah. But I mean, to be honest, also bishop f4 doesn't do too much because I can move the queen and maybe go knight d6 next move and attack there. But still, I think, I mean, of course, bishop g4 is like the first intuition, but again, you know, knight e3 is a tempo at some point, so we need to be a bit careful. I mean, he wins that pawn, but of course it's a bit risky because you might get into an attack.
I'm a pawn grabber. I see a pawn, I would probably try and hunt it down.
Every single time, my friend.
No, maybe you would also be a bit more cautious if it's like the game against Magnus and you only need a draw to kick him out of the tournament, or like kick him down to the match for.
I would have traded queens a bit earlier.
Black's rook feeling a little bit stuck to me, whereas there is an option for a rook lift here for the white rook in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. But I'll also remind everybody at home, castling comes into play sometimes in very wild ways here in freestyle chess. Is there any chance we see a late game castle going the other side of the board?
I think it's not even that unlikely. Like, I actually think you know, the first game against Magnus I played here, I thought my position is great, and then he suddenly castled, and I was like lost. Because I thought that, okay, you know, I'm controlling the default, so there's no way he can castle long, but the king was already on c8, so it was legal to just castle, and suddenly from a position I was feeling very confident, I was just lost. So I hope that, you know, none of the other players has to endure such things, but it's going to be very interesting. Knight g4.
Oh. Does he want to get the bishop to attack the queen and then try to win the queen?
Win the queen maybe is a bit much, but surely bishop e7 is in the plan.
But you've got g3 as a square.
It's just bishop e7 can always be countered by bishop f4. That's maybe...
Oh, nice.
So just to put a move on the board, just to show this idea, if white just makes a random move, bishop to e7, looks like it almost traps the white queen, but bishop to f4 is a nice counter-strike against the black queen, and we might see an exchange. Okay. Still, I understand why he went for this, Pragg. He kind of wants to scare white. Maybe a bishop will come to c5, tie white down.
Bishop f4 is actually a very important resource in this position. Otherwise, white's queen is in big trouble. You can't even fall back to trade because of the diagonals and the weaknesses that it creates. But Magnus, he doesn't. Okay? He says, does he still believe in the power of bishop f4 after that move that we're discussing?
I think so, but I don't really get it. I mean, even now, black can just take and castle. I don't see the big point.
Let's show that.
Yeah, so both queens attacked. Let's say the black queen saves itself, takes the bishop. The white queen takes the bishop, so a fair trade. And then black just castles. So now that problem you mentioned of that rook, the black rook, solved. And the black queen and knight looking very active.
On the board, all of this.
Wow.
Yeah, I think black is just slightly better. That's...
So a peculiar choice here from Magnus Carlsen.
The gamble of not going in for that early queen trade, keeping the queens on the board, sort of sticking to what Pragg thinks is the best way forward, it's paying off.
Sticking to his guns. He's played brilliantly this whole tournament. I mean, just again, barely being knocked down into this lower bracket by Fabiano Caruana. And that's something we should remember, is that he just, you know, a day or two ago was very much, you know, perhaps a tournament favorite based on the remaining players in the field for that final table.
Yeah. I mean, finishing group stage at the top of the leaderboard, being on that front foot every single way along the tie break against Fabiano. Fabiano then striking with a punch back. What an epic fight that was, and eventually a crazy, crazy Armageddon to decide. One of the big matches. What did you make of that one, Vincent? Did you enjoy it as much as we did?
Yeah, but I also kind of felt for them. I mean, I myself didn't have a very short day. It wasn't extremely long, not like them, but still it was a reasonably tough day. But yeah, I mean, seeing this match, it's crazy. I mean, especially that first blitz game, you feel like it's over, Pragg creating chances, and then in complete mess, losing again must have been very painful. And him striking back after that was so impressive. I mean, it's so easy to lose motivation and talk yourself into kind of giving up. But yeah, I mean, just fighting back from that is crazy good. And then, okay, Armageddon is always tough.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like I've lost also too many Armageddons in my life. Somehow, I feel like most people, they just lose all of them, or maybe that's at least what it feels like afterwards.
And the demands of speed, right, on the players when they're already being pushed to their stamina ends. But as this one is kind of sitting in somewhat even position, it's Hikaru Nakamura over there against Wesley So, who both entered at half a point apiece, but looks to be in a winning position, and a straight-up winning position at that. As we get here, David, we haven't really spent much time on this board, so we're going to have to jump back a number of moves just to see how we got to where we are. But Hikaru looking to strike back and get it done early here today.
Yeah, Hikaru with a big threat on the board. He's just castled his king, so the white king's super safe, and there's a threat to win the black queen. If black, for example, copies and castles, then I think you can just trap the queen by bringing your rook across and... I was actually going to say rook to a2, but then the black knight does save himself. And actually, wait, I'm hanging a rook as well.
Yeah, I think knight e1 does the...
Knight e1 is the way. Knight e1 catches... Oof, I'm glad I'm not playing out there. But knight e1 catches the queen either way. So let's backtrack and show... I'll just start at a normal looking position. We saw it a few moves before this, but the white bishop already on a nice diagonal. White doing very well, but this is where Wesley started to go wrong. He started opening up this left flank, and the white knight coming in. pawn to c4. Maybe he should just be trying to stabilize. He's trying to open the position instead, and this is the key maneuver, the white bishop coming in to kick away this black knight, which is on a somewhat clumsy square. And the knight now just jumps in to sacrifice a pawn. Maybe it's just busted already. The white knight is super strong. Beautiful outpost in the center anyway. But Wesley went for this, gave up a pawn in order to capture this pawn on b2. And either way, the white rook is coming. The white knight has access to some squares.
Both bishops for black feel awful right now, too.
Yeah, this just looks strategically and probably just dynamically busted.
And you can tell from the body language of the two players in front of us. You know, you don't have to really look much deeper. I think Hikaru knows that this is big, big trouble for Wesley.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is thinking about lunch right now. That's no, I mean, this position is really, it's completely gone. I don't know what Wesley did here. It's so unusual for him to make such big mistakes strategically. I mean, that knight on d6 was like painful. This is such a bad spot for the knight. I mean, it's kind of trapping the bishop from c8. The knight itself has no squares. d5 is left so vulnerable. Yeah, I understand he didn't want to play knight f6 because there was bishop g5, and he didn't want to go d6 because of knight g5, but actually there was castle. So I think like d6, you know, you can put knight on c7 or f6, but you gotta get some control of those squares.
What do you think was Peter's reaction on the pro stream when he saw the knight jump to that square?
Yeah, I think already that position he didn't like, but knight d6, yeah, close to doctor call, I think.
What's that like for you, knowing that in every single game of freestyle chess you play, just a room over is Peter watching you play and commentating on your very games?
It's fun, I would say. I mean, I know him quite well, so it's always, you know, in such games I can really feel what he will be thinking. I think it's really funny.
Didn't you guys say the queen's getting trapped if...
Yeah, but there was the position was just completely lost. So
he's just going to resign in 2 moves, I think, Wesley, so it's that bad.
From bad to worse here. And again, Hikaru's done this with only eating up 2.5 minutes of the time on his clock. So
thinking about what he's eating next, like Vincent said.
He's moving at a sprinter's pace. He doesn't want this to be a marathon day. He's saying, I'm switching it up. We're not going to 7
playing
games.
Arjun or Fabi, or are they still, will they be choosing?
Unclear.
Let me get an official word on that before I promise you anything. But as soon as I know, I will let you know.
Yeah. White is winning a piece at the very least. And there we go. It's a handshake. Hikaru Nakamura wins the match. Wow, what a miniature. That was only 17 moves.
That was 5 minutes into the game is what it felt like. Unbelievable. I mean, for Wesley to go down like that, everything going wrong from the opening as they sit and analyze. But for Hikaru, the chase for that podium finish, that dream still lives on.
I'm very impressed that they found something to talk about in this game because it was over before you know it. Wesley So, that was not his finest hour. And Hikaru moves on to meet either
Fabi or Arjun.
Yeah, Fabi or Arjun.
And a great recovery, right? We talk about the importance of this tournament in particular for Hikaru, having missed out on the Grenka Invitational. So while he still does sit in solid position, he's well outside of kind of those top 3 in the overall point totals, just by virtue of not having an opportunity to score in Grenka. So hey, 3rd place here would help move him up the standings just a little bit, challenge people like Vincent Keimer right here for a podium finish in those overall standings. But we got to refocus back towards Magnus Carlsen, who again has to get it done with a victory here if he wants to force a tie-break situation against Pragg.
It's a must-win game for Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, and the bar is absolutely level right now. The last move by Magnus offering further trades in the position. He wants to create the imbalance of a bishop versus knight. It's really the only one that you see in this position. You know, it's 3 versus 3 on each side of the board when it comes to pawns. How much of a chance does that give? Because traditional chess wisdom, Vincent, when there are pawns on both flanks of the board, the bishop in endgames just gives you something, a little bit to play for.
I think the structure gives potential to Magnus. It's, of course, very solid position for Pragg, nothing to worry about for now, but there is the potential to be worse. Like, for example, knight c4, bishop c4, like, looks seriously unpleasant. You have that f7 pawn, and yeah, I mean, king g8, probably you have to play it, but it's not something you will really enjoy. Like maybe rook e1, and there will be threats to enter. After the trade, there's b4, rook d7. He will have to be a bit careful. Yeah, so he chooses to take the bishop, which I think is quite reasonable.
I mean, now, David, apart from the pawn positions, everything is symmetrical on the board. The way the knights are, the way the rooks are.
That being said, the white h-pawn quite far advanced.
It's now good, yeah.
Yeah, it looks suddenly very good, and the white king has got easy access to the center. Black's king slightly slower, and Magnus's last move creates some concrete threats. The white knight ties down these two pawns, the black knight struggling to defend.
b4. That's exactly the little bit he needs. I mean, from here on, it wouldn't be a big surprise to me if he comes back to win that game. And without Pragg making huge mistakes, it's so much more difficult to play for black at this point, and that's exactly the kind of position where Magnus excels. So.
You said that h-pawn is good. Can you help me understand a bit why? Why is that piece effective?
It's just long-term, basically. The king has more space for white. It's closer to the center and all kinds of endgames. Like g6 is not really a move you want to make, and if you play f6, you leave those light squares very vulnerable on f5 and g6. So it's more of you can't really make that structure good again for black.
And if you put a white knight, I'll just kind of do it manually, but if you put a white knight on this square, it's very hard for black to touch any pawns over there. The black king is kind of caught in a net just to protect everything. So yeah, it's just nice to have pawns near a promotion as well for a race later.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you, boys, I called it even before the game started. Get that h-pawn rolling up the board. All right, but Pragg, he's coming in with his own ideas. He's saying that I want to trade the rooks and then enter with my own rook onto that second rank with a check.
Will not be allowed, I think, but yeah. Like,
how do you stop it?
Okay, I could go king f3 if I want to.
I would play that in a heartbeat, but maybe there's something more concrete in this position that Magnus is looking at. He might be tempted already to push his pawn and kick the knight and try to grab a pawn on that left flank. And then it becomes more about calculation, so a bit to think about.
So Pragg, of course, here, just trying to hold Magnus to, at the very least, a draw. Earlier, we talked about how he's just going to play the best moves, or what he feels are the best moves in the position, because that's the best way to play for the draw. So let's put you on the black side of the board here. Which are the scariest, pieces for White's position that I need to get off the board? H5 was one that you called out as being effective, but is that what I actually need to go and attack, or is it just about getting rid of the rooks as quickly as possible?
Oh, I would love to trade knights, but I don't think that will be happening. So yeah, for now we can't really trade any pieces as black, so we kind of have to defend against the long-term or short-term threat of b4. Yeah, the b7 c6, it's a bit weird. Like, we can't push b6 for now. Also, tying a rook to the defense of either one of those pawns is not something you really want to do. It's like it's overqualified for that job. So it's not easy for Pragg. And again, Magnus would, of course, love to erase like 2 minutes from both clocks. It would certainly increase his chances. So I think he's just waiting for that clock to tick down. And then the decisions which now are difficult but doable will suddenly become really, really tough.
I have a structural question for you in this position. We spoke about the h-pawn being an asset to Magnus here. Would you want to try to clamp down the other two pawns by pushing that f-pawn 2 steps forward, also trying to get to the knight to the center of the board, or do you think you want to keep the structure intact on the right side of the board?
I think f5 is too risky. It leaves two big weaknesses, like e5, g6, f5 itself will be much easier to attack than h5. And also knight on e4, of course it's nice, but at least for the moment it doesn't do that much.
It looks pretty, but no big targets.
Yeah, I mean, it's direct. f5 long-term, surely not. It might be that it's a good move right now because we get knight e4, and then so it's a good reaction to b4, attacking c3, getting knight d2 check. So
maybe knight f6, h5.
If we're talking about this position, it might be a good move, but structurally, it's not a good move.
It's the type of move you really don't want to play, but maybe you just don't find anything else. And
so unless it's concrete, unless it comes with a sequence of moves that you've looked at, you don't want to make that.
Even then.
So now we get to business. I mean, knight a4 will be played, I think.
You want to hit another pawn?
It's a provocative move. Now both knights are on the edge of the board, but Magnus is largely getting what he wants so far in the sense of building a time advantage and just starting to apply some clock pressure to Pragg.
Takes.
Yeah.
And yeah, pieces come off the board. We're now down to 1 rook apiece and 1 knight apiece.
Ooh, Magnus coming in with the rook with the idea of jumping the knight back to put some pressure on pawns. The rook on the 7th rank, a dangerous piece. He's managed to split Pragnananda's pawns on the left side of the board, right? Creating big weaknesses.
Yeah, and Pragg was probably relying on grabbing some of Magnus's pawns, but there was no time due to threats. And here Magnus says, okay, you can trade rooks, but on my terms. That's a very classy move. White's pawn's safe. If you trade rooks now, which will not happen, then White's knight has easy access. It's going to grab both of the black pawns. And this is just game over.
And you see here now, like, White's king being so close to the center and h-pawn the space, it will really matter. Like, basically, it's the king on f8 that's always kind of boxed.
So how are you defending this? Do you try to force Magnus into the trade by bringing your own king forward and putting pressure on the rook so that at least the knight's not jumping to attack the pawn?
He will not trade. That's the problem. Okay, maybe he can, but I think just the rook will come back. So let's say...
somewhere.
Yeah, but okay, knight d5 is...
Centralize the knight.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like b5 is there, so we need to be very careful with that.
Oof.
Yeah, maybe it's not working. Like king d7, knight a5.
It's getting very tricky.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have 10 minutes to calculate this, life is fine. But if the clock is ticking down, then...
Yeah. And Magnus is doing what you said. He's getting Pragg low on the clock, asking these questions, which are answerable, but it gets more and more tough as you're going on to those.
For now, he answered them fine, but if there will be more questions as soon as he's below 20 seconds, then I think Magnus has really good chances of evening out that match.
What do you guys think? Magnus come back?
Can you ever bet against him?
He's won these types of positions countless times. That's the thing. Track record is there. The king does hit the white rook. Pragg needs to be at the top of his game to save this, it feels like. And maybe need a little bit of luck on the way.
I would agree 100%. But yeah, with 5 minutes to his name and just that little bit that he needs to work with, I generally always have faith in Magnus Carlsen here in the endgame.
And just we need to see, like, what is Pragg's move going to be after rook d3, because it's not obvious, at least to me, what he's supposed to do.
This looks very strong. Magnus maybe thinking of taking rooks? Sorry, go on, Tanya.
No, I agree with you. Will he keep the rooks on the board or not is the big question. I think when you're playing for the win, I'd predict he falls back with the rook.
Yeah, it's concrete as well. It's like you hit the knight, then you create a threat, you destabilize it. If it goes back to the center, it's very very forcing, very linear, that variation. Magnus, though, this is the thing. Sometimes you have too many tempting moves, although he does have 4 minutes, so a bit of a time buffer here.
I mean, it's quite complicated because we can take, go knight d6 check. King e7 is not good because of knight f5, followed by, I mean, king goes to f8 or f6 and then knight d4. That would be winning for us. So I think king has to go to f8 after knight d6 check, which is a really sad move. And then, okay, even moves like just king e3 or, yeah, knight c4, also very nice. It is a really unpleasant knight endgame, that's for sure.
So then he might just go for it if he thinks this is a clear path. And he doesn't. I saw him moving back with the rook. He does to the square we were earlier looking at. Hits the knight, threatens a check.
Oof. Okay, this... By now, I'm pretty sure that Magnus will do it. It's really, really tough. I mean, even objectively, I think we're going pretty close to being lost. And you know, the knight you were putting on f5 manually, now it's really getting there, and we will see that strength of this white structure on the king side, which I think is likely going to decide that game.
Yeah, there's mating patterns as well if the black king goes forward to try and hit that knight on if it steps forward to f6. The black rook doesn't have many good squares to use. I mean, where do we even put it? Probably have to bring it all the way across the board. There we go. He brings it to a8, but this knight check lands. The king had to go back, otherwise it was checkmate in 2 moves.
Just rook d6. You can just pick up the pawn. It's that simple. And look at the clock. You have 4 minutes. He will have comfortably enough time to calculate any winning ideas he will need to. And now also the rook can't really leave the back rank because we will be in mating nets. And you know, basically black would have to play king g8 to get out of there. But then again, you need that king to defend. So.
And we've got a beautiful audience there. If you guys can hear us, a big hello from the studio. We see you guys, and it's awesome to have you.
Magnus is locked in. The fans are locked in. They want more games. They want to see the world #1 show some fight. Hello to all of you smiling faces.
Probably listening to
especially the youngsters.
Woohoo! Yay!
And here we go. It's a pawn push. That pawn can just be captured, though. Well, Magnus has a choice of two.
Should be. Because rook c6, then at least we can go like a, rook b8 and put something on b6 or go king g8. I wouldn't like my chances there, especially against Magnus, but after ba5, yeah, this a pawn, it's, yeah, I think it's just over. I mean, if you plays probably king g8, there's even knight d7, knight c6, it's really sad. Yeah, I think Pragg needs some crazy defense, or he might have to come to terms with the fact that it's going to be at least a longer day.
I just want to point out how distinctly different this game is compared to the previous one. When it's messy, when it's like queen versus minor pieces, when it's about who's attacking who, Pragg can hold his own. He beat Magnus there very convincingly in the previous game. When it's an endgame grind, small factors like pawn structure, whose pieces are more active, Magnus is just the kind of the master there. So it feels like Magnus going back to basics, back to his comfort zone to try and beat Pragg and claw his way back into this match.
And how many times we've seen Magnus Carlsen do this, you know, in his career, just when it seems there's nothing to play for. This has to be a draw, it has to be a draw, it has to be a draw, and then suddenly he gets that little window of opportunity and there's no looking back. He just squeezes his opponent, and then out of nowhere, you're completely busted in this position.
Yeah, he's moving with deadly efficiency right now in the second match of the day. Pragg again going to dip into that single digits just as he makes a move, back up to 21 seconds on the clock.
Rook c8 is funny.
He's just going to try and trade rooks here, Magnus Carlsen, in the near future. He's going to keep an eye first on the black pawn. But when the black rook is kicked away, the white pawn is running through.
c2, knight c7, and I think we will see a handshake.
Nice.
Okay, also a7 actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. Spoiled with choice.
Magnus knows this, Pragg knows it. 10 seconds to go, but nothing to move in the position.
Yeah, I think this time control also helped Magnus in that game. I mean, if it was a classical game, I think Pragg's chances of holding that endgame would have been so much better. But here, as I said, you know, you need, once you make a few imprecise decisions, you give him that little bit, then it gets more difficult, then you get lower on time, you make more of the inaccuracies, and the position gets worse, and, you know, it ends up.
And there it is. That's 1-1 on the scoreboard. Magnus Carlsen, he buys himself a tiebreaker against Pragg here in the lower bracket. But that is so intriguing to me, to go back to your point, Vincent. You talked about how little Magnus needs, and the point at which you said it happened on the board, right? The computer evaluation was like 0.1, 0.2, and then you can just see it slowly snowball and climb and climb and climb. And he just, the accuracy at which he plays, the deadly efficiency with which he plays, and again, when you give him one chance, he usually takes it.
Yeah, no, I think here it was just that it's not even about the evaluation, it's about the problems that are being posed. And here it was clear that practically there will be some questions to answer. And it's not easy to answer them, not because there was no move, but there were too many options. It was very unclear which one was best and why.
I also have an answer for you as we relive the highlights here. Jan-Henrik Buechner delivering us this position of 406. That ultimately lands us a tiebreak scenario between Magnus Carlsen and Pragg. Hikaru, though, he got it done in just 2 games today here against Wesley. So he's moving on to face Fabiano Caruana. He'll start with the white pieces. This was a predetermined part of the bracket where his matchup feeds in to a matchup against Fabiano, which means that the winner between Pragg and Carlsen will go up against Arjun Erigaisi.
That's his 4th All-American clash.
We got quite a few of them here on American soil, exactly.
American Cup 2.0.
Half the field pretty much, but what a performance by Magnus Carlsen, you know, with his back to the wall, the GOAT delivers in Vegas, and it means it's a reset for this match. Brighter lights, brighter game, bigger, more chess coming up as we've got tie breaks in that one.
We've got tie breaks, and that's all before the second half of the day. Again, Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi waiting in the wings to see who they're playing. I guess Fabi already knows, so he's got some time to think about his matchup against Hikaru Nakamura, but only so much prep can be done, or no prep can be done, right? It's freestyle chess. He's really just waiting for that position.
You know, for me, what we just saw Magnus do in that game against Pragg, has been one of the greatest sort of joys of being in the chess world, to watch that unfold, starting from the time when he actually broke into the chess world. You know, they say for GOATs and for legends of any sport, they're not only pushing their own limits and boundaries, but sort of the limits and boundaries of the sport itself. And I think Magnus did just that. And I'm looking at back in 2010, 11, just how he changed the landscape of how endgames are played. You know, endgames where early quick draws were made, he would just play on, and out of nowhere, he would find these opportunities and grind down his opponents. Grind like a grandmaster is the title of the book. Magnus and David wrote, but I think he started that legacy, and that truly is one of his greatest gifts to chess, just the Magnus touch in endgames.
So does the confidence build here for Magnus Carlsen? Because again, now that we go into tie breaks, we're getting quicker. We're getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah, I will actually bet on Armageddon, so I think that we will get that.
Oh my goodness. Pragg's going through the ringer then. He's really just had to run the whole gauntlet if it's going to another Armageddon.
Only I gave him a little early rest. But no, I mean, against Fabi, this was, I think it's fair to say, it has been like one of the most tense and close matches that I've seen in a long time. And today, I don't know, it feels like Pragg is in good shape. Magnus, still Magnus, but you know, there are these little cracks that I feel like Pragg might have a chance to use. So I don't think he will go down without a fight, and I'm not even sure he will go down at all.
Now we've got some of our lovely audience filing into our studio, just as we saw our lovely audience out there. What's it been like for you playing in front of the live audience? Obviously, it's come with also some shifts to, you know, what equipment you guys are provided, but for yourself, seeing chess become more and more and more of a spectator sport, trying to, you know, get out there to the masses, big stage, big lights, introductions, all of that kind of stuff. Has it been fun? Has it been stressful?
I think it's a good development we have here. It's, of course, we are kind of used to playing with spectators, but not in that atmosphere. Here it's more like an arena, and actually, you know, for spectators to watch, normally it's a fully kind of closed atmosphere for us players, and people are just allowed to go in there, which I think makes quite a big difference, especially if we're talking about spectators who are like real chess players, people who don't spend their free time on chess regularly and just want to see what it's like. Of course, for us, it changes something. Personally, I have to say that playing with headphones is a big change. It actually quite influences me. On the first day, I had serious trouble getting into that kind of focus or getting adrenaline, simply because I heard nothing, which made me feel like I was asleep. Because you usually hear, even if it's silent, you hear something like a footstep or some whooshing or anything, and just hearing nothing really made the body kind of feel like it's in some kind of trance, and I couldn't really get to that moment of full adrenaline and full focus. But I think it's something we can get used to, and in general, of course, having that many spectators here is great.
In Weisenhaus, we got to talk to you about your morning rituals, going on nice early morning brisk fresh air walks. Vegas is a different kind of city, though. So what's been you know, the approach for you in the mornings to get yourself ready for games?
Yeah, we didn't have much time. Also here the games were starting quite early. I mean, we're starting at 11, but basically we should be here already around 10:20, 10:30. So basically, I was just waking up, also trying to get kind of ready for the day with jet lag. It got better, but still I kind of felt the change. And then I was just having a calm breakfast, relaxing a bit, and then getting ready for the game.
And what's next for you, Vincent? I think I saw your name on the qualifiers for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, so I'll be going to Riyadh directly.
Oh my goodness.
It's getting even warmer, I think, than Las Vegas. It's actually going to be quite tough because we have many good players playing there. Also, quite a few players from here are going directly, but also things like Anish, for example, is joining and so on. So, as far as I know, we still have 4 spots left, but there are clearly going to be more than 4 really good players to get that spot. So it will be very tough, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, there's a field of 12 players and then 4 to join that field of 12 players. You looking to be one of those players, but we got to refocus back towards this all-important matchup for Magnus Carlsen up against Pragg. They're going into the tiebreak scenario. 2 games ahead of us. Let's dive back into the arena to Fiona for the position lottery.
Welcome back to one match that is going into Blitz playoff. The match right here ended as Hikaru Nakamura beat Wesley So in game 2. Meanwhile, Magnus struck back. They are now going to play 2 games of 5+2 blitz. And in order to help me draw the next position, I would like to welcome to the stage Espen Aktestein, the agent of Magnus Carlsen and chairman of Take. Give it up. Are you ready?
$5.42.
Position 5-4-2, Espen, thank you so very much. The players now will only have 5 minutes to prepare, so a shortened preparation time, and then we'll see those blitz games. To the players, good luck. Espen, thank you. And our audience, enjoy.
Well, it's position 5-4-2, and you heard from Fiona there. It's only 5 minutes that each of the players has to work with when it comes to strategizing before heading into a 5-2 time control. So things are speeding up, not just on the board, Vincent, but also in the amount of time that each of these players gets to take stock of the battlefield. And with the position flying up on the screen, I'm curious for you, what are the first things that jump out?
I think it's a quite solid position for Pragg. We don't have any big weakness. Every pawn is covered, and also there's no bishop or queen on a1 attacking b7 or anything like that. I think here we will see central pawn pushes. c4, f4 both don't seem to make much sense since there's no queen or bishop on the corners. I also don't think we will see any b4 or g4, which means that I think basically for white it's about choosing d4 or e4. d4, d5 seems quite dry at first. I mean, there's ideas like going knight c3, f3, e4. So that would be one option. And yeah, I think e4, e5 should be connected to trying to push d4. Although we're looking at it here, since the knight can jump to c6, it might even be easier for white to go d4 and trying to push e4, because here like f3 feels more natural than c3.
And this time the players are by themselves. You know, only 2 gladiators left in the arena for right now, Magnus Carlsen and Pragg. Pragg trying to figure out how he wants to start with first move prediction. So are you going with the
d4?
D4 then. D4 by Vincent, the pawn in front of the queen. What about you, David?
e4.
All right, so that's the pawn next to it, James.
Well, now I feel like I'm left with no good options because the 2 that Vincent wanted have already been spoken of. So, okay, hold on.
Pick one.
Let's go.
You can do the same.
No, I can't. So instead, a knight's coming out. Knight to c3.
All right, I'm going to go with the f-pawn moving 2 steps forward, the one in front of the bishop.
Ben Feingold would be so angry.
Yeah, we've got pretty much all of it covered. I think one of us is bound to be right this time.
I would hope so. If we get 4 chances, then we better get it right.
f3 technically is a reasonable move.
Is it? Okay.
I think much more likely than f4.
Why do you not like the pawn moving 2 steps forward?
Because we lose like the control over e4.
Cemento.
It's yeah, we need the central control here. I mean, everything is pointing towards the center. We have pretty good pieces actually. I mean, bishop on g1, bishop f1 are quite good. Knight on e1 is the only, not that great piece I think here, because you know if we push d4 and f3, knight on d3 is okay, but not really where it should go. But I think it can stay on e1, and also we are quite quick with long castle. Like if we go d4, knight c3, f3, e4, queen d2, long castle, that kind of setup feels quite natural.
Who is happier of the 2 players with this position draw? Pragg playing with white or Magnus playing with black?
I think they're both fine with it. It's not one of those where I think I'm completely safe as black, but also it shouldn't be too dangerous.
And we saw there on our screens already. Seen it again. Magnus has found himself in the horizontal position.
Deep prep. Solid prep.
Cat nap. 5 minutes. Rest up. Could be a long day for him, as if he does get it done against Pragg here in this tiebreaker scenario, he's staring down the barrel of a matchup against Arjun Erigaisi.
Go on, I want to see Magnus. Come on, cameraman.
He could get to 10 games today, right? If he's going...
2-10-10, 2-5-2, then we would go to Armageddon, exactly. So exactly a possibility of 5 games per matchup if each one goes the distance. He's gone from horizontal to vertical to seated at his chessboard is Magnus Carlsen. He's playing with the black pieces for our first bout, and very soon Pragg will join him, and we'll be off to the races.
Here we go, handshake, players ready. Whichever pawn it is, it's a question about whether Magnus wants to play symmetrical as well. It felt like his first game with black was a bit fast and loose, a bit... it just went wrong very, very quickly. He'll want to just surely find a steady footing into this game.
Headsets on, countdown clock has started.
And the way Pragg lost that last 10 plus 10, I wonder if there's a feeling that, you know, if you're going to lose equal end games in these kind of time formats, maybe a good idea to keep the queens on the board.
Oh, I think it wasn't really equal, that's the problem. I think really equal end games he doesn't lose. That's the whole point.
Welcome back.
Seemed kind of equal, but as you mentioned, there was this h5 pawn, there was this little, and that's exactly what made him lose that game.
You can see on the big screen.
Okay, today is...
Whoa!
Fully.
It's Tanya's day today.
I cannot believe this.
Oof.
What?
This is amazing stuff. I mean, I don't know if this is good news for Pragg that he's following my advice out of the 4 of us.
You're not impressed, Vincent, with this opening choice?
I don't get it right now.
He hates it.
Okay. Okay.
It's fine.
I mean, he beat me in the match, so I should maybe trust him more than he should trust me then. But it's very surprising to me.
Shock in the studio. I wonder if it was a shock to Magnus. He responded very quickly, at least with that first move. But now he's given a good think.
It's like so many nice options.
Well, he pauses. That's a bit of a big thing so early on in a fight.
I mean, is this maybe part of Pragg's, strategy to a degree? I'm going to throw something you don't expect at you, just to put the clock pressure on you the way that you did to me in that game we just played.
Whoa, Magnus really surprised here, David.
Yeah, 1 whole minute down now. That's a big, big time investment. It's only move 2. Vincent, you want to impress?
He's considering whether to go bishop d5, knight f3, and taking.
There we go.
Oh, man, yes.
Okay.
All right, so the pawn structure gets ruined just a little bit here for the player with white.
But you get the bishop pair in return.
Yeah, and already opened up for some diagonals there.
Which dynamic are you taking here, Vincent? The bishop pair, or the fact that you have to give up your pawn formation for that? Would you rather be white or black?
It depends on whether Magnus will manage to block everything. I'm not sure. I think this specific version should be quite good for white. Like it's long-term dangerous, but directly it feels that black has some questions to answer, because to actually block the position he would need to play d5, which would leave both the e6 pawn and the e5 square pretty weak. Okay, so Pragg wants to castle long quickly. And he will just try to push d4 long castle and really go for it.
Yeah, Pragg has been so good at delivering the first blow, right?
Yeah, that's just what he's trying to do. I think he's really trying to force his kind of game on Magnus, because we all know that if Magnus gets his game, he's just the best at that. So it makes a lot of sense to try.
And 7 moves in, Pragg with a sizable time advantage there.
I'm wondering where this knight from c3 will be going, because it cannot stay there for very long. It's like blocking. I was actually wondering whether it was smart to put it there in the first place, because there was the option of going d4, c4 first, which would leave that option of d5. Yeah, right now, that's exactly what I thought. Like, black will just try to block everything and then long-term hope to create something. I think even going for ideas like b5 is actually quite natural here. Maybe knight a4 is an interesting move.
Yeah, that white knight just wants to be like on e5. It feels like he chose the wrong circuit. Just can't get there now. And knights in front of pawns, we've seen it a few times so far this week. They want to be behind pawns. And Vincent, you read his mind.
That's an expression of, yeah, maybe how difficult it is to maneuver this knight around the board now. It has to jump to the edge. to vacate the space for the pawn to go forward on the c file, and then maybe it can reroute back into a more convenient square in the long term.
How are we feeling about Pragg's right side of the board? The bishop, the dark squared bishop, sort of staring down at his own pawn, the rook not having movement. Whoa, and that's an inaccuracy?
I thought that pawn would never move. I thought he'd just leave all of his pawns on the light squares forever, but now there's a big...
Well, maybe he thought he didn't have a choice. I don't think it was like he loved to play that move, but, okay, knight a6 was other option maybe to stop knight c5 from coming, but there was the c4 thing, and... okay, it's just a very, very complex structure. It's incredibly difficult to play. Oh, but I think c4, it was really time to play c4. This is bad.
This is bad news for Pragnananda that Magnus has managed to get b5 in?
Yeah, I think this is really... Now Black's moves are just coming by hand. You will just... I don't think you will see Magnus spending a lot of time in the next 5 moves.
And he had that one window of opportunity, right, to push that c-pawn to step forward.
Yeah, now I think... Okay, even h5, just block that side, and you're getting killed on the queen side.
Yeah, a lot of wasted time for that knight.
Yeah, but you see, like king b1 seems like such a normal move. But I think really it was really time to push c4.
It's very instructive for everyone at home. If you're playing against the bishop pair, just try to block as many lines as possible. These bishops aren't able to get any open diagonals.
All the pawn breaks. Yeah, control the pawn breaks, and then these bishops, they need open lines. And if they don't have them, your knights will be doing quite well.
And Magnus's knights are coming into the game. Also now what's going on the right side for Pragg with the pawn formation. It's very hard to get a good pawn break in.
I think he still has to reroute that knight. But it took so many tempi already. He really needs something.
And now the clock advantage has fully swung the other way for all the time invested early
King
from
B7,
Magnus.
I think just king b7 and then a5 is gonna...
Looking very scary here now for Pragg.
Maybe even king d7 is interesting, just because center is so blocked that you can start swinging your pieces over. But okay, he's trying to go b4 rather quickly, I suppose. I actually don't really understand the point of queen d7, but I'm sure he had the idea, just hasn't clicked in yet for me.
There's no rush though, that's the thing, right? Like, white isn't really
yeah, but still it's nice to pretend to threaten something. No, I mean, if once I push a5, I pretend to threaten moves like a4, and white has to spend time thinking about it. Also, he wanted to prepare.
This is an absolutely wild pawn structure, though. All the black pawns starting to advance, constricting the space.
I mean, ever since Magnus got that b-pawn rolling up, it's been a flow, right? The moves are coming in fast and quick. The pieces are landing at the right square. Now another pawn push, driving the white knight back. He's from Team Liquid. The flow is on in Vegas.
That's a great call out. Magnus says, now we are the ones with the mastery of the horses over here in Team Liquid.
This just looks horrible.
Yeah.
White can barely move at the moment, and the only thing you can do to kick away the black knights would open up the white king.
Yeah, this format is so cruel. I mean, it could be that king b1 can cost him the full match. I mean, this one move is...
It really was that moment.
I mean, okay, it's not yet over still. Even if he loses this one, he can still come back. But just saying that it goes to show how small nuances can really change up everything at, this generally very high level.
And the pawns keep coming on. A move that perhaps Pragg had to make a long time ago, and now just no option left, and he's much worse.
Okay, to give BC3 a question mark is insane. I mean, it's like a move as white, you've been waiting for so long to finally threaten to move one pawn, and that's exactly what's supposed to be bad. It's really depressing.
Yeah. You pre-move that.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course. It's, and I think also practically it's the right choice. I mean, knight c3, you will have this knight on d5 sitting there forever.
Yeah, that's the computer, by the way, for everyone at home. That's not us. That's,
what, David, you didn't do that?
That's the evil algorithms that we have no control over. But yeah, there is a bit of a threat now for white. Step forward with this pawn, kick away the black
I think
knight.
it looked worse already for Pragg. I mean, now the position is bad, but he has chances. I see some potential for Magnus to go wrong. Before it just felt like he was dominating the whole board, and Pragg was kind of waiting to be killed. And now he actually has some ideas.
Just to offer up the other option, and the reason why the computer it wants to recapture with the knight as opposed to with the pawn.
Yeah, but now one of the Black Knights will sit in the center forever. There are no more pawn breaks for the rest of the game, so understandable why Pragg wanted to take with his pawn, as we see Magnus push forward with his own pawn. That white king, that is the problem now. Ugh.
Dangerous stuff, but Magnus reaching the 1 minute mark right now. I think lots of twists and turns lie ahead in this one with the amount of pieces, the minors and the majors, everything on the board.
Yeah, king now sitting on the open file. Do we have to consider running him to the other side of the board?
We would love to, but we will not get to.
You'd love the castle.
I mean, if we could go like g5 and castle, we'd be better. That's white. I mean, we would be crushing. But yeah, just the problem is the only safe square for the king would be a1, but you see that diagonal from the bishop on f6. It's like
stepping into the sniper scope is.
You can already. Okay.
Magnus trying to block as many lines as possible. Really instructive, really consistent from the world number one. And the move you want to play with white to step forward would also allow the Black Knight to jump in potentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure he wants to jump to c4 or a4. That was something I'm probably c4 is the right. Just
at least the Black Knight on e7 isn't getting into
well,
the game.
the problem is if we have to take on c4, then it will be back. That's the... And just this bishop on f2 is insanely bad. It's doing absolutely nothing. I mean, okay, defending h4, but that's not really the essence of the game right now.
Overqualified, as you said earlier.
Yeah.
That bishop.
Imagine that bishop on e5. I mean, life would be completely fine.
Totally different game. 20 seconds now for Pragg. This is getting into big time trouble territory, and with just 2 seconds per move, that's barely any time to get a move in. You can't even build up on the clock queue.
But I think it's good for Pragg. Like, he needs less time in this position.
To think.
No, I mean, if both sides have less time, this gives him better chances.
Ah, okay.
Because I think if Magnus had time to calculate this, you're...
Busted.
Yeah.
So does he want to actually go with your idea of slide the queen in front of the king and slowly but surely start marching up step by step towards the right side of the board?
I think I'll stay with my judgment. We would love to, but we will not get to. It's a good idea, but just...
Only theoretically.
I mean, king d2, you see this rook on b2 is gonna land. And till we get that square, I mean, we would need like a rook from g2, teleported to b3, and we are good. But again, we have few pieces which, like these two, bishop f2, rook g2, they are really destroying the fun.
Okay, but now anything can happen. Magnus playing on seconds as well, to your point earlier, right?
And that's maybe why it's okay for Pragg.
Is a bit much, but it feels like he's not hopelessly lost. That's true.
We do see pieces falling, a whole bunch of pawns leaving the center of the board, as well as a couple minor pieces. I mean, Pragg at the moment, yeah, has the material advantage, but it is that checkmate in one along the b file that's being threatened. Have to respond to that.
Moves the bishop back, the rook to the defense.
Magnus recaptures the pawn, but he was down.
Yeah, but rook g6. Oh, okay. Yeah, I realized myself.
Okay, now the king march.
Ooh, look at this, Magnus castles.
Big castle.
Out of danger.
This is gone.
It's over.
That's gone.
Oof. Allowing the white queen in now.
Huge infiltration.
A fork.
Wow.
There's a knight fork. Magnus wins the exchange. Rook for knight in the process after all that flurry.
He's about to take the lead in this tiebreaker. And David, you'll have to slow this down and break it down once we're done, because moves are coming fast and quick. But Magnus Carlsen in a winning position right now. And he's got a few extra seconds.
Yeah, both kings step forward off of their back ranks. White king is trying to centralize. Then we have the infiltration onto the second rank by the black rook, hitting the bishop.
Bishop d4 is unstoppable, I think.
Huge threat, taking advantage of pins. And you could see the panic on Pragg.
There's that bishop d4 you wanted, can't be captured back
It lands.
necessarily.
And there it is, handshakes. Magnus Carlsen gets the first win.
Wow.
King b1.
King b1, the move that might haunt Pragg dreams if he can't come back in our second tie-break game. But what a beautiful display there by Magnus Carlsen. Again, just needs that one opening, that one moment to pounce, and he completely shuts Pragg out.
Yeah, in the end, a beautiful display of strategy from Magnus. He doubled his opponent's pawns, gave his opponents the bishops, and then played against them for the rest of the game consistently. In the end, landing a nice tactic. We will break down in a moment, but yeah, very impressive there, Tanya, Vincent. What he did, it felt like he was always in control.
I think Magnus is trying to remember the starting position of this 960 as it was, and it started well for Pragg. It felt like things were going fine, but then it came down to that moment that Vincent pointed out. The most natural-looking move in the position, turns out, was the one that cost him this big point. And now it's Praggnanandhaa on the other side with his back to the wall, must win the next game to force an Armageddon.
Playing through the final moments here as time got low and the moves were blitzed out. Magnus Carlsen there showing a mastery even in the time scramble. Very accurate moves to lay down the finishing blows. There's the scoreline. It's 2-1. Pragg still has one opportunity to strike back. He'll have to do it from the black side of the board, and he'll need a full victory to push us into an Armageddon. But as we come back to the studio, I'll turn back to David because, as Tanya said, moves are coming out so fast and so furious, it's almost impossible for us mere mortals to track. We need your help. We need the computer's help. Break it down for us.
Yeah, first I'll take it back here to what might have been the decisive mistake, at least long-term for Praggnanandhaa. The course of the game after this was very one-sided. It was in this position the white knight came to the edge of the board, and Vincent mentioned king to b1, a move he will regret, a very slow move. First, he should have taken the time to push his c-pawn forward. This creates a nice square for the white knight to retreat back to, but more importantly, it gives you the access to pawn breaks, potentially long-term. You have a bit more activity. And this miss instead allowed Magnus Carlsen to step forward with his pawn, kicking the white knight back to a square that it blocks its own pawns, and black from this moment was in full control. We'll take it ahead then to that flurry, that sequence towards the end. If we fast forward, it was this position already. Magnus in full control, the black queen, black rook poised on the open line, the black knight nicely centralized. Magnus here, the only downside is that his king slightly vulnerable himself, so he castled, reminding Pragg that he hadn't touched his king or rook up to this point, and when the white knight moved out the way, already he is lost here. Praggnanandhaa, Magnus went for the final sequence.
It's almost insult to injury, right? Moving your king just to remind him, you already moved yours.
Exactly, and a check here. The white king moves out the way, and the finishing touch, queen takes rook with a check. Double exclamation point, because the white king is lured onto a family fork here, a royal fork, king, queen, rook, and when the dust settled, Magnus had an extra rook for knight and went on to convert very smoothly. What a game.
Where's Pragg's headspace at now?
Well, I mean, for Magnus, the comeback is on, right? He delivers, he takes the lead, and he's flipped the script. Now it's Pragg in the hot seat. Magnus made the comeback. Do you think Pragg has it in him? What does he need to do, and what kind of a position is Pragg hoping for now?
Yeah, I think for him the starting position won't matter that much. He will just have to play bad opening and
with black,
mess things up and hope for the best. That's what he's doing. Knowing Pragg at least a little bit, I don't think he will have big issues focusing on the next game. Of course, he will think about what went wrong in the past one. I mean, he's human, as everybody else also would, but I think he'll be ready to focus on the task ahead of him, and it's not going to be easy for Magnus.
And how easy or quick is it for top grandmasters like yourself? I mean, Pragg is very aware that that decisive moment that David just showed, that you pointed out when it happened, you know, things in control, and one move, everything sort of gone out of your hand because Magnus's play is flowing. How easy is it to get over that and sort of know that, you know, you've got to do this other game and it's now or never for you?
I think it's difficult to say, because on the one hand, I think he'll remember that moment for probably a few years, but on the other side, he will be able to forget about it for that moment for the sake of getting ready for that next game.
Do you think Pragg has good nerves?
Yeah, pretty good.
He's won the tie breaks this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he definitely has. Do you think having a short memory is an important skill for a chess player, in the sense of being able to forget that moment?
It doesn't. I don't think it's about really forgetting. It's more about pushing it aside. Chess players, I would say, generally have a quite decent memory. I don't think it's something he will forget easily, but he doesn't need to. I mean, the important thing is to push it aside so that he can fully focus on the task ahead, and I think that's something we all had to do so many times that it still remains to be difficult, but it's something you kind of have to learn.
You know, in this format, one of the cool things is that when you're sort of on the back foot, you are in a must-win situation, you know it's freestyle chess and there's not going to be any sort of a shutdown from the opening, even if you're playing with the black pieces in this format. So do you think that's something that the players do enjoy as well? They know that the match is truly not over, because standard chess, you have to fight back with black against a player like Magnus. In your mind, you're already giving up.
Yeah, it's helpful for those situations, but I think that's not the main reason why we enjoy freestyle. It's just basically, it comes from the whole way that freestyle chess is being played.
Well, it's do or die time here for Pragg in our lower bracket. Get it done against Magnus Carlsen to keep your hopes of a third-place finish alive, or fall down to that seventh-place position. For Magnus, it's a draw or better, and he moves on to face Arjun Erigaisi. Back out to Fiona to find our starting position.
Welcome back to the second playoff blitz game. Magnus won game one, so this time it is Pragg who has his back against the wall in a must-win situation if he wants to take it to Armageddon. First up, it is time to find out the next position, and I would like to welcome to the stage, in order to help me with the door, Evan Sroka from Everest Talent Management Agency. Give it up.
373.
Thank you so much. Position 373, the players will get 5 minutes now to prepare, and then we'll find out, is it the last blitz game of the match, or do we go to Armageddon? To the players, best of luck, and to our audience, have fun.
The 5-minute strategy session is already underway. It's position 373 for Magnus Carlsen and Pragg. Pragg playing on the black side of the board. He's the one who needs a decisive victory. Taking a look at it, we have a cornered queen. Not a single piece except for one bishop and one knight starting on their initial or normal starting squares here. Pragg electing to sit on the comfy couches. Magnus at one of the tables. Vincent, what do you make of this?
I think it's decent for Pragg. I mean, it's probably one of the ones that are even objectively not that easy for black, but there's no easy way for white to force symmetry. I mean, it's not clear which direction to go. I mean, there are like so many first moves which would make sense, which also means it's a lot of possibility for black to go for imbalance. Like as already mentioned before, if you had like bishops A1, B1, you kind of have to develop those at the start. And here, it's very unclear what you're going to be starting with. I mean, of course, kind of main objective is in such positions to how do I develop this queen? But there are many ways. Like you can try to push H5, get it out via the H file. You can try to go with G6 or G5 and F5, getting the queen out there. Actually, I even think that H4 first move is probably a reasonable choice, simply because, you know, queens are really important, and getting it out from H8 will be important. But again, H4, we have the option of going F5, knight F6, queen G8. There is imbalance. After F4, maybe we have to go at F5, but at least there's option to go also for moves like D5, for example. So I think there's not a single move which will really force Pragg to go for symmetry.
Yeah, from my experience, the positions with queens in the corner are probably the toughest to just kind of lock down and make them dull. So probably very good news for Pragg.
I think E4 probably is a little tricky because we might have to push E5.
So what do you think, with Magnus needing only a draw? By the way, Magnus chilling there. You know, he's this is the prep that we've seen him do all along.
It worked for him in the last round here, so maybe it'll work again.
But I will tell you one thing, I think he's got the position. You know, he can see it on the screen. It's going on in his head right now.
I think there's a screen in the
Right
player's
front,
lounge,
yes.
so you can see it right in front of his eyes. I mean.
Yeah, so he's not as chill as he looks. He knows he's a draw away from knocking down Pragg, getting that revenge from the round robin as well. Really quickly, predictions, first move predictions. Loving this game so far, I am. Vincent, I'll start with you.
E4.
All right, so the king spawn opening in this case as well. James?
Oh, dear goodness gracious. You know what? Because we almost never see an H4, and Vincent said it's a possibility, I'm going for H4 just because I want it.
I feel like I tricked you. I already feel bad.
You don't like it anymore?
Yes. I already like that. Like after F5 knight, F6 queen G8, like we have weak squares, and also H4 is like a move you play if you want to win, not for draw.
That's okay. It's okay for me to be the one who wants H4, though.
Tricking you.
So it's going to be Alpha James, Alpha Zero style H4 by James. David, I'll throw it to you next. Don't take my move.
Yo, take her move. Take her move.
Take my move.
Take it.
I'm not going to say B4 then.
I'm not saying B4.
No,
right,
she's going. I know where she's going.
Where do you think I'm going?
You're going for that F pawn again.
No, I'm not.
You're not?
I'm going for, but I'm going to regret it probably, but I'm going for knight to F3. I'm going for a knight development move on the right side of the board. That's what I want to start with, just simply because I don't know which pawn move I want to make. I want to keep it flexible.
Like if you're right about knight F3, I'll be...
What, is it that bad?
No, it's
Vincent
not
will
that bad.
walk
Just
out.
like not a move that I would ever expect Magnus to play in this situation. Like you basically cut out your queen in the first move.
But I want to move the queen eventually with James' idea of the H pawn. All right, we'll see. I'm getting my knight out. You're moving the king pawn. David's moving the rook pawn on the left side of the board.
And I'm 1400, so...
I think like F4 actually is the very reasonable first move as well.
Should have gone for that.
I thought you would say F4, that's why I didn't say it. That was my
And F4 is
I tricked you.
the top engine line.
Yeah.
Ooh, what are the top 3 engine moves here?
F4, E4, D3.
Okay, D3 is not gonna happen, I think. I think F4, E4 are both, at least, like, I would consider those to be the main. Also, F4, again, I think Pragg will be forced to play... I mean, we cannot expect him to play the objectively best move, which probably is F5. So I think he will have to go D5 there. After E4, it's just difficult for me to see which move he should go for, except for E5, which to me makes E4 kind of interesting.
It's a good reminder, though, of the demands of the moment here for Pragg, right? He might not have the benefit of playing the most precise moves because he's going to need to make it a little bit messy to find an opening here against Magnus Carlsen. Pragg, a win or you're out of contention for third place. For Magnus Carlsen, it's a draw or better, and he keeps himself alive in that fight. For third place, $100,000.
And we are all wrong. It was pawn to G3, opening up the queen, and only then F4. And I'm going to claim I was semi-right. Instead of B4, it was B5 on move 1 for black. But the bishop now staring down the white queen.
I'm going to claim I was semi-right as well, because the knight is about to come up. Oh, he doesn't still. He goes for the pawn push in the center. I was hoping for the knight move right now. He does build a bit of a center chain.
I think the bishop will go to F3, actually.
That's a nice spot.
And I think Pragg will have to be very careful not to run into some knight B3, C5, A5. That's why he will go C5. Logical. Okay, I think like opening-wise, he can be fine with it. Of course, white position is good, but it's imbalanced. I mean, the queen on H8 will be a bit of a problem.
It's like going to be a game on 2 flanks, right? Pragg trying to advance and be ambitious, get some space on the left side, while Magnus making his intentions on the other side of the board. But at some point, that queen, no one puts a queen in the corner. Pragg's got to think about it.
It's not going to be easy. Any pawn you push around that queen now is going to weaken your king side or that flank of the board, making it difficult to castle on that side. Magnus gets his queen out. So, okay, given a question mark, but we'll ignore that. And Pragg brings his knight. That looks a bit odd, but the white knight now comes out. Now you're right, Tanya, finally.
But I think this one, really, bishop should have taken that spot.
Yeah.
Every time I'm happy about my move getting in, you know, Vincent's like, bad move. And you just think the same.
I mean, here, it's really like, okay, where's the bishop from D1 going? I mean, it felt so natural to put the bishop on F3, knight E2, C3 to get that kind of setup.
You know, Vincent, even if it's an inaccuracy, even if it's bad, if Magnus is playing it, I'm taking it.
Yeah, it's early days. The game won't be decided at these early phases, of course, but Pragg still has big questions to answer. He's pretty much committed his pawns on one flank. That means the other side of the board, he needs to decide what to do. Magnus is just biding his time, playing super quick at the moment. He knows he needs time on his side.
if it does come down to a complicated position later.
But what do you think, David, about Pragg's play so far? He sort of focuses attention on one side, right? Pawns and bishops and knights, everything out. But the right side, well, first move, the H-pawn, by the way, James' idea to get the queen out. How do you think Pragg's handled the opening?
I like it. It's imbalanced. It's very unclear what Magnus is doing. I've got to be honest, I didn't really understand this queen maneuver. As long as you don't give Magnus any obvious moves, there aren't going to be any trades anytime soon. I think Pragg has done what he had to do at these early stages.
Pragg should have tried to get f5 in, not h5. Because h5, still the queen is kind of stuck. It doesn't, like g6, f5 seemed more reasonable to
Now
me.
you can never get f5 because you give away too many squares.
Yeah, but how do you get that queen out? Now that will be the big question.
And the big question, you got to manage your time as well. Down by more than a minute. The game's just getting started.
Maybe
Magnus perhaps in his comfort zone.
Knight h6 and d5.
Well, he starts the other way around. Pawn to d5. What do you think? Is Magnus going to push forward? Is he going to maintain the tension?
I'm not sure. Maybe he can. Yeah, I don't expect him to push forward. I mean, he can go anywhere. Very difficult. It's just
develops a knight.
Engine thinks like every single thing that they play is bad. Which I think is so funny because probably it's true, but for example now, like if I go d, c4, where is this knight going? I mean, if it goes to d4, I have g5.
Then the queen gets in.
Maybe it has to go to d2, but then it also blocks the bishop fully. So I'm not exactly sure how Magnus is planning to react.
Okay, Pragg captures here, so he's going to be the one to relieve the pawn tension. Center of the board. This opens a file here on the d file.
I think, yep.
Beautiful call for the c4 push. Now that knight's threatened, it needs to get out of the way.
Maybe it's best to go back to a1.
Never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Okay, but g5? Just really...
It's tricky.
e5? Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Whoa.
h4, let's
Another
go.
move. H4 for the score. It's not a pawn sacrifice. You can't pick it up with the knight because you lose the central knight. And pawn takes pawn just looks like you're destroying your pawn structure too bad.
Yeah, so he defends that central knight. We see an exchange of pawns, and the black queen's surely coming in now.
Well, that's how you get the black queen involved in the game.
It's a nice square. Nice juicy post for the queen. Comes in with a big threat.
Not easy to defend that pawn. You need to put something on the long diagonal of the dark squared bishop. You
have to go rook g1, yeah?
Yeah.
But that's, I guess, another defensive avenue.
And an
Knight
attacking
defending it backwards, also, yeah.
Long castle?
This is a dream for Pragg, man. It's so crazy.
No, this is like absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, you can castle.
I think
long castle would be super interesting.
Like knight g5, I will just go back and then I will kick everything back with tempo and...
I love how everyone in the studio moved forward just looking at the position and the tension building up here.
I mean, how could you not, right? Back against the wall, and Pragg has found a way to give himself plenty of winning chances.
Okay, kicking the knight.
Patzer sees a check, Patzer gives a check, but the knight will be lost on that square with no way home.
Yeah, you can give a check, but the black king is pretty safe. And
so, but then he has to play knight g5?
Yeah.
That's quite sad.
Other squares would drop the g3 pawn, so you have to try and kick away the black queen. At least it's forced back to the corner, so you get one moment to breathe.
Oh, this has gone fantastic for Pragg. I mean,
it's his opportunity to strike back in the match.
Queen h8, knight d4, and then it's the question whether you want to get that pawn or...
Can you push e5?
You can, but take, and then what do we do? Like, we don't want to take back. Bishop f4 will be very painful. So
not just yet.
Okay, I would still like to castle at some point just to... Because white probably has to play bishop c2 next. I mean, bishop e3, e4 will become too vulnerable. So but bishop c2... And I'm so tempted to also sacrifice...
He does it!
Yeah, but I think bishop c2 will be played and then we will see what he's gonna do.
And the reason you aren't so keen to capture this pawn in the center to take the knight and then take it again is because you give white the dark squares. You give the white the bishop pair. Well,
but actually, we can play f6, because knight e6 take, we have queen h3.
Ooh, I'll just put this on the board. It's a very cool tactic. You allow what looks like a knight fork, but at the very end.
And then your idea will come in, because e5 after f6 has the potential to finish the game. Actually, I think this is just really bad.
Magnus brings his other bishop out instead.
Okay, so now we have to be quick. Like if white enters bishop c2 long castle, we are in huge trouble.
But can you go f6 with the same idea?
Yeah,
But
we
is
can
this
try.
check on g4 and...
I think check
I
on
don't know if that
g4
helps.
is nothing, but knight
Maybe it doesn't
e6,
help.
take. Just e4 hanging, then b1, d8, everything is hanging. It's just with that time. Okay, engine says we are doing.
But Pragg's coming down to a minute. I mean, he's got to pace up right now. That's a big, big factor,
Actually,
is the clock.
f6, knight e6 if we... No, I cannot really take d4, I think.
You got to move, Pragg.
Yeah, he's got to move, but feeling like it's a crucial moment.
According to the computer, he has to play f6 if he wants to maintain his
And
advantage.
f6, knight e6, rook d4, or what's... Or knight bishop
takes
d4?
d4. Let's put it on the board very quickly.
I thought about it, but it
But
looks
he's frozen, guys. He hasn't made a move. He's like 45 seconds.
But it's enough for him.
If he plays f6.
Yes.
For a bullet game.
But that's why he takes time, no? If he...
Whoa!
He does it.
Strikes the other way. That pawn will
Launching
be
a
captured.
pawn
But actually,
forward.
was f6 maybe a move instead of long castle?
Knight f6 was an option as well.
All right, but this was another idea now. A queen takes pawn is the idea. It's coming in with a check.
Yeah, but it's slipping back in the other direction here for Magnus.
Because the bishop falls back. It hits the queen. The rook's attacked as well. You can't pick up the pawn. Is this Pragnananda in trouble?
I mean, I imagine the rook has to recapture here, no?
You're losing material anyway, so you just have to find the best way to do it. Pragnananda, he's under 20 seconds though, against 2 minutes.
Wow.
And this is what, you know, you have to play e5, you play it quicker.
The demands against the world number one are just astronomical, right? You can really only afford to make minimal mistakes, and just like that, things have gone pretty bad here for Pragnananda down the stretch. He's got 14 seconds. Magnus going to take a quick moment to pause with 2 minutes to his name. Look for ways to apply the finishing touches.
The problem is the white king's going to castle, right? Like if the white king was fixed in the center forever, there we go. Magnus grabs a rook next to our camera there, and yeah, this one just looks over.
No, it was a crazy game, but...
And it's the same storyline from the previous one, you know, pushing for that initiative at the start, and then one miscalculation of moving the king, and then you lose the game. And this one as well, he had that opportunity to push the f-pawn. He missed it.
Yeah, fork.
Maybe he could have even gone f6 instead of long castle.
Look at what he's done, Magnus, giving away his knight, and it's a resignation. We'll break that move down in a moment. He was about to win even more material. Magnus wins the match.
He gets the double exclamation point, and it demands the resignation from Pragnananda on the spot. Magnus Carlsen, he gets it done. Wounded early on in the tournament, but ever since he's hit the lower bracket, he seems to have found his stride. He takes down Pragg, and he moves on to face Arjun Erigaisi in the next round.
f6 here was a good choice. Yeah, we had to go for here.
Yeah, we'll bring that up, and David will break down all the action. But Magnus Carlsen looking unstoppable. Unfortunately for him, it's not the bracket he wanted to be in. But what a performance there, right? Coming from behind, losing that first 10-10, being under pressure, striking back, then striking again, and then finishing the match with 2-2-0.
Yeah, great start to the day for Magnus Carlsen. It didn't look like it was going his way after losing to Pragg the first game, but taking the first match, he'll be in action a bit later again.
And when it came to this game, you know, for Pragg, again, having to get the decisive victory just to buy another Armageddon matchup in this Las Vegas event, he tried to make things a little bit messy, a little bit imbalanced from the beginning. He got what he wanted to a degree, but then it broke the other way.
You know, it's Vegas, it's the city of stars, and I think the stars are aligning here because, yes, you've got the heavyweight trio down in the lower bracket, but I will say one thing, Magnus Hikaru collision on course, and I think that's what destiny has in store for us. We don't get it in the champions bracket, but I think we might get it in this one.
Yeah, so that's the first half of our day concluded, but as you can see here, our lower bracket continues. The thing you need to focus on is just that left-hand side. It's Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura. Winner of that will move into the final third for fourth place matchup. Arjun Erigaisi, Carlsen, they're fighting for the same thing. Losers of those matchups will fall down to fight for 6th and 5th. And then, of course, the losers of our matchups today already, they're fighting for 7th and 8th tomorrow alongside our grand finalists.
And that last game was a bit crazy, that last blitz game between Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda. So maybe we can just show, firstly, where Pragg could have maybe taken a small half chance, I'll call it, to make this game even more wild. but also where Magnus Carlsen won it in the end. And it was this moment Vincent was trying to find a way to make the pawn move to f6 work, and it should have been here, should have been now. He castled his king Pragg. It's not a bad move, but he needed to find this idea anyway later. But f6 was the one he might have missed, because it looks like you give the white knight an entry post, but after this exchange, the black queen comes down, hitting the knight, but also hitting a very important pawn with a nasty, nasty check. And this would have forced Magnus to find the only move not to lose on the spot, pretty much, to offer a trade of queens. And at least the game would have gone on. We would have seen Pragg fight for a long time in a position such as this one. Instead, he did castle, and a few moves down the line, we saw Pragg lose some material. He lost a knight for rook to this knight fork, first of all, but just to show the final move in this game, show why Pragg resigned. After king takes knight here, the black king finds itself on a dark square, and this is why we always tell people, checks, captures, and threats, look for your forcing moves first. Magnus landed a double exclamation mark sacrifice, knight to e6 check. The knight is forking a bunch of things, of course, but it looks like a sacrifice the black knight can recapture. However, once you realize that this bishop trade now comes with a check against the black king, comes with a discovery against the black queen, you realize Magnus was about to go up material. Pragg resigned.
The GOAT finishing it off in style.
Yeah, very impressive. Very alert there, Tanya.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And I want to ask you a little bit about that. You know, you've got Magnus now fighting for that third place. And there's always this conversation, Vincent, in the chess world. Is Magnus Carlsen the GOAT? It's also a conversation that our chat loves to have all the time. You know, yes, like you said earlier, that this is not Magnus at his peak. That domination, you know, the kind of chess we saw from him is perhaps a few years behind him, but still he goes on to win so many tournaments. I mean, he's coming to Vegas with 6 back-to-back victories in different events, so that's saying something. Do you think Magnus Carlsen is the greatest of all time?
I don't have a clear opinion on that, I have to disappoint. To me, it's basically between him, Gary, and Fischer. Those are like the 3 people that, for me, are in the contention for that title. And you know, I think with Bobby, it's kind of difficult to tell how good he really could have been for what amount of time, or how big the domination could have been. And Gary, obviously, you know, okay, great. It's just I don't really know how to like objectively, or at least try to objectively evaluate who's the best out of them.
Who's your favorite, though? Who's your favorite player of all time?
And it doesn't have to be one of those 3.
No, I think it would be, but yeah, I don't know.
Just know that this will live on in perpetuity, whatever you say. Yeah, but no pressure. No, I'm kidding.
But to me, it's like I grew up with the matches of Vachier and Magnus, yeah? So those have been kind of the chess heroes that I grew up with. But, you know, I also read those book series by Kasparov, and yeah, just also fantastic.
Well,
he's not giving us an answer here.
Yeah, and you know what? I respect it. I respect it. Ever the politician. Vincent, thank you for being so gracious with your time. Just before we let you go, Fabi Hikaru, Arjun Carlsen. Those are the other matchups that we'll have after a break today. Do you think we're destined to see Hikaru and Magnus Carlsen in the 3rd place matchup, or will Fabi and Arjun from the upper bracket hold fast against them?
I think they will put up a big fight, especially Fabi. I expect this match to be very close, but I think we have very fair chances of seeing that Nakamura-Carlsen matchup for the 3rd place.
Let's go. Love it.
Does it all happen here in the 10-10, or do you think that these are it's also
you
going?
Will get tie breaks.
We're going to get some tie breaks? Okay, so you're calling a longer day for us.
It's going to be a long day.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, I want to thank you again so much for lending your time to us, your incredible insights. I know that the chat and the fans at home were popping off over your commentary, and it's always a pleasure to have you with us. I'll let you go enjoy the rest of your day. We'll talk a little bit more about the matchups that we have ahead of us before taking that break and resetting the stage. So, David, I'm going to come over to you. That question of Hikaru and Carlsen, is it written in the stars for us? Are we destined to get them fighting it out for 3rd place?
It feels like it, right? They were in opposite groups in the group stage, so we didn't get it there. We didn't get Magnus versus Hans, which people were kind of begging for as well. So it only feels fair that we might get Magnus against Hikaru. And they do start as favorites. It's that simple.
I think they start as favorites, but Tanya, is that ignoring? Is that doing a disservice to the performance that Arjun and Fabi have had, here so far in Vegas, or even across the whole circuit? Both of these guys have been pretty consistent performers every time they've stepped on the freestyle stage.
Well, it's going to be awesome to watch them in action. I mean, just the way even they knocked down to the lower bracket, it was such a big fight. I just have a feeling that, again, it's fate. When you say Magnus, you have to say Hikaru. It's a matchup the world wants to see, and I think we are going to get that. But before that, it's a long path ahead. And I think Fabi, Arjun, they've been so fabulous in the tournament throughout, just giving us so much impressive chess that I think we're going to get more of that. So nothing's, we're not sure, but I think we're all hoping for that somewhere in our heart.
Yeah, there's a feeling in the air.
Yeah.
But here's the reality. The players get a say in all of this. So we are going to head to a pretty lengthy break, about 45 minutes, and that's because of how quickly the action happened on the stage here, before we come back to see Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi against Magnus Carlsen, battling it out for a shot at third place. We'll see you on the other side of that break to bring you all the action, and we hope to see you there.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Freestyle is very, very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and I really, really want everything to work out great, and I'm very happy with the way things have gone so far.
Oh, look at that!
This is crazy.
What was that?
I love this too, because recognizing time trouble, look at that clock ticking down for Gukesh. You're just forcing him to consider something entirely different.
Wow, he is about to make a new queen. He finds an incredible move.
Oh,
this is over.
Goodness. What a brilliancy. Oh my goodness.
Double exclamation mark.
Phenomenal find here.
And he's got 9 seconds to find that move. And he doesn't. Those are some boss vibes from Kaima. I would be shocked if he doesn't play this. I mean, everything about him is screaming that that's about to happen on the board. Look at Pragg. He knows it. This is all over. It's a brilliancy on the board.
An opening. No! I said it at just the wrong moment.
Oh my goodness.
Does Magnus Carlsen have a win right now?
What? He's got many
wins.
We inch ever closer.
And there you have it. Magnus about to win the Paris Slam. And
there it is. He's championed the format, and now he crowns himself champion here in Paris, France. Your second champion on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour is none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
I'm very, very satisfied with being able to seal the win with, I think, a very clean performance. I was focused, played very sound chess, and just didn't give him any chances.
Paris, a city famous for its art, architecture, and history. But these 8 days in April are not about painting or music. It's about chess. But not just any chess, freestyle chess. A game that changes everything. A game that puts intuition above preparation and makes improvisation the highest discipline. 12 of the best chess players in the world come together at the Pavillon Chesnay du Roi in the Bois de Vincennes, an elegant retreat on the edge of the metropolis. Among them, world champions, shooting stars, and legends of the game. They will be playing for the champions title of the Grand Slam Tour, Paris 2025, and prize money totaling $750,000 US. Freestyle chess forces the players to start from scratch every day. No prepared openings, no memorization. Before each game, a new, randomly determined starting position. 960 possible variations, and only 10 minutes to prepare together. White with white, black with black. Many use this short time to exchange ideas and to get in the mood for the unknown. Paris, once the playground of great masters such as Alekhine and Capablanca, is once again becoming the center of chess.
It's a great feeling. I certainly hope that Paris is going to be a regular stop for these freestyle events.
It's a fantastic venue, and Paris is really beautiful in this weather.
Before the first move is made, all attention is focused on the stars of the tournament. The content day in Paris brings a packed schedule. Players move from one interview to the next, pose for official portraits, and face a constant flurry of flashing cameras. Each of the 12 players is put in the spotlight individually. The chess world is watching closely, and everyone wants to know something special about the stars. The top 3 from the opening tournament in Weissenhaus, Germany, redefine their goals for Paris. Vincent Keimer, the surprising winner of the last Grand Slam, is focused and modest.
I'm going to give my absolute everything to perform as good as possible and play good games and hopefully even win. But that's not something I expect or feel the pressure to do.
Fabiano Caruana, who narrowly missed out on victory recently, appears relaxed and confident. He says he's in a good mood and hopeful to play well. The greatest of all time, Magnus Carlsen, only came third and has a clear goal for Paris.
I think even though I didn't win the tournament, I'm happy with a lot of the way I played in Weissenhaus. I felt that I learned a lot as well, so I have the goal here to learn even more and to play a little bit better, but most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
The tournament begins. 2 days of rapid chess in everyone against everyone mode. 11 rounds, 10 minutes thinking time plus 10 seconds per move. If you make a mistake here, you hardly have time to correct it. 6 rounds are played on the first day. The tension is palpable. And one player is an early talking point. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, 20 years old, from Uzbekistan. He wasn't actually on the start list. Hans Niemann's withdrawal has opened the door to Paris for him.
I was really surprised. Suddenly, organizers contacted me and asked me if I'm available for this tournament, so I was really happy. I'm here and it was a great experience.
Nodirbek not only brings talent with him to Paris, but above all, enthusiasm.
I like the complexity of the freestyle chess because you need to have a imagination and you have to create sort of your own openings, and it's very rich and it's very exciting.
4 wins, 2 draws. At the end of day 1, Nodirbek is on top. A start that could give him a tailwind for his big goal.
My biggest dream is to become a champion It's extremely tough because you have so many young players also. They're all very strong and you have extremely high competitiveness in any tournament. It's a challenge that you have to pass.
But he is not alone at the top of the table. Magnus, initially reserved, finds his rhythm and defeats the reigning world champion Gukesh Domarashu in round 4.
I am just super tired, but obviously I'm very happy with the score. Some days you just have to fight through.
Magnus, multiple world champion and exceptional player, sails confidently through the preliminary round. Noterbeck, on the other hand, only manages 1 win on day 2. But thanks to his impressive start on day 1, he also secures a place in the knockout stage. For Fabiano, the tournament is beginning like a nightmare.
I'll just take it one step at a time. I'll try to make it past the group stage into the quarterfinals. I think it's more difficult than in Germany because we have more players and there's the same amount of spots making it.
3 defeats at the start.
Of course, if the first day doesn't go well, then you get into kind of, you need to have a really good second day and you get into a bit of panic maybe. But I hope I'll play well. I'm in a good mood.
He fights and saves himself with a mixed record in the top 8. A young player who, at least on paper, has already reached the very top, caused a big surprise on the first 2 days. Gukesh, 18 years old, reigning world champion. A title that represents the ultimate goal for many.
I mean, the World Championship is one step towards a long journey. There is a lot more to achieve and lot more scope for me to improve my game. If World Championship is the end, it would be quite boring.
But he is not without his faults.
I guess sometimes I overthink. Like many games, I get into time trouble, which is one of the known weaknesses.
Time trouble is his undoing. One mistake in the opening is enough. In the end, Gukesh misses out on the top 8, a setback.
In chess, it's kind of underestimated that to go to the game or generally during the tournament to be in a good mood or have a good feeling about the tournament, the situation in general is actually quite important.
The champion of the Weissenhaus Grand Slam remains calm despite his triumph. He knows that everything starts all over again in Paris. New opponents, new challenges.
Of course, it's a bit different feeling coming here knowing that I won the last event. It gives some confidence, but I'm very much aware that it's a completely new tournament. The players also changed, and it will be very difficult even to get into the top 8. I don't think my approach to this tournament will be much different, also because I felt that, whatever I've been doing last time seems to have worked well.
But he has had a difficult time in Paris so far.
Chess is a brutal game. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
In the last round, he defeats Fabiano Caruana and qualifies for the knockout phase in 7th place with 5.5 points.
I'm really looking forward to playing freestyle classical matches again. I like it better than the rapid, and of course it's great that I don't have to play for 9th or 11th place, but can still fight for the top spots.
Fabiano can also continue to hope despite his defeat. With 4.5 points, it's just enough. Because Hikaru Nakamura wins the last game against Richard Rapport, who, due to this loss, doesn't make it into the top 8. The preliminary round of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris ends after 11 rounds. 8 players remain in the race for the champion's title in Paris. The tournament continues for them in the knockout system. Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi are in the lead, but in direct comparison, Jan has the better accuracy and finishes the preliminary round in 1st place. That has an advantage. For the knockout stage, he gets to choose his opponent first. The system works as follows. After the preliminary round, The top 4 players each get to choose their quarterfinal opponent from places 5 to 8, and also decide which color they will play in the first of 2 quarterfinal matches. The first place chooses first.
So you will be one of the players tonight that the top 4 can choose from. In Weissenhaus, you were the first to be picked. You went on to win the tournament. Do you think you will be picked first again tonight, or they are not going to there?
I'm going to see.
We have a winner of the round robin. Jan Nepomniachtchi has won. First of all, congratulations.
The Russian chess grandmaster has the first pick and makes a choice not everyone would have made.
I pick Vincent. So you play Vincent? Yeah, I play. All right. So good luck with that one.
Why Vincent? Obvious, like, to become a champion, you have to be the previous champion, yeah?
The second place picks next. And so it proceeds until all pairings and colors are set. While the top 8 enter the knockout stage, the rest compete for places 9 to 12. The race continues for everyone.
Mr. Nakamura.
That's probably the best thing about chess, is that I can still go out, be a normal person, go shopping, do these sorts of things, and it's not guaranteed that someone will recognize me. It's nice to have a little bit of fame, but not be famous to the point where everybody recognizes me. In small doses, it's fine. So it's quite nice to sort of see some of the people, to see those who have followed me as a streamer, and just to meet them and at least know that there are fans out there. My name is Hikaru Nakamura. I play professional chess, and we're here to do some filming.
As a well-known streamer, Hikaru knows and loves interacting with his fans. And on day 3, the fans can get up close and personal.
I really appreciate you coming here and supporting us.
Initiator Jan Buttner makes a surprising decision and opens the doors to visitors on the 3rd day.
As you know me, we're always acting spontaneously, right? If there's like 10 kids waiting there like for an hour, giving us time and energy, and we want to show you around. And of course that made them happy.
It's not just the children who are happy. Many of the players also enjoy the interaction with their supporters. The closeness to the audience makes this day special. Then it gets serious. The knockout stage begins. With the switch to classical time control, things slow down, on the surface at least. But beneath that calm, tensions rise.
We are ready for the start of the quarterfinals. You may start the clocks. Good luck.
8 players, 1 goal, the semi-finals.
Let's just key back into Magnus Carlsen versus Nodebek Abdusatorov. Once again, things aren't looking great here for Nodebek.
Magnus is the only player to win his first quarterfinal match against Nodebek.
I think my first 5-6 moves were pretty bad, and he really solved it a lot better than I did. After that, I took over and I played better, but it was very, very tough.
The other matches? High class, but without a decision. They all played to a draw. But one player in particular caused a stir today. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nepo for short. The self-confident Nepo started playing chess at the age of 4. His grandfather, a passionate chess enthusiast, introduced him to the game. Back then, young Jan often struggled with time problems.
My coach, very strong Soviet and Russian international master, yeah, twice 2 times champion of Russia. He suggested me, okay, but you have 2 hours for the game, and it's quite a lot, but you try to play like if you have 1 hour, and if you need more time, then you use it like extra time, but normally 1 hour is also enough.
This advice has proven its worth. Today, Nepo is known for his speed. He rarely spends more time than necessary, and for finding dubious ideas. During the joint preparation for today's round, Nepo surprises the group with a provocative pawn sacrifice.
Are you sure about the gambit? I'm not so far.
Yeah, in the worst case, you get this cut on structure, like, quite nice.
A bold suggestion, which he doesn't even play himself. But others go along with it.
Sometimes certain people have some outsized influence, and in today's case, I think we were looking at a couple moves and we were unsure about this about this e4 move, and then Nep's like, f5, takes, g6, knight g6, black's great, develop your pieces, you're winning, computer says it's always great. And then I played it. Very early, I was upset, and I wanted to kill someone, or maybe kill Nepo specifically, because I just thought I was going to lose a game because of what he said.
He saw your position and he realized what he had done.
After an intense day of fan meetings and a nerve-wracking nail-biter, Hikaru is clear. The goal is the semifinals. But the way there leads via Arjun Erigaisi.
Whoever comes up with the best plans of the board should win, and I'm really looking forward to it. You can't really predict, but if I make it to the top 4 and I have a chance to win the event, I'll be pretty happy.
Day 4, Decision Day. Who will make it to the semifinals? Caruana wins confidently against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Carlsen secures his place in the last 4 with a draw against Abdusattorov.
Notterbeck really put the pressure on, but again, you know, they say tactics and attack, it wins you the beauty prize, but it's defense that wins you championship, and Magnus just did that to absolute class.
2 days in a row, I felt so clueless, not figuring it out at all. And then when we get to like a faster phase, then I actually play well. So I think he did a fantastic job today, putting a lot of pressure on me. I don't know how, but somehow I escaped.
Nakamura also survives his second game, this time without drama. The most fiercely contested match of the day, Nepomniachtchi versus Keimer. The winner of this clash will face Nakamura in the semifinals.
If I had to pick someone, I would say Nepo, simply because Vincent has had a lot of experience playing these events. So I guess from that standpoint, since it's classical, I would prefer probably to play Nepo. If I could get it to like a rapid, then I'd prefer Vincent. Let's put it that way.
After 2 tense draws in the classical games, the match moves into the tiebreak. With the black pieces, Vincent surprises not only on the board, but also on the clock. He outpaces speed specialist Nepo and secures a commanding win in the first rapid game. A draw in the second game is all he needs. He calmly defends his lead and advances to the semifinals.
Do you think at the next tournament the players will stop picking you first?
Yeah, I think by now we might be at that point. I think, yeah, I hope so.
Carlsen, Caruana, Nakamura, and Keimer. These are the semifinalists in Paris. Among the players who did not make it into the top 4, Maxime's defeat is particularly painful. He had hoped for a better result in his home match in Paris.
Some moments I just missed some good moves from Fabi, and it became tough. I tried what I could. It didn't pan out expectedly.
In the lower bracket, Richard and Pragg emerged as the winners and will compete in the coming days for 9th place. After day 4, it is now unmistakably clear who will be the first to exit the tournament. Gukesh and Vidit share 11th place, a tough blow for the reigning world champion.
Again, a very bad tournament. At least compared to Vaisinos, I won like 3 games. But okay, clearly need to improve in this format.
For Vidit, the result may be easier to digest. Just a few days before the tournament began, he got married, turning Paris into more than just a tournament venue for him.
To be honest, I was a bit distracted. I was not like completely in the mindset to play chess, because wedding is a lot of emotions, and after that I was really looking forward to spending some time with her.
Together with his wife, he explores the city, savoring the little moments away from the chessboard. A special time in the city of love, despite a short-lived appearance at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam.
Yeah, I was more than a little bit sad, but I really like the format of freestyle because it's really refreshing as a professional player to just go over the board and start thinking from move 1, which is rare in normal chess. It doesn't really happen.
This is my first time at a chess tournament, so it's very new to me. So I was kind of figuring out what all is happening there, and I really like how everything was managed. I'm not someone who follows chess, so it becomes easier if there is commentary for me. So overall, I loved it.
First day of the semifinals and the first round are on. Four players, 2 games. Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana engage in a strategic duel at eye level. Neither risks too much, neither makes the decisive mistake. In the end, it's a fair draw.
At some point, I just started to get worse, so I was trying to already shut the game down at that point.
I mean, compared to yesterday, for instance, today I was kind of more focused on trying to be solid, simplify, and yeah, I did a much better job than I've done in some other black games where I've been in trouble. I think we're getting a lot better, yeah. I think we especially saw that in the rapid phase here, where we're still clueless at times, obviously, but especially the openings, we're doing a lot better.
The second semifinal game also remains without a winner. Vincent Keimer plays courageously against Hikaru Nakamura, but despite an active position, the game ends up in balance. It is Nakamura who offers a draw, and Keimer accepts.
That was just a big mess, which then, kind of fizzled out into a draw. I think it was fighting, it sets a good mood for tomorrow, and my move Queen E6 I think was like somewhere between very unnecessary and a big mistake. And after that, that was just a big mess. Knowing that my position should have been better at some point, I would have loved to push for more, but okay, sometimes that's the way it is.
It wasn't a great game, but I think, a draw is always good in a match format.
The placement matches are about more than just prestige. No Dirbeck and Nepo show that they are far from being written off. Both win their matches and move closer to the game for 5th place.
I feel that my, general understanding of chess has improved since the first tournament, and I'm feeling more comfortable in the starting positions, and it's becoming easier to handle the first moves, and that's the feeling that I got playing freestyle.
The first semi-final matches have been played, balanced, controlled, still without a winner. But the decisions will be made the next day. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keimer, and Hikaru Nakamura will have to fight for a place in the final. A draw will not be enough for anyone. The ranking duels also remain exciting. It remains to be seen whether Arjun Erigaisi and MVL can fight their way back, or whether their opponents will use the advantage from the first leg to secure their places. Day 6 in Paris. Today will decide who makes it to the grand final and who has to fight for places. In the first semi-final rematch, Fabiano Caruana puts a strong position on the board, but under increasing time pressure, he makes a mistake. Magnus Carlsen remains focused and seizes the opportunity.
I was a little bit up on time, so I thought I'll try and pressure him, try and make something happen quickly. And yeah, fortunately for me, it worked better than I could have imagined.
Magnus Carlsen is the first finalist of the Grand Slam Tour 2025 in Paris. In the second semi-final, Vincent Keimer once again plays at a high level, but in the end it is Hikaru Nakamura who prevails.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. It was a very interesting game. I mean, at some point, Vincent tried too hard. He played this H4 move, which I think was bad to begin with, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win. It's nice, of course, to be in the final, but the job isn't done, so I have to play Magnus next. I mean, it's exciting to play Magnus. We've played a lot over our careers. We obviously played a Fischer Random match in 2018 in Norway, so I have a lot of experience against him. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Should be fun.
The El Chesico is perfect. Carlsen versus Nakamura, a duel of giants for the title. The finalists from Weissenhaus meet again in the match for 3rd place, Keimer against Caruana. All eyes are on the first final day of the Grand Slam Tour Paris. The fans show their support and give their favorite players strength and motivation. The El Chesico begins. Carlsen versus Nakamura, a showdown between the world's top grandmasters for the trophy. In the final, Magnus Carlsen opts for an uncompromising approach. He plays b4 on move 4, an aggressive advance that immediately leads to a dynamic position. Nakamura defends long and precisely until an inaccurate bishop maneuver tips the game.
An opening! No! I said it at just the wrong moment!
Oh my goodness!
He moves his bishop away. It's very unclear the point of that move.
Why would he not pick up that pawn?
Hikaru realizing now, he shook his head.
That was the moment. It was in his hands.
There was no reason to move that bishop.
It
that
wasn't
makes
even
no sense.
This game, I mean, he literally...
Oh my goodness.
He was in such a tough spot the entire way. He held, he found his way back into it. He was right there.
And he knows it, and Magnus knows it as well.
Carlsen recognizes the opportunity and strikes.
Yeah, it feels great to win, of course. I think the game honestly was a bit similar to the one yesterday, that I had some very good faces and some very weak faces as well. In the end, he kind of made the last mistake. I thought it was a draw, and then he played bishop 8, which was shocking. I think his mind was pretty fried there as well at that point. A lot of tactical misses. It wasn't perfect, but it's a win.
While Magnus takes the first point in the final, Caruana controls the third-place match against Keimer and wins convincingly. And the tension is not only palpable on the boards, off them too. Jan Henrik Buttner, the founder of Freestyle Chess, follows the games with enthusiasm.
I couldn't be more happy. It's just so exciting, and especially like when you have really not draws, boring, exciting games, decisive games with like a scene where all our commentators started to scream, you know, when I was in front of the door. I said, what happened? So I had to first later understand what really happened. I hope that everyone who did not win today or who lost today will win tomorrow, so that we're gonna have an epic final day with a lot of rapid and blitz and maybe Armageddon decisive games.
Thank you.
Today is the moment of truth. With the first point in his pocket, Magnus needs only a draw. One more game stands between him and the title of Paris Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion. But against a fierce opponent like Hikaru, there are no guarantees.
My position is very healthy. The one bishop that he will have left on H1 is not super effective at the moment, and because it's sort of being blocked by my pawns and the other bishop, I can maybe trade off for a knight at some point. So I think I'm doing well, very, very solid, and yeah, it's up to him to try and create something.
While the tension builds in the final, Fabiano secures third place. After a win in the first game, a draw today is enough for him to secure bronze. In the meantime, Hikaru pushes for complications and looks for chances in a seemingly equal middle game. But Magnus stays undeterred and refuses all invitations for complications.
I don't think I really ever had anything special today. Just, I mean, maybe somewhere I was better, but if I'm better, it's like in the first couple of moves, so yeah, that's what it is.
Move by move, Magnus guides the game toward a textbook draw. With that, he secures the match 1.5 to 1/2 points.
We inch ever closer to our next champion here on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Draw offered. Magnus about to win the Paris Slam, and there it is.
He's championed the format, and now he crowns himself champion here in Paris, France. Your second champion on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour is none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
I would like to welcome the coach, Magnus Carlsen, up on stage.
He lifts the trophy and claims the $200,000 first prize. El Chessico has delivered on its promise, a glorious winner and a satisfied runner-up.
Looking at all my results, honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way, mainly because freestyle finishing second is very acceptable. Before the tournament, if you told me I'd finish second, I'd be happy. I always try to look at things or try to be positive, and I mean, it's good, so I'm happy.
No, it feels great to win. I'm very, very satisfied with being able to seal the win today with, I think, a very clean performance. I was focused, played very sound chess, and just didn't give him any chances. So today I think I did everything as well as I could.
Paris has worked out spectacularly. And freestyle is a big movement. We think its fan engagement is great, so we will see if we can introduce even fans at the next events in terms of real audience.
Thanks to its success, freestyle chess keeps evolving beyond its classical roots. And the next stop will be Las Vegas, bigger than ever, with more top players, special side events, and for the first time, a live audience in the stands. How will the new format evolve under the neon lights of Vegas? Who will rise to the challenge on July's Freestyle Chess Grand Slam stage? And who will be the next Freestyle Grand Slam champion? As the lights dim on this chapter in Paris, a new journey begins in Las Vegas. The board is set, the pieces await, and the chess world will be watching. Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann are set for the All-American Grand Final in Las Vegas.
The full-point victory here for Levon Aronian, up to 2-0 over Arjun Erigaisi. The magic continues here for Levon Aronian.
And what a path he's had, right? Taking down the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, taking down the world #2 Hikaru Nakamura, and a win against the world #5, the Iceman of the chess world. And he didn't even need tie breaks. Gets the first win in a completely controlled performance in Game 2. Levon Aronian is our first finalist in Vegas.
Intense days for Fabiano Caruana. Once again, the American Grandmaster was pushed to his limits. It was a mental and physical battle that left him drained. There was no rest, and once again, it went to the tie breaks. This time, his opponent was the ever unpredictable Hans Niemann.
That's it. You hit the bishop. You're coming in with a checkmating idea, and Hans has seen it all the way through. And that's it, handshakes.
There it is. Hans Niemann on his first time here live on the stage. He's been calling his shots the entire way through from the group stage, surprising so many. And then, of course, to fight through the upper bracket time and time again, he takes down top opponents. And Fabiano Caruana, as strong as he may be, could not take down the likes of Hans Niemann.
Just incredible stuff. Hans Niemann beat the world #3 on the biggest stage of his life. He's bold, he's fearless, and he's through to the finals. Sets up an epic Vegas showdown. It's going to be Levon Aronian versus Hans Niemann.
Meanwhile, the lower bracket brought its own share of high-stakes drama. Magnus Carlsen held firm against Sindarov. Wesley So survived 2 tense tie breaks to eliminate Abdusattorov. Vincent Keimer had to concede. Pragg moves on. And Hikaru Nakamura outplayed Dominguez in both classical games. Get ready. It's time for a day packed with action in the lower bracket, while our finalists enjoy a well-earned day of rest. Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann can sit back and watch as the battle for third place heats up. The fight isn't over for the rest. The stage is set and the pressure is on. Pragg versus Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura. 4 players remain in the race for a shot at the third place match. Who will advance to face Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi in the lower bracket semifinal? A brief moment to catch our breath before it all resumes on Sunday. The day of decisions is coming.
I'm here with the first finalist of the Las Vegas Grand Slam Light, Levon. Congratulations, and what a run. 2 days ago, you eliminated Magnus in the playoff. Yesterday, you beat Hikaru. Today, you beat Arjun Erigaisi. Before we talk about the matches, how do you feel?
Wonderful. It's a fairy tale.
You love playing freestyle chess, and I'm sure being in the final here means a lot to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I didn't really have a great year, so it's great to make it so far. So I'm very happy.
Tell us a little bit about today's match against Arjun.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit careless in the opening. I was under a heavy pressure, and it was all about me having to find only moves, which is not so hard, you know. There are not too many moves, so you have to find them. Yeah. And yeah, then I came back into the game, and I thought, okay, probably I will hold a draw, and then Arjun blundered. And then I think it was still close to a draw, but then he kind of collapsed. So it was a very lucky instance of, you know, when one side has all the chances and he misses them all and just collapses. Yeah, I told Arjun after the game that this is how I normally lose. I mean, you're not supposed to lose like this.
And let's talk about yesterday's match. I mean, yesterday is such drama, 10 hours of chess. Your match didn't go all the way, but almost. I mean, at some point, you were in a must-win situation in the playoff against Hikaru. How did you find it in you to come back against a man who's notoriously difficult to beat?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I had a pretty good control of my nerves. You know, in 2017, when I started working with a sports psychologist, we were doing some tests. And then he was like, oh, this thing is not working? And then he realized it's not that the thing is not working. I'm constantly in a state of sleep, you know? I'm hibernating. And my nervous system is just very chill. Wow. Yeah. So I think this would happen like in the previous days, and yeah, I'm very happy about that, that I managed to stay calm.
You're only one step away now from lifting the trophy here. Do you feel there is anything in your game you could still adjust, or just keep going the way you have?
Well, I mean, I'm definitely, I need to pay attention to the opening ideas more. Yeah, I got outplayed completely in this first game. It was a bit embarrassing during the game. I was feeling, oh my god, where do I put my pieces? Yeah, my C6 move, second move, was a terrible mistake.
And the final question, your opponent is about to be determined in a playoff. It's going to be an All-American final. Would you rather play Fabi or would you rather play Hans?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter for me. You know, I get along well with my fellow Americans, and Hans told me a couple of days ago that now I qualify as an American. Now, I mean, now he accepts me as a fellow American. So, yeah, I'm happy that we are doing well in our home soil, let's say.
So I will thank you very much for your time. Once again, hearty congratulations on making the final. Will you be going to watch the playoff?
Probably not.
Then enjoy the rest of your day, Levon, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Hans, congratulations. You are through to the final. Is this one of the highlights of your young career so far?
Yeah, on paper, it's probably the highlight so far. Yeah, it means, yeah, I could not have been scripted any better. Like, to come in for the qualifier, and then I was really on the ropes in this first game. So I guess everything was just meant to be, because, okay, in the second game I played brilliantly, and I was in control and time pressure, and so I guess I got my type of position and I was able to outplay him. Yeah, speechless.
The last game really was a masterpiece, according to our commentators too. In both first games, you were under huge pressure, both in the 30-30 and in the 10-10. How did you find it in you to find the resources to survive those games?
Yeah, well, I guess I was, let's say, maybe technically he had a big advantage, but the way to punish my play was quite complex. Like, I checked it after, and it wasn't that as easy as the engine sort of illustrates. But I always kept sort of a time edge. I kept the focus, and of course, I really, really didn't want to lose. So I was able to muster up all of my energy, even after such tiring past few days. Before the last game, I was struggling to keep my eyes open. I could feel my eyes just sort of closing. So Yeah, I guess I was getting quite bad positions with Black, and this second game he sort of went for this all this F4 stuff, and me and Wesley discussed it, and it was sort of pointless. So I got opening initiative, and then it became very technical. So I'm usually very good at playing technical chess quite quickly. So I was able to sort of slowly grow my advantage and eventually break through when his time was even lower.
In the final, you will take on Levon Aronian, and it's a bit of a full circle moment. You were in the commentary booth a couple of days ago when Levon was playing Magnus. You were rooting for him. A lot has been said about, your intervention, your commentary. Your thoughts on looking back at that and looking forward to the final against Levon?
Yeah, well, obviously, it was quite fun watching Levon win, and but after that day, I understood that after talking so much trash, if I lost, it would be exponentially more embarrassing. So I understood that it was time to calm down and focus and let the chess speak for itself. But obviously, he's a great player. He's had a great run. So I'm just happy with the rest day, because the difference between semifinals and finals is huge. Now, if I had lost, you have to play 2 more matches to get third, and you play both days. Now I can have a nice day sleeping.
What are the plans for the rest day tomorrow?
Sleep, rest. I to make it through yesterday, I had so much coffee that it kind of caught up to me when I was trying to get to bed, and I couldn't sleep until maybe 2:30. I woke up. I was waking up in the middle of the night, so hopefully I have plenty of rest for the final.
Well, we wish you the best of rest tomorrow. Hans, congratulations on a truly stunning performance so far, and all the best for the final.
Thank you.
Welcome to Las Vegas and the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We're here at the spectacular Wynn, and for the first time, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour comes to the United States. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 5 days, we're getting ready for a world-class competition with the best players, the best content creators, and of course, the best commentators the world has to offer.
The stakes, sky high. The city, Sin City. This isn't just about chess. It is a showdown between the best players on the planet. And it's happening right here in Vegas. This is Chess Unfiltered, a spectacular test of courage, speed, and ultimately, raw skill.
From rapid-fire moves to strategic brilliance, freestyle chess showcases every aspect of the game. The rules are exciting, the tension is real, and only one will rise as champion. Watching these elite grandmasters compete under pressure is truly unique in the world of chess.
Freestyle chess isn't just a tournament.
It's a revolution in the world of chess.
And Las Vegas is the perfect stage for it.
Ready for 5 days of drama, brilliance, and a prize pool of $750,000. Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Vegas.
Baby.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, where we're just getting back from our lunch break. The players have been on a break as well, getting ready for the second half of the day. And I'm being joined here by Dash and Tanya. But in the meantime, just to update everyone just tuning in, we had some matches earlier today. We had Magnus Carlsen defeating Pragg in some tie breaks. But we also had Hikaru Nakamura doing things very smoothly against Wesley So. And I'm not sure whether we're back yet. In the meantime, I'm going to be showing those of you who are just joining us one of the moves so far of the day, the move of the first half of the day, and that was in this position, the final move of the clash between Magnus Carlsen against Pragg. And it was all about this black king that's highlighted in red. It was a check here. Magnus Carlsen, he's already the exchange up. Most mere mortals would be very tempted to just improve a piece, maybe develop a bishop, but he had spotted a weakness in the enemy camp, that is a loose, undefended queen. And loose pieces drop off, LPDO, as they say in chess. Magnus ended the game with a double exclamation mark move, the move of the game. And this caused resignation. Simply, it's a fork hitting the king, hitting the rook, and if the knight is captured, bishop takes bishop, a check, hitting the black queen as well in the process. The bishop captured, the black queen dropping off. This caused Pragg to resign, and it was a roller coaster match.
It was so up and down, and what a treat it was to everyone. I mean, Pragg taking that early lead, David, with that first game win, and it almost felt like, is Magnus even interested in this tournament anymore? And then making the most of that comeback win that he had, did it in big fashion with just one inaccuracy by Pragg, and that's all it took. And the second tiebreaker, the 5+2, I think that was a Magnus Carlsen show.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen show. He dug deep, he had to, and it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on after a bit of a break. They've had some time to unwind, but staying in the zone is going to be difficult, Tanya.
It's going to be awesome, but now Magnus gets to chill for just a bit, and we've got other exciting matches also coming up. You know, we've been talking about the build-up to the Magnus versus Hikaru, but a big matchup, a big challenge for Hikaru coming on next as he takes his countryman, his teammate, his big rival, Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, Fabi, Hikaru, two giants of the chess world. What are you predicting, Tanya?
You know, I love the prediction games, but only when I put you on the spot. And I think for Fabi, you know, again, it's going to be such a big question of where his mind is at, where his endurance is at. I mean, this is a fight that I think really brings out the best in both these players. They sort of are the kind of rivals who push each other to their limits. It's sort of that all-American clash. And Hikaru Nakamura has been on top of this head-to-head of their battles, I think by a big margin of late. He always is the one on the winning side against Fabiano Caruana. At least that's the storyline that it seems in the recent past in all their battles. I think for Fabi, David, how much of a mental block has it become to face Hikaru?
It's been bad, essentially, his results this last 12 months, this last couple of years, actually. Fabiano against Hikaru, he's lost in some big games, in Norway chess in the final round, Hikaru leapfrogging him there in the American Cup, in plenty of matches. Fabi, especially with the black pieces, has been taking hit after hit after hit from Hikaru. But at some point, Tanya, you would have to think that their matchup, their kind of form turns around.
Yeah, you know, you almost want to believe that it would be this game, it would be today, and how much it would mean to these players. Let's not forget, Fabiano Caruana second in the tour standings currently, right behind Magnus Carlsen. It's a big matchup, this All-American clash. So many of the US Championships have come down to this. So many of the All-American Cups have come down to this, and this is an All-American face-off. But it's not the only one. As we've got James back with us, there's also Arjun Aragaisi facing world number 1.
Y'all caught me in a bit of time trouble. It just makes me respect even more so the ability of these players here on the freestyle chess stages. We test them in every single aspect of their gameplay. Arjun Aragaisi, I think for me, is the dark horse in this group of 4 players. What we saw from him in Paris immediately, for me, kind of ignited a fandom in him. He's been hot on the Freestyle Fridays a number of times, and so I think this is kind of the question mark around, okay, the 3 old guard and then the 1 new. Can he really make a mess of that picture?
4 players in that bracket, 4 players out in the arena, and these are the top 4 out of the top 5 in the world. You've got world number 1, number 2, number 3, and Arjun Aragaisi at world number 5.
That is absolutely spectacular.
Fighting for third place, guys.
And it's fighting for 3rd place, which is, again, just not something that I don't think anybody had on their bingo card before the event.
Yep. It's crazy. And I think for Arjun, here we see their player cards. Shout out to Take.
Shout out to David Howell.
Yeah, for collaborating here. And I think for Arjun, his big shot is attacking Magnus. We saw what happened to Magnus earlier today. He lost the first game to Pragg when Pragg went straight for Magnus's throat when on the attack. Overall, Magnus, of course, he is the best player in the world across multiple formats. But Tanya, what strikes you here?
You know, the big difference is the center of that card, and I think that's so on point, David. You know, you've got Magnus with the strategic positional battles that he always seems to grind down at 98, and I think that's one of the things that we've spoken about as perhaps something that Arjun needs to work work more on. He's a beast when it comes to those attacking, aggressive positions, these creative ideas, the sacrifices that come out of nowhere. But when it comes to those slow fights, 84 for Arjun, 98 for Magnus, and I think this clash of styles is going to be so much about which positions pulled and who gets their kind of a position right out of the opening.
And a point very much supported by Vincent Keimer himself, right, who we had in the studio for the first half of the day. He's talking about for Magnus Carlsen, when he needed that win, just give him that 0.1. Just give him that tiniest of advantages, and then soon he grows it into something insurmountable.
Yep. Give him a stable base for the position as well, and he'll slowly build from that. You cannot allow him one moment to rest, Tanya.
You know, I think some great advice there by former world champion Mikhail Tal, as he said that, you know, sometimes you just got to pull your opponent into these forest of complications where 2 + 2 is equal to 5, and the path out is wide enough for just one. And that's exactly the kind of position that you want to get Magnus Carlsen in. You know, when you get into those strategic battles, I think your chance is close to 0 to fight that guy. But when it's about these messy, chaotic chess, which is where Arjun strikes, which is where he thrives, you know, that's your best shot against the world #1. And I think, David, for Arjun, it will be about those early chaos, that panic button. Push it as soon as you can.
Yeah, the openings are going to be vital in this one. If Magnus gets stability, gets a nice opening, it's going to be tough for Arjun. We saw that in the last couple of games against Pragg earlier today for Magnus. But if Arjun gets chaos, then it's anyone's game.
So we think bloodier boards between Magnus and Arjun than, say, Fabi and Hikaru?
Definitely. Or at least that's what Arjun wants.
That's what Arjun wants, okay.
I'd love to see your player cards on Hikaru and Fabi as well. Maybe we can get that up at some point, because I was really amazed at the numbers that you've given Magnus and Arjun, and I have to say, for the first time, very rarely, I agree with a lot of that, David. Love to take you on in those, and I think there we have it. Shout out to our production.
Okay, 1 point differential in the overalls. So this speaks to an expected closer matchup. I think that's not going to surprise too many people, given their standing in the chess world. But then where do the actual differences lie? Most notably, calculation. Fabiano gets a small advantage. Intuition, though, there for Hikaru. I see at 92 over the 86 of Caruana.
Yeah, I think it's the pair of intuition and time management for Hikaru. He's very rarely kind of caught embarrassed on the clock. He often has a bit of a bank there because he's so intuitive, because he's so fast. Calculation, Fabi needs a bit more time maybe to work that. Of course, Hikaru, great defender. Fabi, a very good attacker. So it's going to be interesting to see the two collide.
Well, there you have it. Fabiano and Arjun Erigaisi, they're kicking off their day midway through and just beyond lunch. For Hikaru and Carlsen, they're back on the stage to do battle in 2 more 10-10 matchups for a shot at 3rd place. We're back out to Fiona for that position draw.
Welcome back to the afternoon session here, where we will see 2 big matchups that will determine who will play for places 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 tomorrow. So on my right-hand side, we'll have Hikaru Nakamura take on Fabiano Caruana, and then on my left-hand side, Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi. It is now time to draw the next position, and I would like to welcome to the stage to help me give him a warm round of applause, our press officer, Till Behrendt. Till, are you ready?
It's number 122.
Thank you so much, Till. Position 1, 2, 2. The players will have 10 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, best of luck. And to our wonderful audience, please have fun.
Knight, queen, rook, knight, bishop, bishop, king. Yes, of course. You can also play e5. Maybe it's on that. Here, 96. I don't know, maybe this bishop is... Knight,
d4 immediately.
Including h5 and h1?
I think maybe it makes sense for white. But we don't have to. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do this.
c5
Okay. Also c6 is possible.
Knight 15.
No, it doesn't have c6.
Could be
But b4 take e6 is a lot of time, right? Or b4
c6 and quickly b5.
Oh, sorry. No, but here b4 doesn't support.
Yeah.
If take knight c6, you knight b3. And maybe knight c6. Knight b3. Yeah, so should be careful. Okay, what's this? Here, d5. This c5, e5. That should be okay.
Should I go there? d5, d4.
e3. Knight e6. Maybe okay, maybe b6 we should be careful. Bishop e6.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah. But do you want to play c5 here?
They will get fine.
Yeah, we're totally fine. Although we can also start with knight c6. Because if we provoke knight b3, e5 is probably a good version.
Knight c2, e5, probably. So we have here.
Knight c2, e5. e4 there. Knight d4, knight d4, e4. Or just e d4, because b5 is not possible. And bishop c3, e5. d4. Yeah, like at least equals. Okay, this looks maybe some other first move. d4, do we play c5? Probably we don't. d5 is very good. So d4 is a critical move. So, okay, that looks... d4 is coming. Maybe we should take. But e3,
Take and c4.
And we're back midway through the player discussions on your screen now. Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi discussing position 1-2-2. They are playing from the black side of the board, and they're up against Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura playing from the white side. David, taking a look at this, no cornered queen this time. I mean, she's a little bit over there to the left-hand side, but not directly on that longest diagonal. Same with the bishops as well. So less of a concern about, you know, these long snipers straight from the outset.
Yeah, to my eyes, there are only really two problems for each side to solve before it becomes maybe more of a normal position. That is knights in the corner. It looks like they only have one square. Knights can leap out, but they aren't so well placed on these posts, especially because they're going to get hit by enemy pawns very, very quickly. As well as the knight in the corner, the bishop's in the center, and I'm talking about white's dark squared bishop, and on the other side, black's light squared bishop that might struggle to get into the game. It's unclear which way you're going. If you push a pawn on the right-hand side, you weaken your king. If you push a pawn in the center, well, firstly, those pawns won't be defended, but still unclear where that bishop is going. So here we go. It's two of the top players in the world. about to start discussing only a few minutes before the games actually begin.
Yeah, quite interesting. And choosing to do it up on the stage, the two of them, but Magnus will sit down and off they go. With those problems presented, Tanya, how do you suspect we solve them?
You know, I love what we have because this is a very freestyle position, so to say, because we had Lev earlier on in our studio, you know, a couple of days ago, yesterday I think it was, and he said when you've got these bishops right on that center square is when the biggest imbalance happens, something that David pointed out as well, because you just don't know which diagonal you want to develop it in, where does it belong, and as long as you don't move it, you're not able to sort of find the harmony between your pieces. I'm noticing what the players are looking at, and they're looking at those central pawns moving forward. You know, they were analyzing the knight pawn first, the one in front of the knight at the center of the board, then the two bishops. So there are these dynamics, but I think none of the flank pawns we've seen up the board. I will point out, though, that with the rooks at the edge, right, on that right side of the board, perhaps the players will not be super tempted to go castling very early on and might actually go the alpha zero way, trying to get the rook into the game by pushing the h pawn up a little later in the game.
These knights are very bad.
With them seated down, let's see if we can glean any insights as they whisper.
No, I mean, either you take or you go e6, probably.
What takes now?
I take, and yeah, now it's a question.
I mean, we got to get the queen in the game, yeah, so we probably have to take it.
I would take it. Well, I mean, I assume you're going short. It's hard to see a world where you're going to castle long. D7, d4, b4. I don't know if this is. It should be better for white. Yeah, I wasn't sure. And I mean, e6 I thought was a move, but I figured you just like.
We
just
already
take and go knight c. I don't know which knight, but I assume this knight just so you can go this way. This already should be small. e6, e3, c5. Maybe it's not.
This is not great. Oh, but we go G.
G3. Ah, G3 here. You actually both.
No, yeah.
C5.
No, this is not going to work.
But I still feel like there should be something here after c4, e6. It just feels. I mean, you can also play slow, like maybe just e3. Just e6 and. I wasn't sure about this. Is the structure good or not? I wasn't sure about this structure either. Because you can also do it right away. You can also do it right away, like e6, c5 also. But actually, there's still b6, b4, a5. No, a5's not enough. So b6, b4.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
This could be very bad, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was wondering about this structure. I'm not sure though, because I mean, here black can also just go like knight d7, bishop g7, b6, very quickly. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think that this is.
Yeah. Okay, you think it's good for white?
Yeah, I think this is good.
c4,
b6. Are we taking b4 maybe?
Yeah, just takes b4 and then both squares for the knight. Knight c6, no e3, just e3 and then knight c3. Yeah, it's just terrible for black. And b5, yeah, b5, a4 is good. So
yeah, we assume c5, d5.
Yeah, I just assumed that these knights are just terrible here. Just b3 next move. Even if you get this, like the knights.
This is yucky.
Yeah. No, I think d5, c4 is basically forced. E6 or something.
Yeah, e6, c5.
Oh, to have a brain that works so precisely and so quickly. What a pleasure it is, though, to get those board side listen-ins to some of the world's best here on the freestyle stage. Just under 20 seconds to go before each of our four players dukes it out for a chance at a third-place matchup tomorrow.
And that's not a sight you get to see every day in the chess world. The world number one, the world number two, the two biggest rivalries, the biggest rivalry of the chess world, of modern chess, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, pretty much the faces of freestyle chess there, analyzing right before the start. And here we are, it's go time.
Those are your matchups in the lower bracket semifinals. It's Magnus Carlsen up against Arjun Erigaisi, and Hikaru Nakamura taking on Fabiano Caruana. David Howell, as the arbiter, gives them the okay to sit down
start the clocks and make their initial moves. What, if anything, did you glean from that board side discussion between Magnus and Hikaru? They were going through plenty of ideas.
Plenty of ideas, super fast as well. There was plenty we didn't even see on the board that they were discussing at breakneck speed. And often they were stopping after just 2 or 3 moves and making assessments, and more often than not agreeing, which is nice to see. We sometimes see these top players analyze together. Normally it's after a game, but we never see them study openings together. And check this out, Magnus goes his own way. Most of the discussion there was centered around the pawn in front of the white knight in the center, moving 2 squares. I'll see if Hikaru has played that move. Hikaru still having a think, but Magnus, he basically just rendered all of that they discussed moot.
Well, he renders it all moot, and you know what Hikaru says? Magnus, he's having a good day. Maybe I go that way as well. He will elect to push the same pawn forward in front of the rook. Granted, there is a different move to follow after that. Perhaps we can zoom out, take both boards side by side to track the early portions of these matchups.
And maybe they just weren't super satisfied with the conclusion they came up with. It was still very unclear. Pushing the d pawn forward was actually the computer's top choice that they were debating, but you had to find some accurate moves later to back it up, and this promises a slower game. Almost a mirror image on both boards, Tanya, but a few different pawns being pushed.
But I do like the decision, and I'm sure you were pleased to see sort of the English appear on the board as well, David. You know, it's a multi-purpose move. We often talk about if you can find the first pawn move that opens up files and diagonals for your pieces to come out, more than one, then you should do that. That c-pawn moving 2 steps forward also opens up the rook, the diagonal of the queen, and invites the knight finally to enter into the end of the game, into the middle of the board. You mentioned it as one of the problem childs in the position, right? The knight at the edge of the board. So finding good squares for that. Not just that, minors behind pawns. That c3 point right behind the pawn which has been moved forward can be occupied by the bishop or the knight. I quite like the way the players have decided to start this. Some early pawn moves by Hikaru. I will tell you one thing though, I think Magnus is just very pleased with the way the day is for him, you know. He takes it as a challenge to play this younger generation. He enjoys it so much, he relishes it. Because he wants to show them that, you know, he's still the final boss in the game. He made good work of Pragg early on, and this is his opportunity against Arjun Erigaisi, and he's a man who loves challenges.
To be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And for a young guy like Arjun Erigaisi, this is one of those opportunities that you get. So take the best shot you have. We asked the question, how would we get those knights out of that corner spot on the board? Hikaru Nakamura has at least answered Fabiano has at least answered that question by bringing it out to the c7 square. So stacking the knights there on the 3rd file in from the left.
And Arjun doing Arjun things already, David, with that b pawn moving up the board, early tension. Magnus with some questions to answer.
Yeah, and that is a sacrifice. He's giving up a pawn, Arjun Erigaisi, on that right board, and we'll jump in a moment to break it down. It is all about a fight for the center. It doesn't look like it. It looks like they're kind of playing on the flanks, but Arjun definitely not backing down from a fight in the early stages.
He's got his thinking face on there. We'll see if he's thought this through, because as you said, maybe tossing away a pawn, looking for some compensation.
Yeah, and a quick action replay of the early moves. We're now at move 6, so we'll race through them, but this pawn was pushed. Just for everyone at home, Magnus and Hikaru were mostly debating what happened after the queen's pawns, or normally the queen's pawns here, the knight's pawns were pushed, and only then a strike in the center. But we saw some symmetry until it was Arjun Erigaisi deciding to go his own way and break things. Magnus putting his bishop, fianchettoing it on the long diagonal, and Arjun striking. For now, this pawn is defended by the queen, so it's not sacrificed, but after Magnus just defends things, this is the real sacrifice, the black knight coming out, blocking the black queen's vision. And Magnus said, okay, I'll take your pawn. Arjun, the compensation he's looking for is to establish a nice pawn center. The black bishop now hits this one, which is actually surprisingly hard to defend. You can't defend it with your own pawn. As the black knight looks at that square, but the white knight comes out, kicked, and Magnus playing an exclamation point move here. Giving back the pawn, but at least he's got a nice centralized piece.
This is what I was talking about, Mikhail Tal's forest of complications. Arjun's already invited and pulled Magnus into it. So many imbalances in the position. Who's better, who's not? What the Valbar says, it doesn't matter right now, because we're going to see it go up and down as it usually does in positions like these, where there's plenty of opportunities for both players to go wrong. But David, guts there by Arjun to go early on for these imbalances.
Very bold, very brave, and I think totally justified. Like getting this center now that black has. It's pros and cons. You get a lot of space. You maybe lose some control over the light squares. But either way, yeah, you don't want to be timid against these top opposition. It's only about later whether Arjun's kind of unfettered aggression pays off.
I will also point out that right now Magnus is queen on b1. You know, it needs some moves to come into the game. You can't let it stay on the corner for too long, while Arjun's eyeing some central posts for his knights as well. You pointed out e4 for Magnus. Arjun saying d5 for my knight, and the queen landing right next to it is sort of a central setup that might give black some chances to take over.
Yeah, would you take black here, Tanya?
I would, you know, I like the open B line. I like those central squares that we're talking about. Knight jumping on, Arjun now trying to get his rook into the game. I will not be surprised if the guy with ice cool nerves, actually that's both of them, Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi, neck to neck when it comes to nerves, that H-pawn might also start marching up the board. If you had to bet, does Arjun go the traditional way of castle, or is, he answers it before David does?
Before you can get the question out your mouth, we get the answer. And I am liking this a lot for Arjun just because of what you said. A bloody board is a good board for Arjun and his chances here against Magnus Carlsen. He let first blood be drawn by offering up that early pawn, but now he's giving himself plenty of fighting chances as the game rolls forward.
What about you, David? White or black for you?
I'm more used to being on the white side of these things. I'm not very committal with my pawns, and Magnus here, he's a bit cramped, especially that white queen you highlighted, Tanya. So I'm more used to being white, although I'm very aware that black probably has an advantage. So it's one of those positions. I think Magnus's plan in the near future might be to stack up his rooks, to step one rook forward, the other rook across, and maybe try to break out on this left side of the board to activate the white queen. But black has a few moves. I love that square you pointed out for the black knight. I think it will land there shortly, and maybe later Arjun, especially now the white knight has moved away from the right half, maybe later we'll see that pawn push down the board.
Let's check in with Fabiano Caruana, see how warm he's entering into this bout against Hikaru Nakamura. Again, he's coming off of a tough loss yesterday to Hans Niemann, who promoted himself to the grand final against Levon Aronian. And as we arrive on the board, plenty of pawns facing off against each other, more center control being fought over on this one.
Yeah, very nice move there from Fabiano, his last pawn push, striking in the center. Again, very quick action replay here, because Hikaru might have just made a small mistake. We saw symmetry, just as we did in the Magnus board. Hikaru choosing to just modestly push this pawn forward, and now try to break on the flank. And flank play should often be met by central replies here, and it was Fabiano who, after this flank push, started gaining space in the center. The white bishop now, we talked about how it's a problem piece. You need to get it off the back rank at some point, but developing it forward, given a question mark by our computer, because it did allow Fabiano to step forward with his pawn. Maybe this could have been prevented by the white knights coming out, for example, instead, knights before bishops. But this looks great for black. A trade here would only activate the black knight even further. Tanya, another success for the black pieces.
I love it. You know, David, how you are a pawn grabber, I'm a bit of a space grabber. So getting those central pawns in makes me very happy for Fabi's position. And right now, Hikaru trying to get some more of his pawns going, rolling up the board on the left side. I think that A pawn also aims at joining the party. Try to get A4, A5 in. You need to look for activity on the flank when your opponent's playing in the center.
Yeah, big moment. Does Fabiano just retreat his knight, or does he try to change things slightly by grabbing this bishop before it runs away? A lot of top players, they're biased towards bishops. It's a relatively open position, so I'm expecting this move. But no, Fabi does like his knights. He's quite an attacking player, as we saw with the player cards earlier, given an opportunity. And he goes the other way.
Yeah, more tempered approach with the knight retreating. Of course, this blocks in his own dark squared bishop, so he's going to have to move it one more time, as David just highlighted, in order to get more of his pieces involved into the game.
And Hikaru's ready with his response. He improves the position of his bishop, aiming to get the rook into the game by hopping it over the white king with the castle on the next move. Fabi continues with his knight plan, and I wonder if that knight's also headed to a juicy h4 square, trying to provoke some weaknesses, some pawn moves on the right side of the board, and then eventually start pushing the f-pawn, looking for an attack.
Yeah, big moment for Hikaru. He could either just castle and it becomes a normal game, or it might be time for Harry the H-pawn to enter. Black Knights, Hikaru's on record as well in interviews saying Black Knights are so badly placed on these squares because they are within striking distance of pawns.
Yeah, he goes for a second bishop move, getting that light squared bishop out just a little bit further onto the third rank, targeting the knight in the middle. It'll be quickly protected by the rook on the back rank here for Fabiano. We already had castling occur in the other game, both players going to the short side of the board. David, I'm curious, do we just expect if castling happens, it'll always be short side in this one?
Yes, it looks that way. Just the left flank just looks so open. Fabi cannot castle anymore towards the other flank. He's just moved his rook once. But yeah, for white, it just feels so risky with minimal pawn shelter. So it feels like he's either going to castle now or it might be time for the h-pawn, one or the other, and very different types of play.
And Black's got plans of his own, right? There is a pawn weakness and an open line that Hikaru has. It's the d3 pawn, which isn't defended by any of its friends on either of the files. And it's an easy route. You could put the queen in front of your own rook, double up and try to battery down on that file. But first, Fabi says, I'm really going to hold on to my knights, not allowing any trades on that square. Opens up the path to the rook, ready for the queen to jump in and play assist into that attack.
And Hikaru is going to rotate those knights, as he likes to say. He's going to bring his knight forward. There we go, defend his pawn. And later, this is at least an outpost. He's kind of carved out this outpost, which can never be challenged by a black pawn. So, yeah, both sides have reasons to be happy. I think Fabiano, long-term, doing quite well. But, yeah, for short-term, looks like white's pieces are quite active, the white bishops especially. Very interesting position. Fabi up on the clock, though. I thought that might be a big factor that Hikaru tries to use as a weapon. So Fabi needs to stay up on time. We saw it be his downfall yesterday against Hans Niemann.
Well, he's doing well then to keep pace with Hikaru or even move a little bit at a faster clip so far in this one. It's the onus on him to make a move here. Let's go back over to Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Erigaisi. This one's developed a little bit. I see rooks stacked on the C file here for Magnus, so it looks like that's going to be at least his focus for the time being, although he did just have a big retreating move by this dark squared bishop, and that's peculiar to me because he slides it all the way back to the first rank and behind a pawn. So that pawn has to move before he can even begin to reroute it. Where's the logic there?
Yeah, I'll just recap the last couple of moves to try and figure out why Magnus went for this. Very interesting moment as well. I mentioned that Magnus would lift his rooks up. One black bishop was staring down at his rook on this diagonal, and now Arjun, notably with his bishop, kind of wasted a move. He put his bishop here to try and skewer the white rooks, inducing white to step forward with a pawn, the only way to block. And going back with his bishop. Now there's a big hole on this square, and that's why Magnus has kept his bishop on this diagonal, as we see in a moment. He kept it on this diagonal because he needs to protect a weak square on c3, but also he needs an escape square for his knight. The white knight might need to retreat if kicked back, and wow, we see some quick moves. The knight was kicked back and sacrificed by Magnus Carlsen. This black knight, too strong, removed from the board. And here, okay, he's going to win this pawn back. It's doomed, but it's rook for knight.
We need a sacrifice statistic. Is Magnus Carlsen the professional player with the most piece sacrifices to his name?
At least in this tournament, it feels like it, right? We saw it in Paris as well, 2 queen sacrifices there. And this knight is super strong, by the way, so I'm not saying it's even worse than a rook, but he does love to invest that material.
That is extremely committal of Magnus to give away that material, and I get it. The knight's super strong, cannot be challenged. The bishop looking good, but right now we've got a bishop trade that just happened. It is extra material, and let's do a quick count right now. It's 6 pawns versus 7, so it's a pawn and a knight for a rook. That's 4 points versus 5. But again, it is all about that knight holding fort for white and not allowing any open lines. The rooks are only as active as you can get the open files for them. No open lines currently. I think Arjun needs to start doing something on the right side of the board. He needs to push those pawns to try to open files and inroads. He first decides to get some more trades in. You're up material, get pieces off the board.
Who would you take here, Tanya, the powerful knight or the potential long-term of the rooks?
I do like the extra exchange, and I see the bar says that Magnus is the one with more than sufficient compensation in this position. The knight looks super strong, but to me it feels that, you know, you have to be so precise when you've made a sacrifice, a positional strategic sacrifice like this one. It's not for initiative, it's not for an attack against the black king. It's for these strategic strong points. And I've always, as a player, found it a challenge to prove that kind of compensation.
That makes sense. I'm kind of the opposite. I just never know what to do when the opponent has a statue of a knight like this. I don't know how to play around it. I don't know how to go on the attack. So it does feel like the black rooks need some breathing space. Arjun, the fact that he's even pausing here is very impressive. The restraint, I think most humans would take with the rook. He does eventually. But taking with the pawn would at least maybe have opened up a line the black rooks could have used later towards the white king. So pros and cons.
And these exchange sacrifices, you know, they always remind me of the legendary Petrosian. I think he is the one in the chess world, in the history of chess, who made this entire concept of giving up an exchange, a rook, and saying that if you've got these positional strong points, it's often worth it. And that those positional strong points were always for a knight outpost in his games. I think Magnus has studied them to the T.
I think that's what again, will consistently amaze me, is the confidence with which he'll make those kinds of those sacrifices or those exchanges and play into what would be a material disadvantage, but with such knowledge, mastery, and understanding of the value of that knight to say, hey, it's entirely worth it.
And look how quickly Magnus is playing as well. Still majority of clock time on his clock, 3 minutes up. Just making moves.
He's moving with lethal efficiency. It's absolutely incredible.
To your point, Tanya, as well, former world champion Tigran Petrosian, he kind of had this rule of thumb. If you give up a rook and kind of have a knight or bishop in return, in this case a knight, you need a pawn and you need something else. And in this case, it's outposts. The white knight has an outpost. The white queen, the square it sits on, might be replaced by a knight soon. That is also an outpost. So the knight pawn plus a little something, that tends to be sufficient compensation. Whether it's more, anyone's guess. Rooks are great too, but that was what Petrosian would often try to achieve.
It's a game for all three results right now, and Magnus Carlsen is up on the clock. The clock came very strong for the world #1 right now, almost a 3-minute advantage there. And the thing is, right, when you're playing white, you just play these little improving moves and keep passing the ball to your opponent. It's harder for them to make moves because the rooks are kind of struggling to find files. And right now, Arjun offers a queen trade. I don't believe that Magnus should take it on Arjun's terms, opening up a line and allowing a better pawn formation.
Yeah, one thing not to do, to trade on your opponent's terms. And I'll just put this on the board while Magnus thinks. This isn't his move, but now this black pawn, which was isolated, would open up and the black rook would be much happier. The white knight pinned. Magnus has made a move. Brilliant move here. Pawn to b4, undermining the black pawn. That's a weakness. It cannot move, defending its queen. And if the queen trade happens, again, just to put this on the board, knight hits the rook, pawn hits the pawn, and Magnus wins even more material. If you don't take this pawn, it's just going to bypass, step forward, and Magnus is making progress here. It looked like white didn't really have a plan, but he's found a way through into enemy lines.
Inching ever forward. It's like a tsunami. He's just, it's just once it starts to gain that momentum, it's completely unstoppable, and he's going to overwhelm you.
That is an excellent, excellent move by Magnus. And you can see Arjun's taken by surprise. He wasn't expecting that one. It sort of came out of nowhere. This is Magnus Carlsen at his best. I mean, just the way he's played this entire game, you know, in a position which it feels like it's really passive for white, but knowing how to maneuver and then finding that opportunity to give up that exchange, to give up that rook for a really strong knight, knowing that this has to be good enough for white. And he's going on to prove that. So far, so good. And the bar really moves up in Magnus Carlsen's favor. Is there a very strong move at this moment?
I'm not sure about very strong. The automatic for me would just be to push the pawn forward. Like, you pushed it once, push it again. That's super consistent, hitting the black rook. He's probably calculating what happens after a queen trade there, Magnus Carlsen. But the goal would be to create a pass pawn. That's step #1. And he does push that one. He's going to push the A pawn next, and it's going to be 2 versus 1 on that flank, and it just looks very powerful. Arjun's struggling for a plan. Note as well, Magnus against Pragg earlier had an H5 pawn against an H6 pawn. He's done it again. He loves this structure.
Well, and again, so often it feels like Magnus's opponent is just completely paralyzed in their ability to move pieces around the right. I mean, Arjun has been begging for that queen trade to agree, just leaving it there on the table, and now it's become about rook defense on the back rank.
He's just outplayed Arjun in this game. I mean, this is sort of been like, what did Arjun even do wrong? And Magnus is completely winning this. I mean, not completely winning, but looks like cruising through, right? The plan is simple. A5, B6, A6, B7, the pawn, defended by the knight, assisted by the queen. The rook ready to join in from the second rank as well. And Arjun, he keeps hesitating. The thing is, the rooks have just not been able to find their counterplay. They haven't been able to get into Magnus's half of the board.
Yeah, and they're going to try, but that's exactly what I mean when I say it feels like Magnus is a tsunami. I mean, it grows centimeter by centimeter, but then the next thing you know, all of a sudden you're looking at a 10-meter wall of water that's about to come crashing down on top of you. And so far, that's what it looks like. Rooks are not enough to hold fast against that.
Yeah, the speed as well is what's extra impressive. Magnus looked like he just rolled out of bed at the beginning of today, losing to Pragg in very one-sided fashion, actually. And now suddenly it feels like he's in top gear. He's just moving through, moving up and getting better and better. And there we go, the pawn's advancing, the rook's about to join. Tanya, he kind of coined this phrase, old man chess, when he was playing against Arjun Erigaisi in the Champions Chess Tour. He just said, these kids, they love their activity, they love their chaos. He's just not giving that to Arjun in this game so far.
Strategic play, right? Anti-young player chess, old man chess, and it seems to work to perfection, but only when Magnus Carlsen is employing it. He just knows how to play against this younger generation who's so, sort of their style is so feared, their brand of chess is so incredibly strong when it comes to aggressive position. Magnus Carlsen sticking to plan here, move by move, inching closer towards that B8 square, towards making a queen out of those pawns. And Arjun, is he trying to get the king into the defense now?
Wow, he knows an endgame is coming. Sooner or later, someone will blink and trade queens, and the Black King might be the savior trying to run across to guard those pawns, but it does look a bit far-fetched. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus goes for it now, or builds up, maybe puts a rook behind it in the near future.
And he's barely used any time to get this position. He's got more than 7 minutes on the clock. Magnus chilling. This is Magnus when he's found his rhythm and just feels like unstoppable. That Magnus aura starting to appear on the board. And you like to say is he somehow struggles at the very start, and I think Pragg got that one opportunity at the start of the day, and he did strike on that. But ever since that game, it's just been awesome to watch Magnus today.
Yeah, David said it. Top gear, right? He's absolutely found the last ounce of energy he needs to perform at his absolute peak. Arjun, he's a guy who throughout the tournament has normally been the one to find early advantages or early winning positions, and then it's been a story about whether or not he's been able to close. This time around, not afforded the same opportunity. Magnus, he's giving a good think here, trying to find a way to put the finishing touches on it, but it feels like the pieces are just going to keep marching forward.
And I've noticed this about Magnus, you know, we touched upon this earlier. When he's playing this younger, this new generation that's taking over the chess world, it just feels like, David, he's extra motivated every single time. You know, the way he plays, how focused he is, how locked in he is. He knows how to play against their style of chess, and all of that he combines piece by piece to prove these kind of positions.
Yeah, and he often talks about kind of strategic understanding, knowing where the pieces go, just keeping things simple. And he loves to kind of assert the fact that he still has a better feel than some of the younger players. That comes with experience, but he does show it time and time again.
Yeah, rook slides to b2, ready to support that b pawn, pushing up to b6.
No way to stop it. That white knight, just look at it. It's glorious. It's easily worth a rook.
You know what's been so bizarre about this game is I'm trying to think, and I can't pinpoint one mistake that Arjun made. There's nothing that really stands out to me, David.
No, he even won material. He won a rook for just a knight and pawn, but ever since it's been very much one-sided traffic. I think it's just the type of position. Again, it was super stable. If you give Magnus this base, he'll build and build. He's not even doing anything, Magnus. He's just slowly improving his pieces.
What does that do to you, though, as a player? When you feel like you're like, I'm playing solid chess, and it's not even close to enough.
It does bad things to your mind. And I'll tell you, I think this is what Vincent was talking about, that players of Magnus's age, his generation, has seen this happen so much that it's almost like PTSD. It's trauma in their head, you know, just how flawlessly Magnus plays these out, and you can't even understand where you went wrong. So it is a difficult situation, but I think to what we're discussing right now, this is just such a Magnus position, and Arjun hates these kind of situations where he has this extra material. But Arjun's a player who's never cared about that. He's always sacrificing his own pieces for the attack, for the initiative. And Magnus never gave him a chance to get that.
And
no chances, no time.
Yeah, finishing this off won't be so easy. In order to win this game, you have to open some lines. Arjun's getting ready for that. Like if the white pawn pushes now, there'll be a trade, and maybe the black rook will be able to get some access a bit later. So Magnus, he still needs to dig deep. Recently in Norway chess, Tanya and I were calling the shots there. He played against Gukesh, he played against Arjun. A couple of times, he was just dominating positioning Magnus. He'd done everything right. He made them look like they were kind of just learning the game. But then, when things got a bit crazy towards the end, they fell apart. And Gukesh, Arjun, they struck back. They were sharper, could calculate better. And this is where Magnus needs to still show that he is in control.
Yeah, more passivity here for the black pieces, a full defensive posture for Arjun. He is saying to Magnus, it's going to have to be you who breaks through in the end, and maybe you'll make a mistake while attempting to do so.
Those turnarounds that David was earlier referring to often happen when the clock ticks low, right? When you've got those time scrambles and the opportunity for mistakes goes even higher for both players. But right now, Magnus is doing a great job of keeping the advantage on the clock. He's trying to find that breakthrough, you know. He's done everything to perfection. He sort of maximized his position right now, and it's sort of decision time. Always the hardest for me, because I don't know which pawn to push. It's tempting to go with the A pawn, it's tempting to go with the B pawn. How do you make this decision?
Luckily, it's not us making the decision. Sometimes you toss a coin. Sometimes you just have to calculate and hope. I mean, I think pushing the B pawn is a lot safer because those pawns will always be guarded by knights. Pushing the A pawn, maybe that pawn will be vulnerable later if you open things up. So Magnus, he might just be trying to bide his time. It's unclear how further to improve. He's kind of maxed out his pawn structure. He's got his knight on a beautiful square, rook on a nice square. It's what to do next. This is breakthrough time. Magnus, will he go for it now with 4 minutes on his clock, or will he wait until Arjun drops a bit lower?
Sensing a crucial moment, and I've got good news for you all. We've brought in reinforcements to maybe help us understand the position a little bit better. Back by popular demand, Vidik Gujarati, welcome back to the studio, my friend. How are you?
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, and such an interesting day it has been so far.
Already an interesting day, and soon to get more interesting. Arjun Erigaisi right now feels like he's kind of up against the ropes. Magnus Carlsen looking for a way to craft, the finishing touches here in this first game. Eval Bar likes it, but can you find a way for him to get it over the finish line?
This A6 move is really interesting. It was not an easy decision which pawn to push because both looked good, and it's quite instructive how Magnus is handling this. I think this is his forte, this is the expertise. So I'm just here to enjoy, how he's playing.
Yeah. Break out the notepad.
We were just talking about it, how this is one of the games where it's hard to even understand where Arjun went wrong. You know, there's not one move that stands out as the turning point in the game. And yet, Magnus is just outplaying him move by move.
Yeah, it's a positional masterpiece, how slowly he has improved his position. Of course, it's not done yet. There's a lot of technique to be shown. I think Black wants to play rook b8 now. The question is, do you want to push b6 or wait and bring your king? I think pushing the pawn is very committal. You have to be absolutely sure. Because Black can take, rook takes, and the other rook can attack the pawn on a6. So I'm not sure that's a good idea. Maybe bringing in the king makes a lot of sense.
Brings his knight in instead, and Arjun hinting that he might give back the exchange, the rook for knight sacrifice that we saw, mirroring what Magnus did earlier. Rook takes knight now on the radar. I don't think it quite works yet. To put this on the board, if you take everything, white gives a check at the very end, the king moves, and you check again and win the black pawn by force.
I think he'll move the king to e8, bring the king to the center. That's most logical.
If Arjun's able to successfully give back the exchange on the c6 square, right now for concrete reasons it doesn't work, would he neutralize the pressure? Would that mean that Arjun gets closer to the draw?
Yeah, so for example, if Magnus kind of takes his eye off the ball and, I don't know, makes a silly move with his rook, then it does feel like this would totally get Black out of danger because he would tie Magnus down to this far advanced pawn. So Magnus has to make sure he doesn't allow Arjun to get some activity with his rooks here.
I mean, if you get the king to, let's say, c4, it's almost winning, right? Like, you just capture the pawn. I think that's the plan. And the question is, will Black be able to generate some counterplay in the meantime? Like, white needs 3 moves. King f7 I don't like, because you allow knight to e5 with a check as well. Also, you can just move the king. I'm a bit puzzled by this king going to f7.
It doesn't help, right, with that defensive resourceful plan that we were talking about giving up the rook. Do you think whether this is closer to an Arjun hold or a Magnus win?
Oh, Magnus win for sure, because I don't see active play. Let's say I bring the king now, you still cannot capture on c6. Yeah, now just bring the king to c4. What does Black do?
Looks difficult to even find a move, right?
Yeah, I think you want to play rook d8, d4, but that's also not a move. He just goes for the pawn break.
Wow.
Did he rush that?
Now rook a7 or rook a8 will be played.
Feels hasty.
No, I understand what his point is. He wants to play rook moves rook b7. There's a tactical
Ooh,
point.
there's a checkmating idea there.
No,
Okay, let's get it on the board.
Yeah, we got to show that.
If one black rook moves,
but black has rook a7, so I'm not sure.
Rook a7. The whole idea would be that if there's a capture, at the very end there will be a knight check, and the white pawn will promote.
And David, also the other rook, right? If you go to a7, white anyway plants the rook on b7, and you can't pick up the pawn because there's a checkmate.
That's very nice. And the rook gets behind the black king, but let's catch up with the game. It looks like a move was played, and Magnus just brings his king forward.
Yeah, because now when the rook goes, he goes rook b7.
That's very beautiful. And black is just in zugzwang.
Yeah, this is lost for sure. Yeah, it's a zugzwang.
You've got no moves as black.
That's domination there.
Arjun
Yeah, because king goes back. But now again there is no threat, so you bring in the king.
And now it's too little too late. Wasted too much time bringing the king forward before bringing him.
G4 also works. I like the king move more, but...
Either way, opening a second front of attack. Magnus has a dominant knight, a very strong pawn. You need something else though. And he's trying to create more weaknesses.
I'm not sure I liked... Like, I did not see any counterplay if the king came.
And Arjun's got 25 seconds on the clock. And the clock isn't even his biggest problem in this position.
I think king f6 he has to play it. It's just so depressing to play such a position where, like, there are no constructive moves. It's very hard position for black to play.
Yeah, and it's kind of felt like that for many moves now here for Arjun. We had Vincent in earlier. He kind of talked about how so many people have had the experience of slowly crumbling under the pressure of Magnus Carlsen. There becomes this kind of mythos around him as a person, but perhaps the younger generation at times not experiencing it as much, aren't as traumatized, and maybe more well suited to bouncing back against some crushing defeats. Do you agree?
I mean, these kids are very resourceful because they play a lot of online blitz. And that kind of helps you train in, like, you know, seconds to find tricky ideas and stuff. So they are good at that, but the position also has to support it.
Also the opponent you're playing against. I mean, Magnus, online blitz, it's not like he lacks practice there as well, setting up tricks.
Now the question is, how do you play with white? Do you push the pawn to e4 and ask, okay, what's next for you?
Black is just waiting, right? Black's next few moves are going to be the king back, and then the king forth, and then king back. Yeah, like a yo-yo.
But you also have to make a move with white.
So at least you know you don't have to rush.
Now the rook idea from earlier.
What happens if rook a7? Probably the only move.
He does it. It was the only way to go forward. If you would have traded, that would have lost on the spot because of tactics that we had discussed earlier with the white knight threatening some forks.
I don't see. Probably you have to just come back, and he just bought some time.
There it is.
You have to come back, yeah. No, that's why I didn't like opening up the king side. Probably you bring back the king or push the pawn, yeah. Yeah.
Your idea of e4.
King goes back probably. And do you play f5? So that now you have complete control over the 6th rank.
It's committal though.
It is. It is.
Opening lines for the black.
You can maybe also bring back the king, but then you're not really improving the position.
But what about that plan if you get it close to that a pawn at the edge of the board and then free up your rook?
Yeah, but then you feel like, why did I open up the king side?
But if you get all of that with it, can't you go with the rook forward and then the knight jumping in for the resource that you were talking about eventually, with the king defending the c6 square at the end of it?
Are you saying rook moves now?
No, just get the king, and he's doing it. I think we might see this entire thing being played out, and Arjun will have to find a resource.
I agree, though. He could have done this without opening the king side, and then it feels like
it felt better. But this is also good enough, but that felt better.
More controlled.
Yeah.
Well, king's on the run. He's got quite a few moves to make. Get over there and threaten the c-pawn.
We're just thinking about some checkmating ideas of... You could actually try to set that up. Get your king, keep...
No,
Magnus was reaching for his knight, by the way.
Ooh. Where's that going? Interesting move. He's allowing Arjun to at least move something on the king side, on that right flank.
Probably you have to do it.
Yeah.
There's no other option.
Can't just wait forever.
Is he setting up rook b7? e5, rook f7?
That's the idea. It's a very cool trick.
That is the trick that Magnus has just set up.
We'll show it. judging, well, we'll see what Arjun does. Now it makes it even more straightforward. Rook to b7 is the key. Attacking the black rook. This just looks over now.
Yeah.
If the black rook moves, for example, takes a pawn with a check, the white king attacks, and...
Also king to g4 maybe was an option.
It's over. King to g4, even stronger perhaps. Going forward, and checkmate incoming. Actually, this is just force mate. This is beautiful, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he does it, of course. Yeah, he's feeling it like after the game against Pragg. He seems to be completely in his element.
And that's it.
Different pre-match approach for him too today.
I think Arjun's about to resign.
Checkmate coming. He throws
Yeah,
the board away.
Mate in 2.
Mate in 2.
Checkmate.
King e6, rook e7, mate.
Playing it out, and there's the handshake. Arjun admits defeat against the world #1 Magnus Carlsen from the white side of the board. He goes up 1-0 in their lower bracket semi-final. Fabiano and Hikaru, those still doing battle on the table next to them. It's been Fabiano who's had a solid lead on the board, as I say that. Perhaps a miss. We'll get there as quick, or you can see it there, bottom right. Things start to equalize again. So Hikaru.
How was the trend of the game?
It's been mostly Fabi, but a lot of mistakes from both sides, it seems. A bit of a wild encounter.
A very different look than the Magnus board.
And that was Magnus Carlsen's 4th win in a row today against the world #4 first and now the world #5.
And both of these guys working with a lot less time on their clock. And as you can see, with another move made, boom,
so
Bar
passive.
shoots.
Hikaru is playing so passive. I don't understand.
It's checkmate.
Wait, takes and rook d2?
What? Yeah. Mate is coming.
Of course, Fabi spots it.
Rook takes bishop. You sacrifice here. Just while Fabi thinks, let's watch the camera. But rook takes bishop.
No, he'll play it. No, I have no doubts. He'll play it.
This would end in a checkmate if the white king goes this way, and the other way is equally hopeless.
I'll be surprised if he does not. This is too obvious of a tactic for him. Yeah.
He's paused. He's going to go for it. He doesn't.
What?
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Oh my god. This is...
And Hikaru's right back in it.
Yeah. A bit uncharacteristic here of Fabi.
He set it up. He pushed his pawn down to defend his knight. He closed the checkmating net around the white king. So logical. It was consistent as well. But Fabiano, instead, he's trying to land a knight fork if there's a trade of bishops. But white's knight comes back to attack. Suddenly it's anyone's game.
I have a feeling the Hikaru's body language kind of discouraged Fabi, and he did not think that there's something. Hikaru seemed like he bluffed his way there.
Well,
he's in the right city to do it.
Yeah. And you played poker with him yesterday, James. Is Fabi good at calling a bluff?
With Fabi? I'd say he was less successful than his second was yesterday at the poker table.
Well, he could have taken 2 pieces for a rook there, Fabiano, but white has some very scary pawns. Don't forget those. You cannot take your eye off those white pawns on the left flank. Fabi retreats his rook in the meantime.
Yeah,
do you push a5 and just go for the counterplay? Yeah. Like...
Makes sense, right?
Roll the dice.
Oh, he's going to jump in for a check first.
Okay, where's that knight going?
I thought pushing the pawns made a lot of sense.
5 seconds on the clock here for Fabi. Makes a move back up to 15. Now we have more checks coming through. This is inviting the king down the board, though.
I'm not even sure if that helps White's position in any way to transfer the knight from where it was to where it's landed at the side of the board.
I want to see the heart rate.
They're going to be high, surely. More knight checks. Fabiano isn't going to repeat this position, though. He's advancing his king even further.
It looks like Hikaru just helped Black's king improve his position.
From the edge of the board, Hikaru did nothing, and Fabi's king is on a really nice spot right now.
Yeah. I agree with Vidit. Like, White should have been pushing pawns, taking risks earlier. Now he's going back with his king.
95?
And if that's the square you wanted your knight to land on for the trade anyway, you could have done it 3 or 4 moves ago.
Well, it comes in now, finally.
Gets traded off. Now he's going to launch that pawn push. Okay, creates a passer for himself on the B file.
It's still tricky. It's not so easy for Black.
Tricky.
And someone tell the players they've got a minute on the clock. They're really rushing through this.
Fabi gives the check.
Rook G2, I suppose? No.
Rook G2, that was rook takes B3.
Oh.
I mean, Tanya, you mentioned the pace quickening. Who should be trying to push the pace here?
Should be Hikaru. If Fabi gets a bit of time to think, then Black has 2 extra pawns right now. It should be decisive. White only has 1 source of counterplay, the one ray of hope. 2 squares away from touchdown.
This is not easy at all for Black.
But the bar says it's completely winning for Black. It's almost like there should be some knockout, but what is the move here? Because you see that B pawn.
The problem is you might have to calculate some checkmating attack against the white king, but that's not obvious.
Is he going to repeat?
Oh,
Quite likely.
Oh my goodness.
I think so.
Because he doesn't find a way.
But this would be so akin to his game against Hans Niemann, where he had a huge advantage, started to let it slip, and then just ultimately goes for the draw to get out of it clean.
I think you should push the F pawn.
Yeah, that is the winning idea, pushing the
B7 and then put rook B4.
Oh,
no, he repeats.
He's going for it. He's going for the draw.
Oh
no.
And you can see
And there it
him.
is.
And Hikaru claims.
Oh.
What a missed opportunity.
It's deja vu all over again for Fabiano Caruana here in the lower bracket semi-finals. From a winning position, he can't quite find it, and under time trouble, he feels like he's just got to get out, at least with a clean slate.
And the goddess of chess, Kaisa, is usually very unhappy with that. What happened against Hans Niemann, eventually Hans knocking down Fabiano Caruana. This time another golden opportunity, a winning position for Fabi. And eventually...
you also went bishop d1?
Magnus getting involved in the conversation.
Why didn't you start pushing after rook d4?
Of course I should have, obviously. No, but there's one moment you could have made the sack when you played, you didn't sack on b3. My knight was on a7 or something. As after f4, knight c6, rook b3 takes rook d2, king g1 takes king h1, bishop f3.
Yeah, that moment felt winning, but it was...
No, I mean, I have a feeling maybe I had some trick there to it, like from
yeah, it was getting to double edge.
Yeah, it was getting messy. It's about open.
Yeah, you have no, so you have to put your bishop on d5.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you put your bishop.
Yeah.
But f3. Yeah, you can't make another move, right? Bishop d5 first.
No, bishop d5.
Both players discussing, both players calling out. Position earlier felt winning for Fabi. And Hikaru saying there was somewhere in there a sacrifice able to be made, and that would have been your chance to blow the position open and take a win over me. But by the same token, Hikaru lucky to escape here with an even draw, half a point apiece as they go into the second round. Here we'll relive some of the moments from the position draw to the players strategizing with Fabiano and Arjun working together to craft a strategy up against Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus, though, just ever so steadily built his advantages incrementally and then overwhelmed Arjun in the end to get the victory for Hikaru. It came down to a time scramble, perhaps got lucky in a situation, and Fabi ended up having to bail out.
Yeah, that was a textbook exchange sacrifice by Magnus Carlsen, positional masterpiece from him, and I'm sure many chess coaches will be showing their students that game. In the meantime, this one, drama. I'm hoping we get a chance to show why and how Fabiano was winning in the final position, and maybe what the players were discussing there in the post-mortem after the game.
Come back to analyze that position in just a moment. First, let's take a quick look at the bracket. Again, lower bracket, still plenty to play for here. You've got Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura tied at half a point apiece. They're fighting for a chance at that third place matchup tomorrow. Arjun, Erigaisi, Carlsen as well fighting for the same thing, but for Arjun, he needs a decisive victory next to force that tiebreak. Losers of these matches will fall down into the fifth place matchup, and of course, Pragg and Wesley So are already slated in a battle for 7th and 8th tomorrow alongside our grand final. Here's the position, or here's the board. David, let's walk it back.
Yeah, and this is the moment after when White's bishop was attacked, after White defended it, that Hikaru pointed out immediately after the game to Fabiano, you could have sacrificed, it was winning. And indeed, Hikaru was right. Fabiano could have taken this bishop just to lure the White rook off the second rank, now landed a devastating check. We saw this earlier, the king dropping back would have allowed a checkmate. This is beautiful from the black rook, knight and bishop coordinating perfectly. But going the other way as well wouldn't have helped. Rook takes pawn, and a devastating discover check is imminent, guaranteed. This is just a winning advantage for black. If we fast forward instead to the game position, to the moment Fabiano started repeating the position, black is totally winning here. Computer gives +4 for black, a winning advantage, but the path was narrow. Just to point out a cool tactic, if Hikaru had tried to block with his rook, then rook takes bishop would again have been the winning move, because now the checkmate here, the white king caught behind its rook, the knight guarding any escape squares. But Hikaru got away with it. He moved his king out the way, and Fabiano started giving checks. With a bit more time on the clock, he might have seen that pushing this pawn forward is winning. And if White tries to make a new queen 1 square away from touchdown, this is what made him nervous. But as Vidit pointed out, the black rook now slides across to b4 from behind, guarding the pawn. And if the white bishop tries to move, for example, black has a winning attack in multiple ways. One very flashy one.
I think rook g2 could have built.
Ooh, rook g2 here?
No, after bishop d5, can you do?
d5. Rook g2. Yeah, one of many very nice wins.
Because rook before knight f2. That's the point.
Checkmate.
Yeah, you could do it the other way around, apparently, too. Knight f2 check first. And same idea, if the rook takes, then you drop your rook. And if the white king steps forward, again, another beautiful checkmate with the rook and knight combination.
At that point, would have been spoiled for choice. Unfortunately for Fabiano, he didn't get that far. So, all tied up. My concern is that this puts him right back in the headspace of his matchup against Hans, where again, he could have gotten away with the victory. He gave it back in a draw and then ended up, crumbling in the overall matchup. Is that a concern for you at all here, Vidit?
Not for me, but for him, for sure, because...
you don't have anything riding on this match.
Yeah, because it's not just about one moment. He was better throughout the game. He had a lot of chances. And of course, it's going to bother you, like you missed such good chances. And with Hikaru, it's not a given that you will get it in the next game as well. So, of course, it's going to bother him. And now it's not easy. We have to start over all again. Yeah, it's as a professional, you know how this hurts. Like, you know, you see the win immediately after the game and you're like, why didn't I play it? And there's no answer to it.
It looks so obvious after the game, right? It's like crystal clear to Fabiano. He would spot that in a heartbeat if you told him there was a winning move. But of course, it's the clock, it's the lights, it's everything.
Not an easy spot for Fabiano, an even harder spot, though, for Arjun, because now he has to put together a victory up against Magnus Carlsen, who looks to have just hit his absolute top gear here in the second half of the day. For Arjun, I assume your answer is pretty similar to some of the questions we asked yesterday. He's looking for imbalance. He's looking to make things messy and bloody very early on if he wants any chance to go to a tiebreak.
But that's his DNA. Like, he would do it anyways.
Regardless of the match
Yeah,
situation.
regardless of the match situation. That's how he plays chess. So, but the question is, will Magnus allow it?
Okay.
And in the second game, for example, with Pragg, he was so clinical once he got a chance. Yeah, it's not an easy match for Arjun. It depends a lot how he starts the game. I think the opening will play a big role. Like, if you don't get a good position right out of the opening, your chances reduce significantly. And also, speaking about the Fabi match, did you notice the body language when Hikaru spotted rook b3, where he could have lost on instantly? His body language was like, yeah, I got this, you know? He was showing like a very confident body language, whereas he had spotted it. And I think that's a good case study. If we could get a replay later on, it would be very
interesting. Yeah, we'll have production try and fish that one up. For now, though, you talk about positions, starting positions, and Arjun needing to craft a creative one. But Magnus, of course, has a say in all of that. We're heading to Fiona, who's back out on the stage to draw our position for the second half of our lower bracket semifinals.
Welcome back to game 2, and what a round we just witnessed. We saw a win for Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi, and here a very tense game ending in a draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. So all to play for in game 2. Arjun in a must-win situation. It is time now to draw the next position, and I would like to welcome to the stage to help me with the draw Ansar and Carl, who are ambassadors of the final stop of this year's Grand Slam Tour, which will take place in their country, South Africa. Give it up for them. Carl, I'll invite you to stand behind the table. Ansar, perfect. And whenever you're ready. And it is number 455. If you can show it into the camera, position 455. Thank you so much to both of you. Cannot wait to see you in beautiful South Africa later this year. Enjoy the rest of your time here in Vegas. To the players, best of luck, and to our audience, have fun.
also just play like G6, D6, and first. More of those. Like all 1-3 trades in the center. Yeah, it's probably because F5 take and 93. King F7, maybe take. That's
That was the problem. Yeah. Horizontal.
we should try G4.
D4, G4.
D6. No, it's D5, D6 looks points. C4 first move.
Probably not.
Yeah, it's probably
we're just
yeah,
solid, very solid.
I like that. 4 is...
We're
Case
just
is just
gaining
takes.
too
Yeah,
much
yeah, no. It's just, G4 I think is probably just not. And if F4, F5...
F4 we also get trying to play.
I just want to...
Oh, maybe
G5,
this,
I like
yeah,
G4.
this could be terrible actually.
G4, C6, F5.
Yeah, could be dangerous. Yeah, so maybe this is... Okay, let's try this, yeah?
G4, yeah.
Because I mean, this we're getting...
Yeah, yeah. E4 just takes an F5. Oh, okay, well...
This. G6 first, maybe? 3.
It's kind of a little bit ugly.
Yeah.
It's not into...
Yeah.
No, this is...
Unless this is more.
No, this is probably...
So this... Are we worried about G4?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the question.
This should be
Yeah, that was nice. So the rotation, it's probably too much, but rotation one.
Yeah, but we can at least...
Yeah, actually, yeah. Of course. If I just go back, C6, E4 is probably not good here. Shouldn't be good at this week.
No,
this
it should be fine.
I mean, G3 is...
Yeah, G3, G6. This is nothing special.
What else makes sense? Let's C4, just C5? Or? But actually, I have to be a little bit careful. Okay, F5?
Yeah, I don't know about these setups.
Actually,
like the white queen is really bad, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no,
you need to
actually-
like tap. Yeah, that's true.
And E4?
Yeah, I feel like it's E4, F4 really.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so F4, F5. I don't know, can I...
I don't know, D3? Need something? Try to do something. But even just G6, East or G6, right? Or
I think we can.
It's even this one.
Yeah, but I think we can even take E5, F5.
Yeah. This is too much.
Takes two.
D4 doesn't do it. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I think this basically is our any other plan for white. So.
By the way, I think if takes F, I think then Rook G4
just G6.
G6 is even easier because we're keeping.
Yeah, and then it's easy. Queen side default.
Yeah. Are there other moves here? P4 G6. It's hard to believe.
I guess I have to try to take the center.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is nonsense. Yeah, it's complete nonsense. Yeah, then we should be very happy.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's best just to play some kind of slow position here. Right?
Yeah, probably like E4, E5, G3, G6.
Yeah, C3, knight, E3.
But I mean, you just copy these. Yeah. Actually, do you copy?
No, I don't think we copy. So 93. Wait a sec. How do we do this?
I was wondering if I can go F4 or something.
Yeah, I was trying to think like takes queen e6.
Magnus and Hikaru agreeing that they want a slower approach to the game. In this one, we'll see if Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana agree with that, though, or are willing to give it to them. But as we're back in the studio, it's time to play Tanya's favorite game. That's What Will the First Move Be?
Opening predictions, but I will say one thing. This side, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, chilling, sitting on the floor, analyzing opening is a Vegas memory I'm going to carry with me forever.
And so was there anything, I'm going to give it to you first, Tanya, because you have been on fire today when it comes to calling out the first move. So,
not sure if that's a good sign for the players.
But look into that crystal ball, and what do you see?
My prediction here is that Arjun with the white pieces in a must-win game will start with the G-pawn in front of the rook, moving 2 steps forward. I'm going for G4, throwing the ball to Vidit right now. Vidit, what's your first move here?
G3 or E4?
G3 is such a Vidit and a David Howell move to make.
You took 2 as well.
Yeah, because E4, I'm not sure, because black can play G6 and F5 or direct F5. And you don't want to damage your position. Also, when the players were analyzing, I just realized how beautiful this game of chess is.
Oh.
And because in normal chess, there's so much of theory and engines, the room for creativity is so low in the initial phase of the game. But here you can like just actually freestyle and come up with interesting ideas. So.
You just realized that now?
Aptly named, huh?
I mean, I realize it more and more, like it sinks in further, so I like that.
Fabi were looking at your choices, by the way. The position they had on their analysis board had both G3 and E4 on.
Oh, I hope they're not listening to me. It's not a wise decision.
And F4 was played at some point, but probably not on move 1 in those variations.
But interesting, because that was a consideration of a first move there by Magnus and Hikaru. They would then follow that up in some cases with the G4, so maybe move order will come into play there a bit. But just under 15 seconds to go here for our lower bracket semifinals. Magnus Carlsen, he's got that 1-point advantage over Arjun Erigaisi, looking to book his ticket to the 3rd place match here and now. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana tied at half a point apiece. A decisive victory for either will buy them that same bid for a 3rd place finish.
Any moment now, the games will be kicking off, and Magnus Carlsen, I would think his strategy may be slightly different from Hikaru. Hikaru want to keep tension, maybe prolong the game as long as possible. G3 on this board. Almost, Tanya, almost.
Vidit gets this one. He knows his teammate better. So G3 played, not G4. Was hoping for that, David. Want more aggression. But right now, Arjun, are you surprised with this choice?
Yes. Although maybe Fabiano Caruana had some influence, and at least this justifies your thinking, Tanya, because it's Magnus who plays g5.
You know, again, one move, multi-purpose, open up the rook, open up the long-range pieces, bishop coming into the game, queen threatening to attack an undefended pawn on the edge of the board.
Okay, space monsters going for a bit more control over the middle of the board.
Yeah, this is a motif we've had a couple of times throughout the tournament. Again, it's the rook flanked by a bishop and a queen, choosing to push the pawn in front of that rook to open up all of those long sight lines. We can go to the 2 board, though, because it wasn't the same opening for
I don't
both
like this
of our
move
boards in play.
c5, because now you can actually play knight c3 to d5 and like threaten a mate.
A mate in 3.
Because earlier I was hesitant because black could always push the pawn to c6 and stop all this thing. But yeah, now it's actually a serious threat.
Yeah, and Magnus will have to deal with that threat. We'll break it down in a moment when we jump back to that game, but a comparison shows that the 2 positions are very different. They have gone their own way as early as move 3 or 4.
I love it. I mean, look at Magnus Carlsen, who needs only a draw, has pushed his pawns 2 steps forward, leaving behind these weak squares. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura has done the same, using those 2 pawns, but only moving them 1 step forward, so keeping more squares under control.
Yeah, conservative play from Nakamura, but very brave play from Magnus. He very rarely plays for a draw, like super solid with black in freestyle. He just knows he has to play principled moves in the opening.
Okay, and obviously in this case, yeah, a slower, more reserved start in that regard, less committal, as pawns can't move backwards. But Vidit, maybe I can turn to you. Really, what is the advantage of taking less space there as opposed to what Magnus did?
Yeah, I really like White's position in both the games. It's not so much about just the space. It's about this concrete ideas. Like now the knight can go to d5 in Arjun's game. White has, yeah, black cannot play e6 to stop it at any point.
Big threat of checkmate on that board. Let's jump into the Arjun against Magnus game.
Do you think Magnus misses it?
No, you can even prepare it. Like you can go with the other knight to c3 and that to d5.
But this is our live board.
He goes for it, yeah?
He does. He defends it.
And he wants to go other knight to b5.
One-track mind.
I like it. Full frontal assault.
Just a quick action replay just to show the checkmate for everyone at home. Smothered mate here threatened. If you just forget your basics, then the black king is caught. It's a fork as well, but mainly a checkmate. So Magnus covers that square, but Arjun insists. He brings his other knight round. And the downside is you can't really control the white knight marching forward, because normally you would want to play a move like a6, but you give away a key square on b6 instead, with some uncomfortable pressure from white.
Actually, with black, you should just ignore it. And once the knight comes to b5, just move the king. And maybe now you can try to develop pieces or play f5.
Undermining that pawn in the center a bit.
Yeah, go for counterplay. Or there's one more idea, to play f5, knight comes to b5, and then put your knight on d4.
Oh, wow. Which one? This?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you go for the symmetry, but you have some space on the other side. It's an idea. I don't know if it's a good one.
Something like this, where both kings get forked. and who knows who has...
Oh, please. Now I'm just rooting for it.
It's like hungry hippos. You just eat all the pawns, rooks.
Yeah, Magnus loves this move. The last move he played, clamping down the pawns on the king side, he did that against me as well the other day. It's just long-term, a very good pawn structure, and he loves such kind of moves. Like even in the game against Pragg, we saw him doing this, pushing the pawn to h5, clamping down the pawns.
The number of times I feel like in these last 4 days, I've heard somebody refer to a pawn push by Magnus as that, a long-term play. Wait for that thing to become effective in the late game. And
that's where calculation comes in as well. Like, you play a move you want to play, and then you use calculation to back it up. Like, question mark was given to Magnus's move, not because it was a tactical blunder, but maybe it was a bit slow. But he'll use tactics to kind of go for the positional ideas that he wants a bit later on. And this is the life position. What are we expecting? The white knight to jump?
Yeah, you should go because otherwise black can castle on the long side.
One more move needed.
Yeah,
the bishop
so you
outway.
should force that and then go on with your development.
So we're expecting the white knight to leap forward, forcing the black king to cover that square. Or maybe the black rook actually moves.
Also wondering if Arjun will pick up the pace a little bit.
I haven't seen this body language of Magnus in a long time. Like, generally he's laid back while
That can't
he's
be
playing.
very good for his back, though.
We saw him lying on the sofa earlier, like fully horizontal.
Yeah, he's getting ready for the Esports World Cup. He's got
Are you
that.
sure with it?
He's got that gamer arch.
All right, well, Arjun, he goes into a thing, but it makes a lot of sense, right? You sort of force Magnus into a position where he loses the right to castle for the rest of the game. It might play to your favor, especially needing those imbalances. But coming to the pawn move that was being discussed, you know, it's just so instructive that you use one pawn to sort of stop the flexibility of 3 of your opponent's pawn. Sure, they can move and offer some trades, but that would mean you get an open rook file and usually ends up with sort of those imbalances and weaknesses which are hard to evaluate and calculate. So really like this approach by Magnus, and very bold of him, needing only a draw, agreeing that, okay, fine, I'm going to lose all rights to castle now.
Yeah, black will play king d8, I assume.
And then threaten the a-pawn moving one step forward and kicking the knight back.
Yeah, either you do that or you move the rook. 2 ways to stop this. Maybe rook moves makes a lot of sense because, yeah, but he does king, yeah. And now with white, you want to either play d3, remove the, like, open up the bishop, or play f4 and try to remove that clamp.
Can Magnus also try to plant his knight on this f3 square, a post that's been sort of made possible because of that g-pawn moving forward? So one knight coming to the center of the board, the other knight going to the edge of the board, aiming to get a check there.
Yeah.
In long term, yes, but right now it seems too hasty.
All shot turn. He's going for it.
He does it.
What? But now you can just capture, no, with your bishop. And
Yeah, that does let the rook slide out, though, at least.
also, there's no threat right now.
Knight to e5, not a threat.
Then you can capture. I mean, like, not an immediate threat.
But it's a bishop, eh? Happy to take it. Don't care?
No.
Literally don't care.
I literally
nonchalant.
How much of a threat is knight jumping to the edge of the board to force Arjun's rook to a less desirable square?
Step it forward.
I think you just capture the knight now and then go long castle.
Oh, so you're saying that threat scared you a little bit?
No, no.
You finally got him, Tanya. You finally got him. Okay.
Also, is there a move like h4?
Yeah, I want
possible. Like,
allowing en passant.
En passant, yeah.
And, if the pawn does capture.
Levon calls it illegal move.
Illegal move. Now the other pawn is free to run without getting captured en passant. Whoops, my arrows. Yeah, so it's kind of a deflection and played. It's played.
Wow.
Will Magnus commit a...
No, he'll give knight f3 check.
Yeah, I was going to say no illegal moves incoming. You need this black pawn to cover the central pawn.
Yeah, you're not really sure you should put knight on h3 because in long term, you know, knight can get really blocked out of the game. So knight f3 makes a lot of sense.
Forcing an exchange. Forcing a trade there. I don't like what that does for the white queen. If we put this on the board, a knight check, take. How's that white queen coming out now?
True, she's got no spaces.
Yeah, nowhere to go.
You have to get the king out of the way first then.
Yeah.
Sliding it up to like d2 or long castles, and then she can move over.
But it takes so long.
But can we also just quickly see the other game?
Absolutely we can. Fabiano Caruana and Kara Nakamura, again, they're all tied up. So a decisive result for either of them would end it here and now and buy them a spot in the third place matchup. We'll get over to that
Whoa.
board in just a moment.
Did you see what just happened there?
Other knight on f3, right?
Yeah.
2 black knights are coming. But this board in the meantime. Okay.
Oh, this is such a dream position for Fabi. Oh, black has 0 counterplay. And white has all the space. He can slowly improve the position. Knight can go to e5. Yeah, it's a dream position for Fabi.
Fabi was also completely winning in the last game. He was 2 moves away from actually checkmating at some point.
Yeah, but still he would take this position. It's a
In a
dream
must-win
position.
100%.
This is even better. It's positional advantage.
Yeah,
It's going to be forever.
White can push the pawn on the queen side, 95. Like, you can roll a roulette, and then any move it comes, it's going to be...
Questions to the Grandmasters here. Do you think this whole, this is something we've been discussing as well, Fabiano, sort of a potential mental block against Hikaru, simply given the results that he's had recently, and then what just happened, a winning position, messing it up, going on to lose that game. Is that something that is a real thing for you guys, where you have this opponent who you find it extremely difficult to face regardless of the position that you get on the board? It always plays on your mind.
Yeah, there are 3 or 4 guys out there in the world of chess that I just can never beat. Like, I've had so many winning positions, just can't finish them off, and it's frustrating. So for Fabiano, okay, he's beaten Hikaru plenty of times in their career, but the last 2 years, 3 years, he's blown so many good positions. It must be a bit of trauma. It was like Vincent Keimer was saying earlier, this kind of scar tissue, just it's in the back of your mind. That's why Fabi took a draw in a winning position, because he feared it.
And the knight trying to get involved in the game has to jump to the edge of the board just so it can reroute back to that 7th rank and finally get involved, right? Because no good squares for it.
Still a bad square when it retreats.
Yeah.
That point.
Yeah.
Yeah. White's bishop improving. White will double up rooks in the center a bit later on, and so many pawn breaks later. So many knight jumps. This is very reminiscent of the pawn structure between Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi yesterday in a game that Levon went on to win.
So expecting long-term advantages here for Fabiano Caruana. We'll see if he can convert, unlike his ability to do so in the previous game. Let's go back over to Magnus Carlsen versus Arjun Erigaisi to see how this one's developed, because right as we went, I saw some shock and awe on a number of the faces here in the studio.
I mean, knight on h3 was a big shock for me. I didn't see this move coming at all. Oh.
This is
a lot of crazy things happening on the board, and
this is getting
good way for Arjun.
The type of position we were talking about Arjun needing. Just a very quick action replay while Magnus trades off a set of pawns. We saw this pawn step forward, attack a black knight. We thought it would go towards the center with a check, and that looks very healthy for black, but Magnus puts it on the edge, high risk. In a situation he just needs to draw, the white rook steps up. The other black knight comes. This must have been Magnus's idea to deliver a check, and the 2 black knights kind of totally paralyze the right side of the board for white. But the rook can just slide now, and the white bishop has that square covered. Magnus brings his bishop out. I think what he might have missed here and now is that Arjun doesn't need to retreat that knight. He can instead defend it with his queen by stepping forward. The white queen unleashed and kicking black's knight, and this is the live position.
This is excellent news for Arjun. Like, now he has a great chance to seize the initiative, because there are some long-term problems as well for black. The king cannot castle, the knight on h3 is a bit stuck. Yeah, last few moves have been good for him.
Do you recapture with that pawn or the knight here?
You want to with the pawn, probably, but maybe that pawn will become weak when the black knight retreats, so you calculate a bit.
Yeah, maybe knight takes was an option. I would prefer knight takes.
He goes for the pawn. Knight forced to retreat, but in doing so does still have a threat onto that central structure.
Bishop e3, I guess, yeah. And now he wants to give away the pawn, long castle, and play for the attack. Like, if black plays move like a6, which I'm not sure is a good move. Yeah. And long castle, and this is fantastic. Like, now the moves you can play just by hand.
And now you're just regretting that you, as black, your king is just stuck in the center, right? It'll always come in the way of your pieces.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is disaster for black. So the question is, how do you play with black? Try to create some play. You kind of need to act immediately, otherwise black is going to suffer. Maybe you put rook on c8, stop the castle.
That's clever. Prophylaxis. White's next move is to castle on that long side.
It doesn't really stop, actually.
With all these problems that we're pointing out in black's position in Magnus's camp right now, do you think it's sort of the time to sort of roll the dice, create some chaos, muddy the waters, push that f-pawn forward? I want to get my queen into the play. Is f5 an idea that could be on Magnus's radar?
He'll definitely consider it, and also e6 to kick away the other knight. So that if the knight falls back, then you kick the knight on b5, so that they're fighting for the same squares. It's also a move that you would consider, but yeah, it's not an easy choice.
I'm not just drawing a face there, that's actually the path the knights want to come back to. Both fighting for the same square.
Yeah, no easy choices, and somewhat shown in Magnus's remaining time. Equal on the clock with Arjun, but that's very different than the previous game where he had a solid advantage through the mid-game.
But if you spend a lot of time with Arjun, Chess Olympics, training camps, how is he able to stay so calm in these positions and at least look so calm on the outside? By the way, Magnus did go for the idea you mentioned, stopping White from castling to the left side.
And Arjun played instantly, right? F4.
He was expecting it.
Yeah, I was thinking you could eat long castle. Like, you don't care.
Wow.
Giving away the knight.
Wait, what's happening?
Wow. Magnus realizing that black knight was pretty much trapped anyway. There was no way home, so he gives up 2 pieces for a rook. Small material advantage to Arjun, if he can consolidate now, but he's taking back knights, Magnus Carlsen, and the white center might get eroded in a moment.
I don't like what Arjun did last few moves, because now suddenly black's moves are easier to play. Like he's going to push a6, take on d4, and now the onus is on white to, again, coordinate his pieces. So I don't really like this f4 and rook takes knight in the last few moves. Maybe there was something better there.
It was a cool idea, but maybe not right there.
Yeah. And they didn't give me any time to answer your question, Tanya.
Well, he's thinking now, you can tell us. I mean, he is a picture of calmness with needing a win and fire on the board.
I think he also does some kind of meditation practices regularly. I don't know if that's the only contributing factor. But also he has played a lot of blitz online, and he's good with low time, and also he's learned over time to handle pressure well. Like initially it used to bother him missing wins. Now the recovery time is much faster. So he has consciously worked on it, I would say.
Yeah, how do you work on these things?
Tell me if you find out.
Gotta ask the man on our screen.
Yeah, they don't talk about recovery time much in chess. I mean, they talk about it in other sports, but chess now we're having several games in a day. It's so important. And I mean, conversion rates as well for Fabiano Caruana, how often you can finish off these winning positions. I think chess, it's starting to realize now that other sports, there's a lot to learn from it. And yeah, the young players, very professional in their approach.
And especially
you put sorry.
No, I was just going to say, in a demanding format like that, what David was saying, recovery time is so important to be ready to fight back. But with it, what was the point that you were going to make?
I was thinking knight would go to f4, but now he has gone to c3, a6, and now do you push the pawn on d5?
Counter-attack.
It's the moves are harder for white now suddenly after this queen getting stranded on h3. I don't like it at all.
And this was the idea we were talking about earlier, right? Where now the white knights are kind of fighting for the same squares, right? You'd want to maybe retreat to the square that the white knight, the other knight's already on.
Superfluous knights. That's what they call them when they get in each other's way. And putting it on the edge. That's ugly.
Think this f4 was a serious mistake.
But that knight had no other square to go back to, and to me it's really surprising that gets such a question mark and the bar shoots down.
No, there was an option of pushing d5.
To go on the counter offense.
Yeah. And this is just bad. I don't see, this is just probably strategically hopeless for, to play for a win, of course. White can still fight for draw, but I don't see absolute any chance for white.
Well, a draw won't be good enough here for Arjun, so this is where you'd start to expect him to maybe make some less than ideal moves, I assume, just to, again,
all
have
the moves are
fighting
less
chances.
than ideal here.
True. You're already in an ideal situation.
In bad position, there are no good moves. So you just take long castle, but black has multiple options. Queen h6 check, and yeah. The black king is super safe. He has all the control. The pawn on f3 is actually now a menace, and I can list 10 different good things of black's position now.
Bad knight on a3. Black's actually aren't material. We should remind everyone it's a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. Magnus gives up a rook for bishop, and the rest of white's army just looks terrible.
Yeah, knight or e5 or queen g7, multiple moves.
You can just feel Arjun's chances slipping away.
Queen g7, where do you put your pieces?
Bring the knight back
knight
to
b1. No, that's so sad. You take the pawn on g5, knight e5.
And even if the rook slides up to defend the knight, just queen takes pawn would then hit that rook. That would just move. Yeah. Another example of no good moves in bad positions. Magnus Carlsen about to go 5 in a row.
Wow, he's woken up.
Arjun can sense it, yeah, you can see it on his expressions that, yeah, he knows that he messed up.
Yeah, he took that initial loss at the beginning of the day, and that seemed to shake him awake. Don't be fooled by his pregame rituals of laying horizontal on the couch. This man
95
came to play today.
Bring the knight, looks very good. Threaten a fork.
Yeah. One bad piece often makes a whole position bad, but white has this knight in the corner on a3, white has a bishop in the corner. White's queen's a bit offside.
He has an extra piece, but all the pieces are bad. That's the problem.
And they're completely disconnected, right? One half of his army on the right side, the other on the left, no coordination whatsoever.
And the white king is a huge target. The black pawn is going to be massive later, and the black knight is coming. Magnus has an abundance of choice. That's the only thing that can hold him back if he gets carried away, calculating all these fantastic moves. 4 minutes left.
The reason he's not rushing with grabbing that pawn is that then Arjun has the option to actually trade queens by sliding his queen one step forward and forcing that pin and the exchange. So he does go for the knight move. Threat on the board.
I guess he'll play rook d1, yeah. Queen g5. And now you have to exchange queens, and then it's hopeless. That's the only move for white.
The reason this is given a double exclamation mark is because white can take the black bishop, but this would allow a check, regaining the material with interest. The rook will drop off next move, so just a temporary sacrifice. And as it says, if the white queen steps up, we see a trade, then black can probably win this in a bunch of ways, but even if you just trade everything off, you have so many pawns now for the piece, and no chance of really losing this game.
I mean, I'm going to say it, you know, in this 10+10, the way Magnus has played today, had he done this earlier in the tournament, he wouldn't be fighting for third place. It looks like Magnus just woke up a little too late in Vegas.
Yeah, this in the group stage would have placed him...
It was the jet lag.
Are you sure?
He'd been here for like a week before.
Maybe it was just Vegas.
Well, every bit of that line plays out.
It was all forced, but now if we do a quick count, Magnus has 7 pawns, white has 3. The remaining white pawns are all isolated and weak, about to drop off. So Magnus has more than enough pawns for the sad white bishop in the corner. Look how poor that piece is. All of white's pieces actually back on their starting squares almost. This looks very one-sided.
And it felt like Arjun really got his opportunity in this match, you know, in this game to try to get that comeback win in, especially out of the opening. And it all comes down to that one decision of pushing the F-pawn.
Yeah, it was an expensive mistake because that really changed the character of the game. And after that, the moves were really easy for black. That matters a lot when you have just like 5 minutes left. It was a misjudgment, I would say. Oh, now it's just king g3, you push f2, rook e1. He's going for the beauty prize as well.
To show this would be a discover check, you give away the knight as well, and you break through on the first rank, and everything hangs for white. New queen coming. So a move played.
I guess rook e2. Rook e2 is now the cleanest way to win.
This is similar to the Fabi chance in the previous game with the rook, knight, and pawn combo with the mating nets. Rook comes forward, the knight...
I think rook e2 is resigns, no?
Yeah. Similar, but easier to find even, huh?
Yeah.
And also no mental block here, no time problems here, and he does it. Magnus Carlsen's playing this to perfection.
Yeah, you have to resign with white. What else?
You mentioned that was an expensive mistake. It could be a $60,000 mistake when it comes down to it. Again, fighting for third, that's a top prize of $100K in that matchup. Losers here go down to the 5th place matchup, playing for $50K.
He gave up his bishop, Arjun, to prolong this game, but he's 2 pawns down, soon to be more pawns down. That white knight still asleep at home, all of white's pawns weak.
And look at the way Sorry, David.
No, it's over.
It is, and then black's rook just dominating the white knight, not allowing it to come into the game at all. The pawns remaining on the board as well. Super weak. I think Arjun, he's not going to play this on for much longer. You know, you put that knight, you pick it up and sort of put it somewhere in black's camp, and you can still see maybe some tricks, hope for some miracles, but that knight on b1, it's just hard to even imagine any chances here.
The black rook is hunting it down. Not many ways to keep material on the board. Oof. Magnus now could trade rooks if he wants to be really, really safe.
No, he'll take the pawn, king g3, rook h1. Oh, merciless.
He's reaching for it, he does it. Tricks.
When you have such a position, you, of course, you rub it in, you know. You go all the way, like give no chances.
You enjoy making your opponent suffer even more?
Yeah. It's a bit sadistic, but yeah.
It's the David Howe school
it's
of materialism.
It's the cleanest way to win, of course.
Love it. The accountancy chest. The debt collector, taking all the pawns.
My goodness, yeah, the journey of that night has just been a sad story throughout the entirety of this game.
And still on the edge of the board.
Exactly. At least bring it towards the middle, even before you admit defeat.
And stopped.
And now you can't. Trying to make space here with the rook.
Arjun to resign, like, it's really surprising that he has not so far.
Magnus still has 5 minutes, so miracles unlikely.
I mean, can be hard to let go sometimes, I imagine.
Do you think Magnus is even more motivated and loves the challenge of playing this younger generation and wants him to win it even more against them?
Probably, yeah. He really takes it very seriously, I would say. I mean, I think David knows better. Like, he's a good friend of Magnus.
David.
He wants it.
He wants it.
he wants it. I mean, against the likes of Levon, Hikaru, they've played each other hundreds and hundreds of times. It still feels fresh, I think, for Magnus. It's hard to call Arjun part of the younger generation, though. He's 22. Magnus was world champion at this age.
What, 22 is old now in chess?
22 is ancient in chess.
Please, no.
He's been a grandmaster for like nearly 10 years or something.
Vidit shaking his head furiously at that.
It's true, though.
Yeah, still full control for Magnus, and it's finally a handshake. Magnus Carlsen takes...
There it is. Puts the finishing touches on it. You heard Tanya say it. After falling down in the first game today, Magnus elevated his form to a near unbeatable level. Put it on display one more time here against Arjun Erigaisi. He's the winner of this lower bracket semifinals, and he's off to the third place match.
Yeah, Arjun just never able to get his game going, Tanya.
And it felt like he got that small window of opportunity in the opening, but one inaccuracy, and Magnus giving no chances after that flawless play to get 5 in a row as Magnus Carlsen continues. And I'm telling you guys, it's written in the stars, it's destined in Vegas. It will be Magnus versus Hikaru, but Hikaru still has a Fabi waiting on the other side. A decisive game in that one, and we've got that one going on. Should we quickly jump over?
So if that destiny will prevail, it would need to be Hikaru getting it done here or in a tiebreak scenario if they end up drawing this position. Half a point apiece. It's been a bit since we've been here, David. Maybe we can roll it back just a little bit, understand how we got here, and then figure out who we think is better.
Yeah, so this is the live position. It's level material. White has the bishop pair. White has a bit more space in the center. Pawns further advanced. But I'll just take us back a few moves to a very tense position where Fabiano had almost a winning advantage and could probably have rubbed it in after a trade of pawns by just keeping material on the board. I would have probably stepped forward with my pawn here just to keep tension, keep the Black Knights caged, because what happened in a moment, at least Hikaru could breathe, the Black Knight's getting active. And if we catch up with the live position and fast forward a few moves to here, at least the Black Knights are stable. I would choose white, but yeah, at least I've seen Hikaru wriggle out of these so many times before.
What do you think, Vidit? Will it be just predictions? Magnus versus Hikaru or Magnus versus Fabi?
I don't know about that, but this game seems to be
heading to a draw.
At least closer to that, because the position Hikaru had a couple of moves ago was just very poor, and now he has realistic chances of counterplay. Like, you can push the pawn on a4, probably he will do that, and the knights are completely blocking the king side, so it's not easy. White is slightly better, of course, but I mean, this is a dream for Hikaru compared to what he had earlier.
And good to see a happy Magnus after a few days alongside Ella there. And that always makes him happy.
There's a set of headphones right next to them. Surely they're going to tune in and listen into our commentary. Surely one of them will.
I would hope so. Although he has just been wearing a headset for a majority of the day, so maybe he wants to give his ears a break as he takes in this matchup between what will be one of his opponents in that third place match.
1.5 minutes for Fabiano, and if this does go into that tiebreaker of 5+2, I mean, in my head, that would suit Hikaru more than Fabi.
Yeah, Hikaru would love tiebreaks. Fabiano, it's just been a story of tiebreaks this last few days. He's been up and down. He beat Pragg. He lost yesterday to Hans Niemann. Shout out to...
Do you think Ella's listening to us? I saw her with the headphones.
Story of tiebreaks, but also story of time for Caruana, right? So again, well, maybe in a somewhat even board state here, as we come down the stretch with a minute to your name, your opponent having 4x your amount of time. We've seen Fabi crumble here.
Yeah, he wants to put rook on c3, pin the bishop. Because black was threatening to give knight e4 check at some point, but now he cannot do it. Probably you just move the bishop to b7 or that seems logical. Yeah, rook b8 also good move.
It is the bishop pair for Fabi, and that weakness of the d5 pawn that the white bishop is lining against.
Yeah, now the question is how do you improve the position? I guess the knight on d2 is the one you should try to improve.
Where do you want it?
f5, but I don't know.
How do you get there? He reroutes it. He starts the journey.
Rook a6 might be an option to threaten knight e4.
Yeah, you can't do this at the moment. You can't bring your knight into the center because there will be some tactics against the black rook at the end on the dark squares.
Yeah, I guess rook a6 is a good move.
Hikaru hears you.
Well, let's hope not.
I think you take on g5 right now and make this tough decision, or because how else do you stop knight e4?
Either way, it looks like everything leads to equality. It feels like black has a perfect fortress ready to trade off. Black's knight strong. Fabi retreating his knight. Is that a tacit draw offer?
No, now knight e4 you can take with the knight, and then you have bishop to f1. So he's still like trying to keep the tension.
I'll just put that on the board while Fabi thinks, let's watch the... Oh, while Hikaru thinks, let's watch the camera. This would be a big mistake for black, as the rook would be hit and would walk into some potential discovered attacks. Instead, we saw some moves. We saw the bishop drop back, and Fabiano in thought here. We've seen him take draws in better positions than this, right?
Exactly. I mean, at this point, I feel like it's a draw he wants, right?
I don't see how to improve with white. Maybe you put rook b3, rook b8, but no, I don't see it.
Yeah. He could have had a similar position to this, Fabiano, just with the black knights super passive. He could have blocked the whole kingside earlier, and the black knights would have struggled to get any outposts, but Hikaru, once you give him those beautiful ponies.
Yeah, it's repeating.
Well, here
Might
we
be
go.
here now that this goes into a tiebreaker. A clash between the world number 2 and the world number 3. Going down to the wire.
He repeats.
It's happening.
Moment of truth. If Hikaru brings his bishop back, that is a firm draw offer. Fabiano could choose to repeat. If Hikaru moves his bishop to any other square than bringing it back to that 6th line, the game might go on, although it's still equal.
There it is. Calling out the repetition to the arbiter. The players agree. It's 1 point apiece. We've drawn, and we're going on to the next round of tiebreaks.
Yeah, probably slow play.
So it goes to a 5+2, a best of 2 between these two players. You know, Fabiano with such a missed golden opportunity in that first game. That would have just changed the entire narrative. But what about, this has to favor Hikaru just a little bit more, knowing the shorter time formats.
I would only imagine that it does, particularly, again, the maybe uncharacteristic throwaways of a couple games here by Fabiano when it comes down to the time trouble. Now you're just starting with less, and you get less in your bank with each move that you make, Vidit.
Yeah, Hikaru is the favorite now. I would say slight favorite, of course. This reminds me of what I read in a book of Vachier-Lagrave's best games. And he had played a match against Karpov back in 90s. And he said, I had 4 good positions and I managed to convert only 1. Whereas Karpov got 2 and he converted both of them. And that was the difference. So here I can see that Hikaru, if he gets a similar position, he will convert it more, because I think he's just playing much faster, he's sharper. Although strategically he has got really poor positions that have stopped him, but in time pressure I can see that he's playing better.
Yeah, if you give Hikaru that second game, that positional advantage, the long-term advantage, he would win, I think, 80-90% of the time against Fabiano. But still, anything can happen in the Blitz games.
Anything can happen, but one half of each of our final pairings has been decided there in the 3rd and 4th place matchups, as well as the 5th and 6th place matchup. It's Arjun Erigaisi who falls down to Magnus Carlsen there, as you can see in our lower bracket semi-finals. So all focus turns to Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, the only two left to play here today. And as Tanya mentioned, it's a best of 2. 5-2 are the time controls. We'll have 2 more lotteries. We're starting to eat through the different starting positions, that's for sure. Is there any kind of a starting position you feel like we've not really experienced?
5-1-8.
Yeah, fair enough.
Are you
know what?
missing
It was you're right. It was a terrible question.
No, I don't miss it at all. Like, I don't want to play normal chess. It's like, I mean, see the Berlin, see the Marshall, and QGD, and what do? Yeah, you just are in frustration mode all the time. This is so much more fun.
I'm glad you think so.
It's a lot of fun for us as well, and I think for our chat to see these fresh positions and the players sort of have a thing from their move one. How many times we've seen within the first 10 moves the bar go up and down?
Yeah, not just in the first 10 moves. I mean, it feels like it sets the tone, these crazy freestyle positions. And yeah, I don't miss studying openings either. It's the hardest thing as a chess professional.
Not the hardest, but at least the most boring at the moment, at least for me, because there's so little room for creativity. How do you come up with new ideas? Everybody has the same access to resources, same machines. Yeah, it's not easy. So this is like at least more creative.
With Vincent in the studio earlier, Tanya had asked his opinion, now having played freestyle chess through numerous different time control settings, everything from 45-45 in previous events, 30-30 down to Armageddon settings and whatnot. Do you have a preferred time control that you think is best suited to freestyle, either in allowing for that creativity, but not giving too much space and time? Where do you think the sweet spot is?
Before the tonight, I was thinking like in freestyle, there's a lot of scope to, come up with new ideas in the opening. But with 10 minutes on the clock, it becomes really hard to spend that time initially. So it's not easy. And that's why we see the bar fluctuating. I don't think in 30 minutes we saw that much of a difference. Probably that's the sweet spot, but okay. I don't really have a strong opinion on this yet.
And then imagine going down to 5+2. I mean, what's the strategy then? Because you can barely spend any time for the opening moves.
Yeah, but now after playing so many games, you kind of get a feel for the position. Like, you know which pieces to at least consider, which moves to consider, etc. so on. So you can try to play by hand. At least now people have developed a certain kind of intuition for freestyle chess. It's not so new.
And would you say experience plays a big role in freestyle chess, much more than sort of trying to, you can barely prepare, right? Just the more games that you get into these positions, the easier it is to handle shorter time formats then?
Yeah, for sure, because you're just getting exposed to more ideas and then you have a bigger bank to withdraw it from. So it's like a weak AI versus a strong AI, it's trained more. It makes a difference.
Do you have a favorite position out of the 960? Do you remember any of them?
I like when the queens are on the edge, because that always makes it unbalanced. There are certain positions which are very symmetrical, like almost like close to starting position, and then it can get boring. But queen on the edge I have not seen easily fizzling out. It always adds a bit to the position, like you don't know how to remove it. I think it was also there today in one of the games, if I'm not wrong.
You're right, yeah.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Massive respect to both of these guys, because they're two of the competitors who have had to play the most games over the course of just 4 days. Of course, Fabiano going all the way to that 7th game, Armageddon against Pragg. Hikaru, though, as well, having to start the day and then move on to face Fabi today. I cannot imagine the fatigue, both mentally and physically, for both of them as they're about to step back on stage here for 2 more bouts. You can kind of think of it like a bracket reset. Hopefully they themselves have reset and can come into it feeling fresh.
Yeah, for Fabiano especially, all of these tie breaks. I mean, the match against Pragg a couple of days ago, so stressful, went down to the wire. He was there for 10 hours in the tournament hall. Yesterday as well against Hans Niemann, another stressful day. And here we go again, Hikaru. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, probably that's the reason for not being able to convert, like one of the reasons, because it requires a lot of energy to finish off a strong player. Like, he's trying to be very resourceful, and not just like physical energy, but also a lot of emotional energy is required. So that could be one of the reasons, because Fab is of course a very strong player, and at his best he would convert these positions more often than not. So yeah.
Well, we're asking for the most out of these guys. We'll see which one of them can just give us 1 ounce more. We have to find out what the battlefield will look like for these two players. It's 2 more games ahead of them, a possible Armageddon on the horizon as they battle for a spot in our 3rd place final. From here, we're back out to Fiona for the position draw.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to see more chess as the match between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana continues to a blitz playoff. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has won his match against Arjun Erigaisi, and he will face the winner of the remaining matchup tomorrow for places 3 and 4. We move to blitz now, so the players only have 5 minutes to prepare. In order to help me draw the next position, I would like to welcome to the stage Shane and his mom Gayen. They've been here every single day. Give them a warm round of applause. Whenever you're ready. If you
position number 828.
Position 828. Thank you so much. Thank you. Give them another round of applause. Hikaru and Fabi will have 5 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, good luck. Position 828. And to our wonderful audience, please enjoy.
Well, thank you, Shane, for position 828. We had 414 earlier. Now he doubles it up. And hopefully we get double the excitement here in our 5-2 portion for Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. You can see there, left-hand side of your screen, the position is up. We didn't get the queens in the corner. Vidit's favorite position. But without the queens in the corner, what else can we maybe expect from this? So what you're seeing on your screen here is our heat map. This is data taken from all chess.com games played in this freestyle position. So the darker the red, the darker the coloring, the more frequently the opening move is made to that square. Of course, in some cases, a square could be occupied by multiple pieces, and it doesn't necessarily differentiate between that. But from what I can tell here, or at least what this tells me, is there generally is no consensus, at least as to how to approach this specific opening.
Yeah, that means that white normally pushes a pawn forward to either f4 or e4. Meanwhile, black either copies or goes for a Caro-Kann-like defense, pushing the black pawn in front of the black king in this scenario. We just see the pieces change.
Oh!
Change here? What's happened?
Okay, maybe an update on the data.
Shuffled up.
Well, they're sitting by themselves, only 2 of them left in the playing arena. And let's zoom in. What is the first move that Hikaru is looking at? It was one of the moves on our heat map. You know, the pawn in front of the rook that was highlighted in red. That's the move that Hikaru has in mind. Again, it opens up scope for the knight, the bishop, the rook, and the queen. Makes a lot of sense to me, David.
Oh, yeah, we've seen that pattern so many times this week. The queen, rook, bishop, all on one side. And you always want to push a pawn early that opens them all up. Pushing a pawn in the center as well, opening up the white queen makes a lot of sense. And the other moves we saw for black in the meantime were this one, pawn to c6, opening up the bishop on the longish diagonal here. Not the longest one, but a decent one too.
I want to point out the undefended pawn in this position is g7 and g2, and it can come under threat very quickly with the white knight jumping forward, so always watch out for those tricks. It's not an easily defended pawn. You've got to be careful with that.
Hikaru looks a bit restless. He wants this game to start.
Yeah, he definitely does. Up to check the clock real quick, realizing he's got a couple more minutes to evaluate the position. He'll sit back down, put on his thinking cap.
I think e4 might be played, or f4.
Now let's get predictions in. So if you had to pick one move that Hikaru is going to start with, what do you think he chooses?
I think e4 is the best move, but he'll play f4.
What? So are you going with f4 then? Just stole my pick again. I mean, f4 was the move I said. Okay, fine. So f4, David, what about you?
C3, just for fun. Pawn to C3.
James?
Oh, lordy. I'm taking a page out of your playbook from earlier. I'm going with the knight move, knight to G3.
All right, so knight by G3. I'm going for the pawn in front of the queen. Let's have all of them on the board, marked by our arrows right here. And what is the top engine move in this position?
Well, adhere to James here. The top engine move says pawn to E4 by quite a distance.
By a bit.
Just, you know, commentating with the best in the world here.
Wow. Followed by pawn to F4 and then D4.
Yeah, I did say E4 is the best, but he'll play F4. I said it's the best, but he'll play.
You did.
Okay, interesting. Of course, the first move alone won't tell us too much. Hikaru has had two pretty smelly openings in his games against Fabiano so far.
I like that. What characterizes an opening as smelly?
Sometimes you just look at it and you can tell it smells bad.
Okay,
it's like
it's when the nose scrunch up, you know? Yeah, that's your visceral reaction to it.
Sometimes you've got a blocked nose, you open the fridge, you see a piece of cheese, you're like, oh, that just looks like it smells bad. And it's the same with some Hikaru.
Hikaru expression number 243, that's the one.
Okay, are you a fan of smelly openings over there, Vidit?
No, but I think Hikaru has a very high tolerance for it. Like, even if he gets a bad position, he's like very persistent. Like, it doesn't bother him so much as it would bother other players.
Okay. Well, and as we know, Freestyle is a format that can offer a lot of scary positions for players. So operating with some sort of composure is definitely a boon to your chances in this one. Just under 15 seconds to go. Fabiano Caruana has to step back into the arena with the world number 2 in Hikaru Nakamura. They're playing a best of 2. 5-2 is the time controls for a chance at third place.
And here we go. Arbiter says go, and it's the pawn.
It's with it for the win in this one. And this is a move that you suggested, David, on this a bit of a semi-win there for you. And James move.
Look at that, all the ideas coming together.
Gotta get E4 in now next. Come on.
Your move next,
Hikaru, you have to do it.
It takes 3 of us to equal 1 Hikaru Nakamura.
G6. Oh, G6 is the bishop D4, but there's E5.
Yeah. So already some immediate attacks. White's knight, White's bishop are teaming up, double teaming this black pawn, which could be defended, probably should be defended. As Vidit said, G6 looks like the most natural one. And then let's see it. Let's see your move, Tanya, E4.
I want to see it happen. I'm feeling very left out of this party, you know. You've got F4 in, you've got the C pawn, the knight in. I need my move to appear.
Yeah, how rude would it be of Hikaru not to include you?
You know, there's a...
Okay, now or never. Is it going to happen?
Can I show a tactic?
Yes.
Like a simple one, but
please.
E4 takes knight E4, and if bishop F4, of course. Rook F4.
I see.
I mean, never gonna happen in a million years.
But see, this is why E4 has to happen. And look at that. You take the knight, the queen X-ring, the black queen, queen takes queen. Thank you very much. Game over. Love it.
In a dream world, this can happen.
And unfortunately, it will remain a dream.
Oh.
As you can see, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, the live position, as we flip back to it, it's the bishop that comes out instead.
Yeah. Do you play E5 or do you move the bishop yourself? That's the question.
Yeah. And yeah.
I think E5 has to be good.
E5 before White can strike. Normally the first 2 strikes is doing quite well. Just to point out that the knight is hit, and you don't want to move that knight because there's a problem with your rook, which gets trapped. So there is an early pitfall here for Hikaru to try and set for Fabiano. E5 just looks so healthy though. No?
1 minute advantage, by the way, for Hikaru already.
And that's a lot with this time format. The players start with only 5 minutes on the clock, and it's only a 2-second increment, which is barely any time to build on.
Yeah, we always talk about how obviously starting with less time, it definitely can make things a bit more messy, but it's usually about the increment and the fact that you really don't have an option to build back a bank, as we've seen in other time controls. Okay, bishop does come out. That was one of the 2 options that Vidit had laid out for us.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Like, it's not principled. I think E5 felt more principled.
Ooh, and now a second bishop move.
Knight E3? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the move you wanted to play with White was pawn to E4, but it might have been a pawn sacrifice in some lines. So Hikaru choosing not to calculate, but now the white knights both in front of pawns looks ugly.
What do you do now? Actually, knight d1 might be the best move.
And he plays it.
What? Oh, he realizes it, and a bit of a shake of his head there.
Of course, knight d1.
If I were Fabi, do I just offer the draw, bring the bishop back out at that point, and say I'm already down a minute on the clock, let's go to game 2?
It does take a lot to admit that you've just made a mistake. I think Hikaru showing class that, he immediately realized that's not where he wants the knight and then comes back. Because sometimes it's a very difficult thing to do. Whoa, this is blowing up.
Why did he play g5? Because the bishop on b1 was completely blocked.
Yeah.
And strategically, I don't like this at all now. Now white's moves are easy. He'll play e4, g4, like many options.
Yeah, but all the pieces have just moved back. It's like Hikaru setting up for the next freestyle game.
Yeah, but...
No, but this was a big mistake by Fabi, in my opinion. G5 is a serious positional error.
All of the white pieces were stuck. That white knight was stuck. Now it looks beautiful. And you can never really trade it off, that white knight, because it just gets replaced by a very powerful pawn. Fabi getting a bit impatient.
Serious mistake.
David, can you do a slow or a quick action replay of what just happened there?
Yeah, so this was the position. Fabiano's in great shape, very healthy. He could, for example, have, I don't know, pushed a pawn in the center. He could have moved his dark squared bishop out, got castled. Instead, he blew things open, which is great news for this white knight on the right side, which is a bit blocked, a bit dead. As Vidit said, the white light squared bishop as well stuck. All of white's pieces are a bit tied up, but pawn to g5 is trying to land a fork. It wants to double attack this white bishop, white knight, this pawn, but instead it allows the white knight forward. We saw a trade of pawns, and although white is retreating a bishop, it looks like Hikaru now very active with one powerful knight, one very strong piece, and ready to occupy the center soon.
Do you play knight to g5, hoping to capture the pawn on e4?
Ooh, that's sneaky.
It is the best move.
Yeah, 2 knights can occupy that square, though.
He will go for it. He goes... He had both knights could have jumped there, right? So it was a decision as to which one he wanted to bring.
Instead of g4, I like knight h4. That seemed nicer. But g4 is a bit... Now, you can play knight h3 and take the bishop as well.
Taking inspiration from Magnus, knight h3.
Actually, that might have been the best move.
First pawns will fall, though.
Okay, now knight h3, you move the bishop. So, of course, I don't like en passant. The illegal move is not a good move.
There's been a lot of illegality in this specific matchup.
I mean, it's also a streamer's favorite move, and you know who's playing right now.
Yeah, but he wasn't the one who did it. He was the one who basically said to Fabi, please take me. And
oh, this is horrible for black. Horrible. Like, white's knight comes to e3, d4, long castle.
The clock as well.
Every single positional advantage white has.
Fabi was better with nearly level time. Now he's 2 minutes down and with a worse position. And that's in the space of 4 moves.
I'm very surprised how Fabi has played. Maybe he'll play bishop h5, try to play knight f3, stop castling.
What is this rook move?
I don't know.
Is he trying to line up the queen on that file, just trying to...
Maybe he wants to move the knight and play e6.
Yeah, but the 2 knights are super strong now for white.
I guess he'll move the knight now on e6.
You could also bring it forward and start targeting. He first slides the...
Long castle. Okay, now that's... Yeah, it's too bad.
It's all gone wrong for Fabiano Caruana, who has only 1 minute 16 on his clock. All of white's pieces very, very active now.
That white knight could jump forward, I was just about to say, and start targeting the black rook from that 8-6 square. Running out of squares, we are, if you're black.
This is also a very good move, actually. I did not see it.
Yeah, and as the position gets worse for Fabi, the options get better for Hikaru. Hard to make a bad move here.
Do you play bishop h5 and kind of force knight to h6?
Maybe, maybe.
That would be his best option.
Yeah, what else? It just looks so clumsy now for black. Like, back with his queen.
No,
Came from.
That doesn't feel good at all.
He's just lost 2 full moves, Fabiano Caruana.
And all the time on the clock as well, while doing it, because moves are so difficult to make. But he needed a square for his rook.
Knight h6 and long castle?
Yeah.
Why not?
It's very healthy. You probably start with this knight, just because the black bishop could otherwise pin you. to a white rook on d1.
Yeah. Go long castle. Bishop e3.
It is still delaying the castle.
But I like this. Brings the bishop into the game.
Oh,
More pieces moving back.
everyone's going backwards.
Other than the white pieces.
That's true. You're right. Sorry. Yeah. The entire black position, though, now rests on 3 total ranks.
He could start pushing the d pawn as well up the center of the board, destabilizing the other black knight.
The only question is whether this is as bad for Fabiano as Hikaru's positions were in the previous 2 games. Because he needs to take some inspiration there. Hikaru saved those 2 horrible positions in the first 2 games of the day.
I think this is equally bad, if not more.
Also, Hikaru with the advantage is just such a beast because he puts pressure on the clock. He will not repeat if he gets the chance, if he gets the opportunity.
Do you go d5 or long castle?
Hikaru answers for you. Yes, he does.
No,
It was somewhat clinical until just now.
I don't like d5, honestly.
He didn't need to rush. He could have castled. He could have played like pawn to g4, just sat on black's position. Fabi had no moves, but now it's a trade. And the black bishop is coming out to take a pawn with gain of time, allowing black to actually get castled.
I guess you take with the pawn, right?
Do you think he missed that? Because he suddenly slows down. You know, he rushed through d5, doesn't immediately capture, realizes the queen was hit, so he didn't have time to pick up the knight.
I think this was a kind of a serious inaccuracy.
Yeah.
Now you allow some counterplay for black. Of course, white is still better, but now there's hope for black.
At least you're a pawn up. You have something to suffer for. And here for Fabiano, he has to decide which pawn to take with.
Long castle anyways. Long castle now.
Decides to...
Oh, but you can still castle long.
Black can castle long.
If you castle long, black can still castle long. So maybe you have to play bishop b3, attack the rook.
There it is.
I will point out, though, there is one threat. If black castles long, white's queen can go to e3 and have, I was going to say a double attack until I realized there's a rook on g8. Scrap that.
Check on e6. King c7, I guess.
Oh, we heard Hikaru exhale quite strongly there. He knows it's gone a bit wrong. He's a pawn down and doesn't have as much to show for it as he wanted.
Yeah, check and long castle.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Very natural to give a check.
And black can't block it with the queen because the rook is hanging on the other side of the board.
Yeah, the black king will have to move away from that. You could castle immediately for white. Black would likely copy and do the same.
Actually, it's not so easy to see how do you improve. Of course, you're better, you know that, but I don't see a killer way.
He looked at the clock there, Hikaru. He knows Fabiano just has 14 seconds. He must be tempted to start hustling a bit, start playing a bit quicker.
Right, maybe don't search for the best move, just a good enough move.
Switch up the pace, a couple of quick moves, then a stop, then a couple of quick moves. That tends to be a good idea when your opponent is low on time.
Can we do some trick like rook queen e6? No, rook g1, you just move the bishop. No, you cannot play for any tricks as well.
Okay, pawn to c4, hitting the black knight, very logical move.
Yeah.
The knight retreats to an outpost. Fabi's still rock solid here.
One winning move in this position.
Winning?
Well, it keeps the 1.25 advantage that you have, otherwise it goes back to zeros.
What does he need to play here?
c5.
And he doesn't.
And he doesn't. And just like that, you'll see the eval bar equalize here, so Fabi has an opening. Ooh. Does he see it? Can he seize it, even?
Now he castles Fabiano. He's giving away a pawn.
Ooh. That is a big pawn.
Level material.
Attacks the queen. Queen attacks the bishop.
5 seconds on the clock here for Fabi.
Oof.
Still feeling the time pressure, and this means mistakes may come into play.
Ooh, watch out, the white light squared bishop is coming. Some big checks. The black rook's trying to plug the holes, but this is not good enough for white.
Bishop b6, queen a3 is coming. Like take the rook on d4, queen a3, and it's resigns. Check and queen
He's
a3.
doing it.
Queen a3 resigns.
It's happening, as you say. The king moves back, and Hikaru reaches for the queen. It lands. Checkmate threatened.
Okay, it's another check.
If this is not checkmate, I don't know what is.
Rook g1, rook g8 of bishop a7 also.
Whoa, did he just come back?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Why? What?
Panic, they're playing with seconds left on their clock. And, we're going to see blunders galore.
Yeah, pure panic, pure instinct here for both of these players.
Pieces are
flying. For the first time, Fabiano has an opening, but he doesn't see it.
That was the checkmate.
We'll break this down a bit later, but now Hikaru is totally winning.
Fabi with 4 seconds on the clock. The rook's attacked. The queen is attacked. He's bungled it up. And that's it. It's over.
There's a mate and 10 on the board there. The handshake is extended. Wow, and the time scramble down the stretch. Both players had opportunities.
There was something that Hikaru was not happy about, and I wonder if there were some audience reactions involved, because the bar was going up and down, and there was so much commotion there, on the board and off the board.
Wow, what a finish. Both players, pure panic there. It was blunders galore, but in the end, it was Fabiano making the final mistake.
Look
That's
at him.
the key.
David, he's not happy.
Yeah, we'll try and find out what happened in that playing hall.
Well, excitement matched the moment.
Oof.
And this is how it all began here. As you can see, a much more tempered start, but soon fireworks on display on this board. Even still, Hikaru Nakamura does get away with it. He goes into the second game here with an advantage. 1 point over Fabiano Caruana. Can he get it done? Prevent himself going to an Armageddon scenario.
That was hectic. That was an absolute thriller at the end. We'll need a full breakdown by David, but something definitely happened in that playing hall at some moment. Hikaru, despite the win, was not pleased, and now he needs only a draw to wrap up this match.
Crazy stuff, and it can't be anything sound related because he was wearing headphones, Hikaru Nakamura, sound cancelling headphones. Maybe something in his eye line. When the clocks are ticking down, it's stressful at the best of times. And just to show the final 10 or so moves here, because Hikaru went from winning to losing in the space of a few moves. We kind of wrote it off. We pointed out that the white queen steps across, threatening checkmate, since the black king is cut off by the white bishops. Hikaru here should have delivered the killer blow. Fabiano clinging on, surviving. After this check, he slid his king, ready to drop the black bishop back and block. Vidit pointed out one winning move. The white rook could just come and join the party. Too many attacking pieces. This would have been winning. The white queen could have also stepped forward first. And again, same idea, the white rook coming. Instead, in this position, he retreated his queen. A bit of a bizarre move, it's got to be said, maybe forgetting he could use his rook. Now the black queen had time to enter, and this is where we saw the bar starting to slide left, right, center. The queen came across, double question mark.
Bishop f4.
Black could have won.
Oh.
Beautiful move spotted by Vidit there, bishop f4. And this is a pin if the rook takes the bishop. Now you've lost control over the d1 square with the black queen coming in with a checkmate. Wow. This would have been game over on the spot if Fabiano had time to see it. He brought his queen forward, threatening the same thing. White king stepped forward, the black queen gave a check. Suddenly it's back to winning for white. And in this position, pawn to f6, another blunder by Hikaru Nakamura, attacking the black queen. Fabi simply missed that he could bring his queen back to this d1 square. Bit of a blind spot, and apparently a winning advantage here, although still complicated after the move bishop into the center. And instead, Fabiano retreated, but suddenly it was all Hikaru. He attacked the queen, and it was game over just 2 moves down the line. Nice finishing touch. Pawn to f7. If you take it, bishop takes knight, check, and you win the queen on the next move.
A couple chances, like you say, but just not enough time to find it. And in the panic of those final moments, unfortunately, Fabiano can't equalize, bring it to a draw, so he enters into the second round here a little bit behind. I did receive word Hikaru was a little unhappy at the end of all that with some audience noise, and that was what we saw.
Yeah, I think the audience couldn't contain their emotion after what was happening there in this game. And I think this was the last few moments of it, of what David just broke down for us. Winning for Fabi, winning for Hikaru. And there you can see it, frustration.
But it looks like it was frustration at the moves rather than the audience.
Here, yeah. I wonder though, okay. And this is it, immediately,
Points out to the crowd. And we did hear the arbiter announce later on that, that the audience has to be careful in those moments because emotions run high and noise cancellation, but I don't know how much of a noise those can stop the headphones.
I think it's an interesting debate or like a question to think about. Like someone I met recently told that in like Wimbledon or all these tennis matches, there is also a lot of audience who is there, and it can be a championship point. And, they gasp or there's this natural human reaction. And
can decide a Grand Slam.
Yeah, it can decide a Grand Slam, but that's there. And you kind of make peace with it. Of course, I understand how annoying it can be when you are already, so emotional. There's so much nervous energy while you're playing. But maybe it's a debate which, has to have some discussion on, like, do you allow this, make peace with it, or
What
have some
side of the
different
debate are you on? What do you think?
I think in general we should make every effort to make it a crowd-friendly sport. Like whatever needs to be done. Sometimes it might require sacrifice on us, like players. Sometimes there might be a smarter solution. But anything which makes it more spectator-friendly, I think should be the direction.
There's an interesting split, right? When it comes to top-level competition, there are some sports that still very much care about that etiquette. You could look at things like tennis. There are plenty of sports out there where the crowd is a part of the competition itself and how you deal with the pressure that they can apply to you. Either way, we're back out to the arena because the players have to dive into another game. Fiona, take it away. Give us that position for our second game in the 5-2 scenarios.
We just witnessed a completely insane blitz game, which ended in a win for Hikaru Nakamura, which means Fabi is now the player with his back against the wall in a must-win situation if he wants to force an Armageddon. Without further ado, we're going to find out the next position, and in order to help me draw, I would like to welcome to the stage the founder of the Traveling Chess Club all the way from Austin, Texas. Give it up for Isaac. Isaac, are you ready?
Position number 593.
Position 593. Isaac, thank you so very much. Hope you're having a great time here in Vegas. Thank you very much for visiting. Thank you. The players will get 5 minutes to prepare. We'll find out shortly if this is the last game or whether we'll see an Armageddon. So for now, to the players, best of luck, and to all of you, have fun.
Well, if Fabiano's going to get it done, he's going to have to get it done with position 593. He's staring down the deficit of a 1-point differential here against Hikaru Nakamura. And it's really, I think, been the tale of time for Fabi.
Yep. The clock has been a huge factor in all of his tie breaks. That game, he kind of tried to alleviate the pressure. He tried to just break the tension as early as he could and was on the back foot after that, Tanya. Just felt like it wasn't quite clicking for Fabi.
But I think the story goes beyond that, right? The first game and that big opportunity of actually getting a match lead, you're literally 3 moves away from a win. And you sort of set it up, right? You've done everything perfectly. All those plans are already in your head. And then inexplicably, you don't go for the line, which your opponent immediately points out at the end of the game as well. Same storyline against Hans for Fabiano Caruana. And it just feels like, I don't know, for the lack of a better way to put it, but the stars are just not aligning for Fabi in this one so far.
Right, and if you had asked me 2 days ago, I would have said maybe exactly the opposite. Again, as Magnus got knocked down, as Hikaru exited contention in the upper bracket, it just felt like this was maybe Fabiano's moment. And
Mr.
then
Consistent, we call it.
And then it slipped away. And but it's not over just yet, right? So we're not going to be total doomers here. If Fabiano is going to strike back, it's going to have to be on this position. We didn't get the queen in the center, but we do have a queen on the edge of the board, but we do have a bishop there, Vidit. And again, I notice this bishop, rook, queen trend. We've gotten this so many times.
Yeah, it looks more symmetrical than a funky opening. Like, I don't know how else, how to exactly take advantage of the first move. Like, if you play something like d4, then black can push b5, clamp down, and the bishop is opened, and seems like a good way to play for black. If you play e4, it's very close to normal chess. Let's say you imagine knight going to f3, short castle, knight g3. I'm thinking between e4, like, can be a good move, or d4. I'm not sure yet.
Would you consider castling on the very first move?
Actually, yes. I'm not used to castling on the first move, so it did not cross my mind, but it definitely makes a lot of sense. I can guarantee you that F4 won't be played. Or, anything can happen.
No G4, no H4.
Always in for a surprise. Well, explain to me, though, what would be the logic behind castling so early? Because it's committal, right? You're immediately telling your opponent, look, I'm penning a target on this side of the board. This is where you attack.
No, I mean, both the sides are going to castle on the...
Regardless.
Yeah, because to castle on the longer side, you need to remove the knight, bishop, queen, rook, and it's a lot of effort. Not the rook, but yeah, it's a lot of effort to do that. And one move castling just makes more sense.
Okay.
Gotta get those first move predictions in, David.
Yeah, also just to mention, castling, it protects the only undefended pawn in the position, the H pawns for both sides, so you kind of defend it in one go. I'll say B4, B3, B4.
You gotta pick
B4,
one.
B4.
It's gotta be my pick.
That's what we said, right?
93.
Okay, so B pawn in front of the rook on the left side, knight developing on the right side. James, what's your pick?
I was going to say knight G3 too, so I'm going to go with, I guess I'll go to the E4. That was one of your initial thoughts.
Yeah, E4 makes sense.
I'll go for castle. I'm just gonna keep all the options open.
For the glory. You're going for castle for the glory.
Get style points here.
And look at Hikaru playing with the headphones there as he gets ready for his game. He was like swinging them around, twirling them, and good to go. He looked restless. He wants this match to be over here and now.
And Fabi has to look for the imbalances, right? In a must-win game to force into an Armageddon. So he's going to try to find that first move, which gives him the most opportunity to do that.
I don't like knight G3, by the way. The more I think of it, the more I suggested. Black can just push D5. So might not be a good move to go knight G3.
Who suggested knight G3?
Me.
Oh, you can't take it back anymore.
Sorry, you're locked in. Final answer. This could very well be our final countdown of the day here. It's Fabiano Caruana back against the wall. It's been a tough day for him, but he can turn things around right here, right now against Hikaru Nakamura. He gets the win. He pushes it to an Armageddon and buys himself new life in this lower bracket.
There we go. The gong sounded by Jan-Henrik Buchner, and the games are off. It was pawn to d4, and Hikaru replies instantly by pushing his b pawn forward, something that you mentioned there, Vidit. You said you weren't so keen on this for white?
Yeah, I thought b5 and this, like, black has a very harmonious piece development, like knight f6, knight g6. I did not see why white should be better here. Maybe do you go f3 or not, is the question. Now, of course, not. But knight f6, knight g6, castle, I think it's fantastic for black.
Trade of pawns.
Yeah, I don't like the opening for white.
It's also that pawn comes in the way of your bishop, right? Like what we're talking about, the bishop that's in the corner of the board, which potentially could have given some attacking ideas if either of the sides were to castle on that right side. Eventually, Vidit's move does land on the board. Do you think Hikaru is pleased to see Fabi's choice as well?
Yeah, I mean, h5, a very nice move.
Definitely pleased. If you get h5 on the board, Hikaru's feeling it.
Oof, this is really bad for white.
Opening has gone wrong for white, yeah. Black's pieces are just better placed. They're working together more efficiently. And yeah, now how do you answer h4 threat? So, not easy.
This white knight has no escape squares other than back to the corner if this pawn steps further.
h5 is a great move, by the way, like very strong move.
Yeah, it feels like everything in the white position is moving up and to the left, the opposite direction of the king in a way, whereas on the flip side, you've got everything pointed down and to the right here for the black position.
Yeah, beautiful move from Hikaru. It feels like Fabiano, he misses Arjun as a teammate to discuss those opening positions. Previous opening, this one, they haven't gone quite right. And Hikaru, the speed.
The body language, it's just, you can feel the aura here.
A bit locked in, although Fabi is doing better on the time front. He's still down, but he's keeping it closer.
You
take b3, sorry.
No, go on.
I was just predicting what would happen. Takes and b3 makes sense.
And I was about to say that, we've all read and heard the stories about Garry Kasparov when he would sit on the board, just his intimidating, powerful presence that he had. And when I think of modern chess, there's one guy who comes to my mind, who has that similar effect when you see him play, and I think that's Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, the aura is strong in that one. But Fabi suddenly slowing down. I think he just needs to take this pawn first of all. You need to hope that you can activate your dark squared bishop long term. So no reason not to take and isolate black's pawn.
But you know, I saw this movie F1, the movie, and they say hope is not a good strategy.
I need to check that out. Brad Pitt.
Oh, such a good movie.
By the rook c1, can queen b7 be a very annoying move after rook c1? That's a threat to watch out.
Would Levon Aronian be the Brad Pitt from F1 in this tournament so far?
I don't know what you're indicating with that.
As coming in as the eldest player here.
Oh, is he the eldest? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
in the field, yes.
42, I believe.
Wait, there's a blunder on the board?
That is a blunder.
Apparently a big mistake here. Knight into e5. He needed to actually play the move rook to c1 and walk into your idea there, Vidit, on the long diagonal. But that was hard to spot, hard to calculate after some complications with pawn stepping forward to e4. Hikaru's reaching out. He takes that knight.
But why was it a blunder?
Apparently black should have played this move first, bishop to c7, hitting the white knight, forcing a trade and opening up some lines, but that was difficult. And Hikaru plays it safe. He doesn't need to win this game.
You know why black is significantly better? Because white can never castle short. He has moved the rook. And that's an important point, because you cannot castle on the queen side, not on the king side, and black just has to keep the position. He needs a draw, and it's very easy. You castle short, g6, like black is slightly better in a risk-free position.
And so white's position feeling a little stuck, going to be hard to get the H rook involved, connected to its counterpart, or even rook lifted. That just takes so much time.
This is really bad. Like, you can take on b3, castle short, and the king on f1. It's just a bad piece. Easiest way to play, probably.
And Hikaru likes his simple positions where he has full control. He does trade off pawns.
Yeah, it's the most human way to play this, although it might say that it's a mistake, but black just needs a draw.
Yeah. There
Play
were more
g6.
ambitious ways, but...
Play g6 and short castle. Yeah, he does that. You cannot castle. Where do you go?
I mean, you just got to make a two-step journey over to h2 or something like that?
Knight on g3 is hanging with f3.
But later he needs to play f3. But
When?
it'll take a while.
You'd love to blunt that bishop at some point, but you might just not get enough time to do that. Fabiano Caruana in big trouble already, and needs a win.
Maybe bishop f3 is the chance to try to ease the pressure off, but...
And look at the clocks as well. Almost twice the amount of time for Hikaru.
King g1, yeah.
He goes, he's trying to get James' plan into the game.
Well, I don't know if that's
knight.
advised.
But there's a5 rook before also, so...
Oh, the H-pawn.
You just castle, play a5 rook before.
That is grim for white. This just looks like a normal chess position now, except, yeah, you need to win, and it's totally symmetrical almost, and white is behind in development.
Behind in development, behind in time. Hikaru reached for a piece.
King g7.
Not castling.
Yeah. The king's very strong there anyway, very well placed.
Bishop c6. Or queen f4.
Oof.
Are these last-ditch efforts here for Fabi? Is that what it feels like to you?
It does. If he doesn't create anything here, Fabi, then yeah, then it's just over. It feels like the type of position, if you play well, you draw with white. Look at the white bishop, it's just so sad as well.
If you play really well, you make a draw.
Play really well.
And he can't afford that result. So now he's got to play a little wild.
Actually, just bishop e6 also. Like, keep the pressure. Also seems good.
Worst case scenario, you lose. Best case scenario, you draw. You need a win to force an Armageddon. You know everything's going wrong for you if you're Fabiano Caruana right now.
He needs to take inspiration from the previous game when both players were down at around 5 seconds. Their heads just went out the window. Even Hikaru, who's a speed demon, was making these uncharacteristic mistakes. So Fabi just needs to stay alive as long as possible. You can't think about winning this position. You just need to think about surviving it.
Well, maybe Hikaru's giving him an opening here on the clock. What was a minute and a half advantage before has now shrunk to just under 30 seconds, and he's still taking a pause to figure out what he wants to do next. If these clocks equalize and we get underneath that minute mark, maybe,
Yeah, bishop e6.
maybe
Simplest
Fabi
game.
can do it.
Rook d8, rook comes to d2. Oh, first queen f4 maybe. And then bring the rook to d2.
Get your rooks into the game.
But he would not want to sacrifice the pawn. You know, when you want to draw, you think of all these things. Like maybe just rook d8, queen e3, it cannot be wrong, you know. You attack the tempo.
He'll just improve his pieces like your
Just queen b6, exchange queens probably. But you don't want to do that with king on g1. You start overthinking, yeah, when you have such a good position.
I mean, it's such a pretty assault, controlling all three of those files there, between the rook, the queen, and the rook.
And Fabi essentially playing down a rook next to the king, still far away from getting active.
I think he'll play some queen g5, e5 kind of. What else? Or first king h2 first.
Is he threatening to push the a-pawn further, taking advantage of the pin on the b line?
You have rook c1 at the end. Oh, by the way, king h2, rook d1, sorry. That's a big blunder.
Ooh, I'll just show that on the board while Fabi... Okay, Fabi moves his pawn just to put it on the board. If the king had moved, if it had spotted, rook takes bishop, eliminating a defender of this square with a nasty knight fork, royal fork, king, queen, and black wins. So first kicking away the knight, he wants to move his king, Fabiano Caruana.
And as we're coming down the home stretch, Tanya, you said it earlier, feels like it's written in the stars. Feels like we're destined for that Hikaru-Magnus third-place matchup.
Very close to it now. With needing only a draw. The knight's attacked, you could move back, hit the pawn that's just moved forward.
I think White's position has improved in the last few moves compared to what he had. At least you see some scope of some queen g5, knight h5, and like hope for, oh, queen e5. You take queen e5 without thinking.
Can
Bring
White,
the queen for defense.
White go in with his own queen and pick up the other pawn?
Yep. Although, where's the queen going after that? Unclear.
Didn't look that deep into the future.
This is...
Ooh, there's a knight takes pawn with the check as well.
That's
king
right.
G8, king g8.
And he finds it.
And now what to do?
Problem is, you'll be forced into a queen trade here once the black king moves away. The white queen doesn't really have anywhere great to go. And once the queens disappear, winning chances also starting to ebb away.
Do you play bishop f5? Do you exchange queens?
I would trade queens, but Hikaru, yeah, he's a very much braver man than me. Bishop f5.
Rook c1 only move, I guess.
Just kind of slide out of the threat.
Do you play rook c8? Knight f6. Knight is coming to e4.
White doesn't have enough time here to go on the attack, push the h-pawn forward, go for the black king.
And bishop f3 will be played.
And Fabi's still playing without a piece.
There we go. He covers the square the black knight wanted to use. We might see an exchange there. Okay, Fabi's still alive. Queens are on still.
See it? Rook f1.
Keep those rooks, trade those rooks. What do you think?
Or rook d1.
Rook d1.
Fabi wants to keep it.
h5. Yeah, you just go for it. There's no other option. And now g5 will come with black. Close the... A queen h6, queen g7? Is that what he wants? No, then pawn takes pawn. I don't like it.
The last roll of the dice for Fabiano Caruana. He has to just go forward and hope. If you go backwards, the black pawn would have stepped forward and no more attack. It's last risk.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Hikaru with so much speed and accuracy in this game. And you can just see it, you know. The piece spinning has started. That's not a good sign. He's looking confident. He knows he has this in the bag.
Nice
Speed, the swagger, the legacy. All of it.
And Fabi will dip into the single digits here for the first time in this game.
G6. The knight on g6 and...
Searching for any resource, any option. He's going to drop the knight back.
Oh, dear.
Ooh.
Back up to 7 seconds here.
Rook f3 and queen e2 and just resigns. No?
Yeah, rook takes bishop, wins the game.
Oh, he makes another rook move, offering a trade.
Okay. Rooks come off the board. Still plenty more time here for Hikaru overall to work with. Now we get a check. The king
And
gets
queen
forced
f6.
up to h2.
Queen f6 resigns.
The white queen is trapped. It's going to get traded off, and Hikaru Nakamura takes the win.
It was written in the stars after all. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, their paths cross once again, and it will be in that third place matchup tomorrow.
Under the neon lights of Las Vegas, a Vegas special, a fight for third place for bragging rights and redemption.
Fabiano, resilient as ever, but today he just didn't have enough to overcome what was an onslaught brought by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, it was all about that changing time format. The 10-minute games, Fabi was dominant, just couldn't finish it off, lacked that killer instinct, got nervous, took the draw, and chess karma, Kaiser, the goddess of chess, punishes you. As Tanya said earlier, the Blitz games, Hikaru is just too fast, too experienced.
Kicked off with the gong, and in this 5-2, Hikaru only needed a draw, but he did one better. He'll finish this one with a score of 3-1 over Fabiano Caruana. As it came down the stretch, two guys so familiar with each other. It must be heartbreak, though, for Fabiano Caruana. Again, just thinking about his consistency in the group stage, 6 draws into a win. He gets himself that final spot into the upper bracket. Fight as hard as he can, goes all the way to that 7th game against Pragg, getting knocked down, though, into this bracket. And unfortunately, he runs into the likes of an absolutely on fire Hikaru.
It's unbelievable. And I think for Fabiano, the story goes even beyond that, right? Starting with Weissenhaus, going into those finals, but finishing only runner-up, losing to Vincent Keimer. Going into Paris, finishing 3rd over there. We called him Mr. Consistent. He's done it over and over again, so close yet so far, and that's the storyline that continues in the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour for the world number 3.
The matchups are set for tomorrow. We have everything from 1st down to 7th figured out. David, though, let's pull this back up. Let's see how Hikaru was able to put the finishing touches on today.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight this last few moves. Very professional from Hikaru Nakamura. He'd done the hard work. He was better the whole game, but he kept control. That's the key in these situations where you only need a draw to progress. Fabiano tried the last roll of the dice by pushing his h-pawn forward. If the white rook gets into the action, there are some potential attacks on the h-file, but Hikaru shut the door here by retreating his knight, a great move. The white queen doesn't have many great squares to go to. If you step her back, the pawn steps forward, and we'll see a queen trade. So Fabiano had to bring her forward, but look what happens next. Hikaru just clears the board. He steps his pawn forward. Fabiano retreats, not a great move necessarily, but rotates bishop here would have ended things with the knight dropping. Instead, Hikaru just trades everything off. Again, super professional. The rooks disappear. The white knight has to move. Another set of rooks disappear. And just to explain the resignation in this position, the queens are traded. White's queen has nowhere to go. But once the queens disappear, it's all about Annie the A-pawn, I'm going to call her, promoting here in the corner.
Yeah, well on her way to becoming a queen. But now it's time for you at home to make your voices heard. We do an MVP vote at the end of every day. We had 6 competitors step on stage today. Hikaru up against Wesley. That was our first matchup, as well as Pragg versus Carlsen. Hikaru and Magnus Carlsen move on to face Fabi and Arjun. And so I have to imagine it's one of our 2 winners that promoted to the 3rd place match. But who were you more impressed by today?
I was really impressed by Magnus's comeback after the first loss. I think it was a very tough position to be in. And after the opening also, he did not get any significant advantage against Pragg. And after that, he just showed pure class to outplay Pragg. I think that game was very impressive in my opinion.
5 in a row. I mean, Magnus Carlsen has to be the MVP. What a performance by him. He lost that first game and then just unstoppable, undeniable Magnus Carlsen.
I mean, it was just yesterday, right, with Levon in here as well, but we were talking about Magnus and how the best time to beat him is the beginning of a tournament, because once he starts generating steam, there just seems to be about no stopping him.
Yeah, next time the tournaments can start at 8 a.m. It's better.
You just want to get in early, right, against him?
Yeah.
That's going to be what everyone's vying for in the future. I mean, Hikaru, though, even if the vote's for Magnus Carlsen, we'll see, because it's the audience who gets to choose, not us. Hikaru, though, I mean, again, still showing an incredible display of chess. Really just one blip on the radar that landed him in the lower bracket, it feels like.
Yeah, just against Levon Aronian when he was so close, just not getting the job done. And yeah, he's been playing that American Cup pretty much within this tournament. He played Levon the other day, played Wesley, played Fabiano today, and he proved he's still the guy to beat.
Well, I just heard that it is going to be the hometown favorite. Maybe a little bit of hometown favoritism here. Hikaru does get the nod for MVP from our chat at home. I mean, again, he had a little bit longer of a day. He definitely had to fight just a little bit harder. And there you can see a smile on his face. I'm sure he's sporting a similar smile backstage to, at the very least, be fighting for 3rd place and $100,000.
He's happy with those votes coming in. He says, thank you, chat. You guys got me. But what a final day we guys have set ourselves up for. Can I just say that? A grand final in Vegas. You know, the entertainment capital of the world will have max entertainment over the chessboard. For appetizers, we've got Magnus versus Hikaru. For main course, we've got Levon versus Hans. It's going to be awesome.
I heard we were already sold out today before anyone knew that Magnus would play Hikaru tomorrow. So that's going to be incredible. The audience here is going to be buzzing, the atmosphere. Prediction, if you had to say, is it going to be Hans? Is it going to be Levon?
That's a tough one. That's a really tough one.
No diplomacy allowed.
Can you tell the format once again?
So the grand final will be playing, they start at 30-30, like the previous rounds. And then from there it would go tie break, 10-10, 5-2. Yes, best of two, 30-30 for the grand final.
And both the games begin at the same time, like Magnus, Hikaru, and we don't know that.
Let me get official word on that.
Sure.
Because I can tell you that yes, they will be starting at the same time. I wanted to double check because some of the lower bracket bouts, they will be starting in 10-10, so as to desync them a little bit. But I did just get confirmation everything will start at the same time, and then from there you'll start to see things separate a little bit. But that plays into your decision here?
Yeah, because it's 30-30, I think I'll pick Levon.
Okay.
Over Hans. I think as the time goes shorter, I think Hans's chances might increase, but yeah, I mean, I just have to pick one. I'll go with Levon.
Gotcha.
And in the other match, I'll pick Magnus. I think he's just...
And let me just make it a little bit more clear for everybody at home. It's not just first place matchup that gets 30-30 to start. It is the third place matchup as well. So Hikaru and Magnus will also be starting at 30-30. That does mean, too, that when it comes to the strategizing, there will be pairs evaluating each of the starting positions. I don't know if that as well plays into it at all.
Hans and Magnus in one side? I'm sold.
That would be mighty interesting, would it not be? Here you can see the picture of our grand final and the road that it took for each of our guys to get there. It's Hans Niemann up against Levon Aronian. And then, of course, a picture of the lower bracket. Hikaru Nakamura and Carlsen set in the stars, third and fourth place. That's what they're playing for. Fabiano Caruana, he falls down to face Arjun, who lost to Carlsen today. And then Pragg and Wesley So fighting it out for 7th and 8th place, all to take place tomorrow. Same time, same place.
I can't wait. What can I say? Today it felt like a nice appetizer, warm-up. Our shortest day of the event so far, but tomorrow is going to be incredible.
Well, today was a nice appetizer. Why don't you leave us with a bit of dessert? The move of the day. David Howe, what do you got for us?
Yeah, it was a tough pick. Normally, I'm more inclined towards flashy tactics, towards kind of forks, one-move traps, double attacks, but this one I'm going to go for something very positional, very strategic, and it was a masterpiece of strategy of positional play by Magnus Carlsen. This was against Arjun Erigaisi in the match earlier today. This position, he's already sacrificed a rook for knight. White's knight, super strong, but you need a bit more than that in order to get an advantage. And taking advantage of Arjun's last move, Magnus now played my move of the day, pawn to b4. Creating a passed pawn here by force. You cannot take this pawn, as you would lose your queen. And likewise, you cannot take the white queen either, as the white knight would recapture and a pawn would drop on the next move. And over the next few turns, Magnus created some passed pawns and never looked back.
Absolutely glorious. And if that bite of chess dessert didn't satiate your appetite for freestyle chess action, good news. We're coming back tomorrow, the exact same time, the exact same place. We are set up for a glorious grand final. It's Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian each playing for first place. Their first opportunity to do that here on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. And it happens in Vegas. We'll be back tomorrow. We hope you'll be there to join us. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night. Vidit, thank you for joining us as always, too, man. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be free. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time. 'Cause this is my time.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride.